disciple of Orochimaru, the evil scientist from Naruto. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376 Mother's love is like a mountain collapse. What's the Yondaime doing lately? Amemiya. Kenichi rubbed his eyes, stretched, and took a sip from his teacup, looking at Uchiha beside him. Reporting to Amemiya-sama, Namake's Minato-sama is currently teaching Naruto with Uzumaki Kushina-sama. Uchiha answered respectfully. Amemiya. Kenichi raised an eyebrow, but wasn't particularly surprised. After all, while he was technically Uzumaki Naruto's teacher, Amemiya Kenichi's development of his students was more of a matter of individualized instruction. After Naruto passed the assigned lessons, he left him to play on his own. But it was clear that the Yondaime and his wife had their own ideas. That unfortunate little Naruto has complained to me several times in secret, saying that his parents' return only made his life even more miserable. Amemiya Kenichi couldn't help but laugh at the memory of what had happened. After the father and son met before, Kenichi Amemiya fulfilled his promise and resurrected Uzumaki Kushina, the previous Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, through the impure world reincarnation. Uzumaki Kushina's soul was also successfully reincarnated. Nothing strange happened in the middle, which made Kenichi Amemiya feel that the Six Paths sage might not care much about what happened in the world. The last time he came out was because the research of Sanzu Amado involved some secrets of the Pure Land. If it were not for this reason, Kenichi Amemiya felt that the Six Paths sage probably would not come out. Perhaps only things related to his mother would make the Six Paths sage anxious. Although the specific reason is unknown, this is also good news. Kenichi Amemiya really doesn't want to face the Six Paths sage now. Although he doesn't know what the Six Paths is doing, the Six Paths sage will not have much role in the future Boruto, which shows that what he did in the Pure Land has no impact. After Kushina's death, Naruto was immediately greeted with a heartwarming mother-son reunion. Uzumaki Kushina's fiery temper made Amemiya Kenichi understand why she was once known as the Scarlet Pepper in Konoha. Her temper was truly fiery. Upon learning of her son's tragic childhood, Uzumaki Kushina balled the iron spoon in her hand. Had it not been for Uzumaki Naruto sobbing and Minato Namike standing nearby, Amemiya Kenichi felt she might have returned to Konoha and, by the beard, pulled Sarutobi Hiruzen to test his strength. Most of the time, it was Uzumaki Kushina-sama who taught Naruto, Uchiha added, and Amemiya Kenichi nodded. Minato Namike shared similar sentiments, perhaps more reassuringly leaving Naruto in his care. Uzumaki Kushina clearly wanted her son to become stronger, at least to avoid the days of fishing for food, often with nothing, as he had before. If you master the lightning release technique, you can at least electrocute fish and eat them, solving the problem of survival. Uzumaki Kushina didn't doubt Amemiya Kenichi's intention, but as a mother who had missed her child's birthday and companionship for so many years, the motherly love that Uzumaki Kushina burst out at this moment can only be said to be too strong. Like a landslide. But obviously for Naruto now, Uzumaki Kushina's teachings are really too profound, just like a primary school student being taught calculus by a teacher, suffocating. But Uzumaki Naruto, who has never felt the love of his father or mother, still enjoys his current life very much. He can be said to be a typical example of pain and happiness. But with Uzumaki Kushina, Naruto's pressure is much less. Amemiya Kenichi smiled. Uchiha didn't quite understand, and Amemiya Kenichi didn't explain. For Naruto, the Kurama in his body is a very troublesome problem. Although Kurama became Naruto's helper in the later period, Kurama and Naruto have nothing to do with each other now. It may even be difficult for Naruto to control his own chakra because of Kurama's problem. However, with Uzumaki Kushina as his master, Kurama will be in trouble. Do you know about the Diamond Seal? As for whether this will affect the future relationship between Naruto and Kurama, Amemiya Kenichi thinks it will not. After all, Naruto's personality is really good, and it is very easy to communicate with people like him. As long as Naruto and Kurama spend more time communicating, Amemiya Kenichi thinks Kurama will still recognize Naruto, unless Kurama is really completely crazy and vows to sever ties with Naruto, but the probability of that is lower than the resurrection of the Six Paths Sage. This batch now is the last batch, right? Amemiya Kenichi glanced at the unconscious test subject in front of him, then wrote it down in the experimental log, and then twisted his neck. He hadn't been idle during this time either. Once the Jonin from the Snow Country had rested, he began his eye-opening experiments. So far, all the major key-opening experiments had gone smoothly, with only one failing, resulting in a brain mellowing. Kenichi Amemiya reviewed the situation and discovered that the person had a heart condition, which had caused the emotional stress during the experiment, triggering a heart attack and leading to the failure. Yes, Lord Amemiya, Uchiha Hashirama said respectfully. The Jonin's brains had been implanted with parasites, and after their eyes opened, they needed to be observed for a period of time to ensure they were all functioning properly. Only then could Kenichi Amemiya resume his experiments. As for the Chunin and Genin, Kenichi Amemiya had no plans to open them for the time being. Furthermore, there weren't many Jonin in the Snow Country, only 33 at most. Only 25 had accepted the gift, and one had died. The remaining Jonin were scattered across the Snow Country. He would deal with them later. Killing them would be a waste. It would serve as a warning to the monkeys. They'd already killed quite a few chickens. Those Jonin who refused to cooperate could be captured. This would be a good opportunity for Kenichi Amemiya to test what would happen if the parasite was implanted in the face of strong resistance. If he could brainwash someone into a loyal fanatic, the parasite's potential could be even more outrageous than Kenichi Amemiya imagined. The Snow Country is truly so poor and weak, with so few Jonin. Kenichi Amemiya curled his lips. The Snow Country's strength was limited to a handful of Jonin, while Konoha had many, and some of those in the Snow Country were exceptional. But that was the nature of small countries. The Snow Country's current development was already remarkable. Uchiha Hashirama remained silent, standing quietly by, waiting for Kenichi Amemiya's orders. Kenichi Amemiya stood up and strained his neck. The Akatsuki had been quiet lately, and Obito hadn't caused any trouble. Kenichi Amemiya had no idea what this guy was planning, but it was clear that he must be holding something big. How's the preparation of the materials I asked you to prepare last time going? Amemiya Kenichi twisted his neck, then frowned and rubbed it. He felt a slight soreness in his neck, probably from all the research lately. My lord, most of the materials have been delivered to the capital's warehouse for storage, and 3 more are on their way. Uchiha Hashirama answered Amemiya Kenichi's question respectfully. Amemiya Kenichi nodded. It should be soon, though the cost of purchasing those materials is considerable. Fortunately, when Fenghua Zyatsu bestowed the gifts on the ninja, she had exterminated several uncooperative Snow Country nobles and plundered a fortune. Otherwise, the Snow Country's treasury would be so depleted that even a rat would cry. As for the materials, Amemiya Kenichi would have to wait until they arrived before assembling them. He planned to build a uranium detection and purification device and then begin research on nuclear weapons. With nuclear weapons, he would possess a formidable power. A weapon whose power and after effects far surpass those of conventional ninjutsu, even compared to Uchiha Madara's Tenkei Shock Star, has its merits. After all, while the Tenkei Shock Star is powerful, its coverage area and subsequent impact on the local ecosystem are not significant. Nuclear radiation, on the other hand, would have been a catastrophic event in previous lives, and its power is also incredibly staggering. While the power of an atomic bomb is truly astonishing, it's perhaps still within the realm of reason. But if Amemiya Kenichi unleashed that hydrogen bomb, how would the ninja world respond? Consider that the mushroom cloud from that explosion would be 7 times the height of Mount Everest, with a radius of 1,000 kilometers and even displacing the Eurasian continent by 9 millimeters. Dropped into the ninja world, a hydrogen bomb would be a cosmic threat. Then I, Amemiya Kenichi, will have recognized you, Uchiha Madara. Amemiya Kenichi smiled with a hint of pleasure. The thought of unleashing that hydrogen bomb and making Uchiha Madara dance in the nuclear explosion filled him with a sense of exhilaration. Amemiya Kenichi stood up and walked out, while Uchiha Hashirama skillfully began to collect the still unconscious test subjects. Although their eyes had opened, the intense emotional shock had still caused them to fall into coma. Depending on their physical condition, their recovery time was uncertain, but once they did, they would still face Amemiya Kenichi's test. They would become his sharpest spears, wielding them to conquer the land of water. Amemiya Kenichi stretched and yawned as he walked out. Shortly after leaving the laboratory, he sensed an ominous aura coming from afar, but it soon vanished. Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. Uzumaki Kushina, this kind of parenting is truly. Amemiya Kenichi felt a little amused, but he hurried over. Arriving at Naruto's house, he saw a mournful Naruto lying helplessly on the ground. Next to him was a cheerful Uzumaki Kushina, while Namikaze Minato looked helplessly at his wife and child. Ahem. Kushina, pour Amemiya a cup of tea. Namikaze Minato noticed Amemiya Kenichi and coughed, and Uzumaki Kushina immediately noticed him. Even when surrounded by strangers, Uzumaki Kushina was always very considerate of her husband. Hey, isn't that little Amemiya? Come on in. Uzumaki Kushina was incredibly welcoming, and she and Naruto shared a look of relief, which made Amemiya Kenichi want to laugh. However, Amemiya Kenichi walked in anyway, pretending he hadn't seen anything. Naruto, did you have any conversation with the Nine Tails today? Amemiya Kenichi smiled and rubbed Naruto's head. Naruto, looking relieved, trotted over to Amemiya Kenichi and grabbed his sleeve. Teacher, you're finally here. Today's conversation went well. Little Naruto's expression of relief suddenly turned serious, and Amemiya Kenichi knew why without even looking. He then took a cup of hot tea, brewed by Uzumaki Kushina. Amemiya Kenichi took it with a smile, then watched Uzumaki Kushina and Naruto explain how to communicate with the tailed beasts. Listening to Uzumaki Kushina's talk of if they don't listen, they'll be beaten, and if they're beaten, they'll be obedient. Amemiya Kenichi silently sipped his tea. Well, regardless of whether Naruto had the ability or not, according to Kushina's teaching methods, it was estimated that it would take a long time for Kurama to recognize Naruto. But seeing Naruto's dreamy expression, Amemiya Kenichi felt a lot more relieved. Judging from Naruto's expression, it was estimated that Kushina's teaching method wouldn't have much effect. Namikaze-sama, it's not easy for you either. Amemiya Kenichi smacked his lips. Namikaze Minato revealed a gentle smile and shook his head. Although Kushina did have some problems, she was indeed his good wife. Naruto, I've told you. Pay attention when you're listening. Uzumaki Kushina's voice was irritable, and then Amemiya Kenichi saw Uzumaki Kushina holding Naruto's ear and roaring angrily. Minato Namikaze on the side also showed a polite and awkward smile. Well, Kushina's temper was indeed not very good, and he could empathize with Naruto's current feelings, but this did not affect Minato Namikaze's deep love for his wife. Namikaze brother, shall we go out for dinner? Amemiya Kenichi glanced at Minato Namikaze and asked. Minato Namikaze raised his eyebrows after hearing this, and then silently followed Amemiya Kenichi out. Uzumaki Kushina, who seemed to be completely unconcerned, looked at the figures of her husband and Amemiya Kenichi leaving with concern. She was not a fool, and naturally knew that Amemiya Kenichi was going to say something important. But fortunately, she and her husband are now in the state of impure world reincarnation, so even if they die, they are not really dead. So Uzumaki Kushina once again focused her attention on teaching Naruto, and she became more serious about it. She wanted her son to be more capable of protecting himself, even though she didn't know much, but she still wanted to use everything she knew. He had a cold these past few days, but strangely, he didn't have a fever, dizziness, or headache, just a runny nose, cough, and sore throat. Chapter 377, Power Division in the Naruto World. Brother Namikaze, I have a question. Amemiya Kenichi looked at Minato Namikaze, a question he was quite concerned about. While the experiment was possible, even Amemiya Kenichi felt a little distressed by the losses. Oh, what's the question? Minato was curious. He had gotten to know Amemiya Kenichi better recently. The little ninja who had played with Kakashi had now grown to an astonishing level. This made Minato curious, wondering what kind of question Amemiya Kenichi might have. Well, what's the difference between a cage-level powerhouse and an ordinary jonin? Amemiya Kenichi asked. His only concern right now was this question. After all, if he wanted to resurrect Minato Namikaze through his own reincarnation, he would need a powerhouse of similar strength. This was Amemiya Kenichi's research on his own reincarnation. Trying to revive a Jonin from a Genin was impossible, and even a Chunin would have difficulty with it. Unless the ninja was exceptional, like a Konoha Genin, Jonin material was usually used to revive a Jonin. This was the biggest drawback of the reincarnation. However, Kenichi Amemiya hadn't really done any experiments with cage level warriors. After all, cage level warriors were truly exceptional. The only thing he knew about was the old woman, future Chihiyo, who sacrificed herself to resurrect the deceased Gaara. But Chihiyo's own strength was terrifying, far surpassing that of ordinary Jonin. If she hadn't been heartbroken and reluctant to become Kage after the war, she could have definitely become Kazekage. So, essentially, it was a cage level warrior who resurrected the cage level Gaara. Namikaze Minato pondered. He hadn't really considered this question. After all, a cage was a cage, and those who could become the cage of a village were generally considered the best among the Jonin. But if there had to be a standard, Minato hadn't really considered that aspect. If I had to say, a cage would be easy for an average Jonin to kill, right? Even facing multiple Jonin, they could easily handle the battle. Namikaze Minato scratched his head. He couldn't really say for sure. Back on the battlefield, he'd faced multiple ninja units and easily defeated them with his flying thunder god. Later, he became Hokage. Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. It did seem to make some sense, but it was as good as nothing. This was probably part of the design of Naruto. After all, in the earliest Naruto series, the rank differences between ninjas were quite pronounced. Kakashi had no desire to fight his teacher, Orochimaru, and Gaara's sand was easily scattered by K. However, the distinction between ninjas' abilities became less pronounced in later generations, especially among Konoha's genin, like Naruto and Sasuke, who looked nothing like genin. But aside from these two individuals, the rest of the rank holders adhered to this rule. Basically, the Kage are chosen from the Jonin. You could say the Jonin are the Kage's backup, and the strongest among the Jonin are the Kage. Namikaze Minato added. I kind of get it. Amemiya Kenichi sighed. It would be great if the ninja world was divided based on chakra reserves, with over 100 chakra being a genin, over 1000 a chunin, and so on. But he also knew that this wasn't possible. To put it bluntly, as Minato Namikaze had said, the Kage was essentially the strongest. Currently, there were practically no weak Kages. Even the Kazekage killed by their teacher was actually quite capable. He simply couldn't withstand their teacher's sneak attack. Minato Namikaze was a little confused, but he didn't press the issue. Instead, he returned home, wanting to spend more time with his wife and children. Amemiya Kenichi didn't pay any attention. Instead, he returned to his laboratory, pulled out his research journal marked Self-Reincarnation, and slowly flipped through it. It seems the only way for now is to conduct experiments. However, conducting experiments on Minato Namikaze would require the equivalent of a Jonin's worth of supplies, which is prohibitively expensive. Amemiya Kenichi licked his lips. 1 Jonin per experiment. What kind of loss rate is that? If he followed his plan and simply pulled out the strongest Jonin from the snow country for the experiment, that would still depend on probability. If they were lucky and succeeded, they could revive Minato Namikaze. If they were unlucky, they'd have to start all over again, losing a Jounin in vain. Even if Kenichi Amemiya had the Jounin work part-time to earn money, that would be better than throwing him in the water. But Kenichi Amemiya had no other options. There were no test records for the jutsu known as the reincarnation technique. The only experiment was conducted by Kenichi Amemiya himself. So, to summarize, in the current reincarnation technique experiments, stronger ninjas can easily revive weaker ones, and ninjas of the same rank can easily revive ninjas of the same rank. What's the difference between this and no research? Kenichi Amemiya threw the experimental log on the table. It made no difference whether he'd read it or not. But Kenichi Amemiya had no other options. Of the few resurrection techniques currently available in the ninja world, Kenichi Amemiya only possessed the reincarnation technique. As for the reincarnation technique, while useful, it required sacrificing Nagato. So, the reincarnation technique was the only option left. Though there are indeed only a few resurrection jutsu in the ninja world, do I really not have other options? Amemiya Kenichi pondered. While the Kisui Tensui technique was useful, the problem was that it required too many sacrifices. One life for another, and the tricky part was that it required opponents of similar strength. Was there any way to circumvent this restriction? If it could be circumvented, Amemiya Kenichi felt a surge of motivation. Things were pretty much done now. The main Gekyo was open, the crops were growing, and the materials for the uranium extraction and refining equipment hadn't arrived yet. He happened to be relatively free at this time. With this thought in mind, Amemiya Kenichi rolled up his sleeves and began to perform the Kisui Tensui technique. While the jutsu involved one life for another, it wasn't a problem as long as there wasn't a clear target. It would also allow Amemiya Kenichi to observe. Well, after performing the Kisui Tensui technique, there's a slight dizziness, seemingly originating in the frontal lobe of the brain. Amemiya Kenichi frowned slightly. The Kisui Tensui technique was indeed quite interesting. Kenichi Amemiya's main Jiki Sharingan silently opened. He observed, trying to see if he could see anything in this situation, but after a moment, he gave up because he could see nothing. It was similar to the feeling he had when he cast the Shikifuujin. After casting the Shikifuujin, Kenichi Amemiya couldn't see anything. According to Mr. Sanzu's theory, this was probably related to the Shinigami residing in another dimension. Kenichi Amemiya had no choice but to give up on the jutsu, but his opening of the main Jiki wasn't completely fruitless. He at least saw how his chakra moved as he formed hand seals, forming the initial stages of a jutsu. While analyzing, I had some unexpected insights. Chakra analysis allowed me to see the structure of ninjutsu. It's a bit complex, but it's also more like programming. Kenichi Amemiya recorded what he had just seen in his experimental log. The chakra energy points formed strange rows and rows of shapes, which intrigued Kenichi. If it weren't for the urgent need to solve the problem of his own reincarnation, he would definitely have taken up the study. But for now, we could record it and study it later when we had time. Amemiya Kenichi thought it might be a ninjutsu formation or combination. We still need some samples to use the Kisui Tensui technique. Amemiya Kenichi had a bold idea. He summoned 2 chunin who had received the gift and immediately had them learn the Kisui Tensui technique. Fortunately, these 2 chunin were ninjas from the Snow Country Hospital and had a good grasp of medical ninjutsu, so they had some talent for the Kisui Tensui technique. After the lesson, Amemiya Kenichi rubbed his hands together. Now it was time to begin the experiment. Is your student that strong? Tsunade wiped the blood from Jiraiya's face and asked in confusion. She was genuinely puzzled. Why was Jiraiya's student so strong? If she hadn't come along this time, Jiraiya might have died in the rain village. That guy showed no mercy. Ahem. I didn't know that back then. Jiraiya coughed weakly, feeling the excruciating pain. He felt a mixture of helplessness and bewilderment. He didn't know how things had escalated to this point. Tsunade sighed as she observed Jiraiya's miserable state. His student had penetrated his body 7 times. Those strange black pillars possessed immense destructive and penetrating power, and the student's abilities were also incredibly formidable. Tsunade tried to attack, but before she could, she was stopped by a woman. The woman hurled explosive talismans at her, like they were free. Tsunade fought back, her heart aching. She wished she had so many explosive talismans. Those eyes are truly terrifying. Tsunade narrowed her eyes, then slapped Jiraiya's wound, causing him to howl, and his restless hand to quiet down. The eyes of the legendary immortal, and I have a feeling there's more to them than meets the eye. Jiraiya coughed awkwardly, and tried to change the subject. But at least you're still alive. Let's return to Konoha. I'm afraid we need to reconsider the Akatsuki situation. Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya and shook her head. At least the bleeding had stopped, and it was almost time to return to Konoha. Only in Konoha, with the specialized equipment, could Jiraiya's injuries heal faster. Otherwise, it would be bad if any hidden injuries remained, especially since Jiraiya was already quite old. Jiraiya coughed weakly, feeling a pang of discomfort at the thought of what had happened. Arriving in the rain village, Jiraiya and Tsunade were gathering intelligence when they came to a hidden entrance. Upon entering, they were attacked. The attacker was Yahiko, or rather, a puppet crafted from his corpse. Several other puppets had also appeared, and with the cooperation of Jiraiya and Tsunade, they could engage them and gather more information. The intelligence previously provided by Konoha also proved helpful. However, no matter what he said, the other party showed no interest in speaking. This infuriated Jiraiya, who suspected it might be Nagato or Konan. Suddenly, the other party attacked, and a detonating tag nearby detonated, sending a familiar figure flying out. Jiraiya immediately recognized the figure as Konan, his student. The other party clearly recognized him as well, but the other party showed no interest in chatting, and simply attacked him. Jiraiya's attacks were merciless, and the wounds he sustained were the result of the combined attacks of Konan and Yahiko. Seeing the faces of his two former students slowed Jiraiya's pace, and then the black red pierced his shoulder, blocking his chakra points. He was thus at a disadvantage. If it weren't for Tsunade's help, Jiraiya felt he would have died there. So, why would his former student kill him? Jiraiya was baffled, and this confusion persisted until he returned to Konoha, where the devastation it suffered brought him to a halt. What happened to the village? Jiraiya and Tsunade stared in astonishment at Konoha. A large gaping hole in the outer walls of Konoha's walls made it look as if it had been attacked. Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged glances before rushing inside. Seeing Konoha's calmness, they were left perplexed. After ensuring everything was alright, Tsunade rushed Jiraiya to the hospital, while she hurried to the newly built Hokage building to find the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Old man, Tsunade coughed as she entered, seeing the Konoha elder seated there. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand helplessly, motioning for the others to leave before turning to Tsunade. Orochimaru attacked the village and took Ankomaterashi away. Hiruzen, knowing what his student was about to ask, addressed the question directly, leaving Tsunade stunned. Orochimaru? Ankomaterashi? Tsunade frowned. She knew these two people, but look at this. This is confidential information from the Yondame's previous mission. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378, Some Experiments and Ideas about Reincarnation. The 7th Reincarnation Experiment began. Subject number 1, who had previously died, struggled, and resisted after being successfully reincarnated by subject number 2. The parasite's influence on its host was significantly weakened after death, and if possessed sufficient strength, it should be possible to break free from the parasite's influence. However, subject number 1 quickly recovered from the parasite's influence, and began reincarnating the deceased subject number 2. Kenichi Amemiya recorded this information in his experimental log. In front of him, a man with numb eyes mechanically repeated hand seals, then performed the reincarnation technique to revive the other ninja, Kenichi Amemiya's second subject, who lay lifeless across from him. Kenichi Amemiya had previously devised a strategy: have two ninjas learn the technique, then kill one, and have the other perform the reincarnation on him. The ninja who performed the self-rebirth technique would die, and the deceased would be resurrected. The resurrected deceased would then perform the self-rebirth technique on the previously deceased ninja, resurrecting the previously deceased ninja. This essentially created a cycle of life and death between the two ninjas, greatly facilitating Kenichi Amemiya's experiments. At least, it reduced the amount of materials consumed. However, Kenichi also discovered a few other issues. Looking at the numb test subject before him, Kenichi pondered. He had already performed the self-rebirth technique 7 times, and then he discovered something interesting. The more he performed the self-rebirth technique, the more numb the performer became. For example, after performing the self-rebirth technique, subjects 1 and 2 had initially shown strong resistance, struggling to break free from the parasite's control. But now, after subject 1 stood up again, he was completely motionless, like a puppet on a string. But now wasn't the time to dwell on these matters. Amemiya Kenichi opened his main Gekyo and once again observed the entire process of the Jisui Tensui before him. During the process of forming hand seals, Countless chakra energies spontaneously converge into a specific shape, based on the hand gestures. The energy composition of each of the 7 Jisei Tensei reincarnations remains identical. Amemiya Kenichi examined the pattern he was drawing, which he had drawn, based on the chakra flow patterns observed by his main Gekkai Sharingan. This intrigued him. What exactly was the function of hand seals in the ninja world? Hand seals were generally accepted in the ninja world, but conversely, in the later years of Naruto, hand seal animations were rarely seen. From what Amemiya Kenichi could tell, it wasn't that hand seals weren't formed, but simply that they were performed too quickly for the average person to see. Just like when Itachi beat Kakashi, he formed hand seals so quickly that Kakashi couldn't see the movements clearly. Furthermore, describing hand seals repeatedly was cumbersome, so it was better to abbreviate them to save time. But now, Amemiya Kenichi had a new perspective. Is it possible, in some ways, that hand seals are like a method of arranging chakra in a specific way? That the arranged chakra can then exert specific functions, based on this arrangement? Amemiya Kenichi pondered. It felt a bit like computer programming, where a string of code can be programmed to produce different effects. So, if the method of chakra arrangement could be solved, wouldn't hand seals be completely unnecessary? Even if that wasn't possible, the hand seal process could be simplified. For example, the Nidaime often only needed a simple hand seal to perform ninjutsu. And if simplification could be further achieved, wouldn't hand seals be completely unnecessary, allowing ninjutsu to be performed directly? This would be extremely helpful in combat, as it would be sufficiently concealed that others would have no idea what ninjutsu you were about to perform. Meanwhile, the reincarnation was still ongoing. To Amemiya Kenichi's eyes, after the jutsu was successfully performed, it transformed into something strange, something he couldn't quite pinpoint. It felt a little like a circular hole, a little like a black hole. Then, chakra gathered at the corpse, flew into the hole, and pulled something back. At the same time, the caster collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Jishin reincarnation appears to be a method of resurrection achieved by opening a passage to the Pure Land, then using chakra to search for the corpse's soul and pull it back. This requires a soul to be sacrificed. Amemiya Kenichi's pen paused. Bargain? Or perhaps a barter item, in exchange for the other party's soul. Amemiya Kenichi watched subject number 2 slowly open his eyes dull and numb. He rose to his feet, then sat on the ground, eating a ration pill. He had given up resistance. If the Pure Land has a monitoring mechanism, and each soul that leaves must be replaced by another, circumventing this monitoring mechanism, then what about the reincarnation technique? Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head, feeling that the current situation was a bit complicated. However, thinking about the effects of the reincarnation technique, Amemiya Kenichi felt that it wasn't completely inexplicable. After all, one directly created a so-called king of hell who then spewed out the souls of the deceased, while the other secretly created a hole in the Pure Land, and then secretly pulled a soul out. In other words, it's like one is officially imported, and the other is privately smuggled, so naturally they'll be treated differently by the Pure Land. That's not unreasonable. So if I can find a way to officially import it, can I avoid the requirement for someone to die to enter the exchange? If, according to the principle of conservation of energy, isn't Samsara Tensei sacrificing one high-quality soul in exchange for countless low-quality souls? Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head. He felt that these questions posed more problems, such as how to assume the value of a soul, and later, Obito used Samsara Tensei to resurrect Uchiha Madara. Surely Uchiha Madara's soul was worth a lot. Amemiya Kenichi rubbed his temple, feeling a little distressed. These problems were like nesting dolls. When you solve one, more problems pop up. Forget it, let's sort it out first. Based on Samsara Tensei and my current observations, Samsara Tensei's effects are naturally stronger than self-reincarnation. So, there are a few hypotheses at the moment. Amemiya Kenichi moved his pen and continued to write his thoughts. First, Samsara is performed with the aid of the Rinnegan. The mysterious energy of the pupil technique paid some unknown price, thereby exchanging many souls. Second, the soul of the person who casts Samsara is inherently of immense value, so it can be exchanged for an equal amount of souls. Finally, the person who casts Samsara is extremely powerful, so they forcibly opened the Pure Land, achieving this through force, but were ultimately taken away by the Pure Land. Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head. Of these three possibilities, Amemiya Kenichi felt the first and second were the most likely, while the third was a bit less likely. After all, if they were truly powerful, why would they have to die themselves? Wouldn't it be easier to just resurrect everyone? Then the research direction could start by testing whether the souls of other entities, or something else, could be used as the price of exchange, Amemiya Kenichi said, becoming interested. Meanwhile, Subject 2 began their 8th experiment. This time, he would use his own reincarnation to revive Subject 1, repeating this process until Amemiya Kenichi obtained the experimental data he desired. However, this time, Kenichi Amemiya added something else to test his ideas. The 8th experiment officially began. This time, I've added an ordinary person. The moment subject number 2 successfully performed the self-reincarnation technique, I'll instantly kill the person and simultaneously cover them with chakra. In Kenichi Amemiya's main Gekyo eyes, the chakra enveloped the civilian, but it didn't bring anything back, it simply dissipated. Subject number 2 fell to the ground, lifeless, while subject no one's heartbeat slowly returned to normal. Kenichi Amemiya sighed. It seems increasing the amount of souls required won't work, or perhaps self-reincarnation doesn't account for this aspect, and it can't add more souls for exchange. It's really difficult. Revising a ninjutsu these days is incredibly difficult. Kenichi Amemiya began to ponder what he should prepare for the next experiment. Could he possibly use 5 ordinary people as test subjects? As Kenichi Amemiya pondered this, he discovered a problem. Subject number 1 lay on the ground, motionless. Kenichi Amemiya walked over and glanced at the nearby vital sign. The readings were slowly returning to normal levels, with the exception of his brain waves. Interesting, he checked the instrument. He quickly noticed that subject no one's brain waves had recovered for a fraction of a second when his heart began beating again, but then stopped permanently. Kenichi Amemiya tried poking him, then pierced his hand with a kunai. His brain waves remained silent. Can you move now? Kenichi Amemiya asked, though he wasn't addressing the subject, but the parasite's offspring. Yes, my lord. Subject number 1 opened his eyes and climbed to his feet. His movements were a little stiff, as if he wasn't used to this type of movement. What's going on now? Kenichi Amemiya asked with interest. My lord, this person seems dead. No matter how I try to stimulate him, he won't move. The parasite, controlling the subject, replied respectfully, yet it felt eerie. Kenichi Amemiya pondered. This looked a bit like a vegetative state. The concept of a vegetative state was a well-worn trope in TV dramas and movies in his past life, especially in the earliest Korean dramas, where car accidents, leukemia, and amnesia were commonplace. But in reality, scientific research on vegetative states has never ceased, with some scientists quietly dedicating themselves to this field. Kenichi Amemiya didn't do much research on vegetative states, as he wasn't involved in that field. But he was more curious about how subject number 1 had come to this state. Before the 9th experiment even began, subject number 1 had developed problems. The preliminary diagnosis is a loss of brainwave activity, resulting in a vegetative state. Subject number 1 had been revived 4 times. The first time, he put up strong resistance. The second time, minimal resistance. The third time, he became numb. And after the fourth, he had become somewhat vegetative. Can you still control him to perform ninjutsu? Kenichi Amemiya rubbed his eyes, which were starting to ache, and he needed a break. It takes time to practice, master, the parasite continued. Its stuttering had lessened, and it was clear that it was rapidly adapting to controlling this body. Alright, Amemiya Kenichi closed the experimental log. He needed to investigate why subject 1 had behaved this way. Once subject 1 had become more accustomed, he could begin resurrecting subject 2. This would be subject 2's 4th resurrection, so he would see if subject 2 would become vegetative. If so, it would prove that there was something wrong with the reincarnation process, or that the constant experience of death and resurrection in such a short period of time would cause problems for the target. Amemiya Kenichi then began his research, discovering no obvious damage to subject 1. Only a small amount of brain cell death had occurred in the brain, but the number of cells lost was minimal, and the affected area was likely limited to the language area. A vegetative state was unlikely. The parasite was also rapidly adapting to controlling subject 1's body. Lord Amemiya. Just when Kenichi Amemiya was about to continue his experiment, Uchiha came knocking on the door, and Kenichi Amemiya temporarily gave up continuing the experiment. What's wrong? Kenichi Amemiya looked at Uchiha, who was still the same. Here is the latest information. I need your review. Uchiha handed over a piece of information with both hands, and Kenichi Amemiya took it curiously. Then Kenichi Amemiya saw the content written on the information. Orochimaru is suspected of attacking Konoha. Kenichi Amemiya frowned slightly. Why did the teacher attack Konoha? It seems that my little junior sister really did something incredible. Kenichi Amemiya scratched his head. He didn't expect it to be such a big deal. He originally thought there would be a better solution. Today is the last day of January, and the new year is coming soon. I wish you all a happy new year and a prosperous year of the dragon. Chapter 379 Uranium Detection and Purification Device. I don't know if my little junior sister can still survive. Since the teacher used that secret technique, he rarely loses his temper. Amemiya Kenichi sighed. Ever since the teacher used the reincarnation technique, Amemiya Kenichi has rarely seen the teacher lose his temper. The last time he lost his temper was probably because of Jiraiya. But Jiraiya really did something stupid, so it's understandable that the teacher lost his temper like that. It's just that Jiraiya seems to be going further and further down the road of committing suicide. Amemiya Kenichi had previously bought a collector's edition of the story I have to tell about Orochi Princess and Me. The most exciting thing is that with the launch of this book, a custom-made cup said to be Orochi Princess was also included. When Amemiya Kenichi held it in his hand, his expression was very complicated. He really couldn't imagine what Jiraiya was thinking. Before, he'd only been courting disaster in novels, but now, Jiraiya had taken it to this level. If the teacher found out, Jiraiya's life would be in jeopardy. And just how daring was that publishing house? They dared to do this? If the teacher couldn't do anything to Jiraiya, how could they do anything to a publishing house like you? Just summoning 1,000 snakes would destroy the publishing house, wouldn't that? Although Amemiya Kenichi complained, he actually bought a collector's edition. As for the cup, he naturally had no use for it, because its design was, in a way, rather inhumane. After all, the cup was made of snake scales. Amemiya Kenichi didn't know how to react. He knew some people had unique computer operating systems, but this kind of art was still too advanced. At least, the current Amemiya Kenichi couldn't appreciate it. The thought of the strangely smooth feel of snake scales made Amemiya Kenichi's expression complex. Holding them felt strange, let alone using them. But it had to be said that Jiraiya had indeed had some ideas, even considering inventing a cup. Jiraiya truly lived up to his reputation as a member of Konoha's gang of prostitutes and drug addicts. Any other information? Amemiya Kenichi gathered his scattered thoughts and asked, pinching his brow. Nothing special, but rumors have been circulating in the ninja world lately that Uchiha Madara has appeared in the land of Earth. Uchiha shook her head, but then thought of something else and added. Amemiya Kenichi raised an eyebrow at this. This was truly intriguing. 90% of the ninja world would scoff at this information, thinking it was some lunatic imitating a former ninja legend. But Amemiya Kenichi knew it might be true. After all, Uchiha Madara was still quite resilient, possessing the Rinnegan, and even having only recently died, making him somewhat of a sage in the ninja world. Keep a close eye on Uchiha Madara's intelligence. Amemiya Kenichi stroked his chin. Uchiha Madara was most likely in the impure world reincarnation stage, perhaps even possessing unlimited chakra. It was a daunting task. While he didn't know what Obito was up to, Amemiya Kenichi couldn't let him have it easy. If Amemiya Kenichi weren't already so busy, he would have gone to trouble Obito himself. While he lacked the time, he could find other ways to cause trouble for Uchiha. Meanwhile, he had to assemble a uranium detection device and begin mining uranium. He would then rely on his previous knowledge of nuclear physics to usher in the ninja world's nuclear era. While the transition from atomic bombs to hydrogen bombs wasn't a simple process, the atomic bomb alone was enough to give the ninja world a whole new understanding of science. I'll issue a bounty to the people at the gold exchange. Amemiya Kenichi licked his lips and said with a smile. This magical place, the gold exchange, was quite useful. He'd previously traded Ao's head there for a considerable reward. It was just the type without the Byakugan, but even so, he'd received the money. Since that money wasn't spent yet, Amemiya Kenichi could use it to offer a bounty on Obito and cause him trouble. As for whether the people at the gold exchange would dare to take on such a task, Amemiya Kenichi didn't think it was a big deal. After all, the gold exchange had even offered a bounty on the head of the third demon Sarutobi Hiruzen, so finding someone who looked like Uchiha Madara would be a piece of cake. Then this task is to offer a bounty for any clues leading to Uchiha Madara, including the one from the Land of Earth. The reward will be based on the veracity of the clues. If you can find proof of Uchiha Madara's identity, there's a huge reward. Hand over these ninjutsu as well. They'll serve as a reward as well. Amemiya Kenichi pulled out a few scrolls from his own sealed scrolls. What's the most valuable thing in the ninja world? And the least valuable? It's undoubtedly ninjutsu. Advanced ninjutsu are often controlled by the 5 major ninja villages. Learning these powerful jutsu is virtually impossible for ninja from other smaller villages. This is a form of intellectual property, monopolized by the 5 major ninja villages. Therefore, advanced ninjutsu are often in short supply on the black market. But why are they considered insignificant? Naturally, it's because once released, they quickly become ubiquitous. Ninjas are essentially human photocopiers, memorizing everything they see once. This leads to the 5 major ninja villages maintaining strict control over advanced ninjutsu, making them rarely available. This time, Amemiya Kenichi presented an A-rank ninjutsu, another Uchiha clan fire style jutsu, Great Fire Extinguishing. Yes, Amemiya-sama, Uchiha Shirei remained silent. She had already learned Great Fire Extinguishing. While it was powerful, it also required a high level of chakra control, making it difficult to master casually. By the way, remember to tell them that they can only see A-level ninjutsu after getting accurate information, otherwise they can only see the names. The same goes for the other 2 lower level ones. Amemiya Kenichi instructed. He never believed in such things as people's integrity, especially the integrity of ninjas. The gold exchange is a damn place that will do anything for money. If you give them the ninjutsu scroll, it is very likely that they will learn it among themselves first, and that is not acceptable. Money is not a big deal. After all, the gold exchange does not need her little money, but the ninjutsu is not. Uchiha Shirei nodded, and after confirming that everything was fine, she hurried away. She now had to arrange the task of the gold exchange. There is also a gold exchange in the snow country, the only one, and it is the kind that is rarely visited, but it is much better than going to other places. So Uchiha Shirei walked into the gold exchange and issued a bounty commission. How much is this guy's head worth? At a gold exchange in the Land of Earth, Kakuzu walked in, carrying a black cloth and casually tossing it onto the counter. Following behind him was a masked figure. It was a fairy. Let me see Chihayane, the special Jonin of the Sand Village. The bounty is. The people at the gold exchange were already familiar with this scene. They quickly verified the head's authenticity, then found the bounty, and were ready to pay Kakuzu. Inside the gold exchange, some ninjas gathered together, whispering to each other. This was a common scene at the exchange, and Kakuzu wasn't surprised. However, while waiting to receive his payment, Kakuzu listened carefully. After all, sometimes he could get some interesting information from these people, and he actually overheard something that interested him. That's an A-rank ninjutsu. If I could learn it, wouldn't I make a ton of money? A ninja said with envy. Don't dream. The conditions for obtaining A-level ninjutsu are to find the exact location and clues of Uchiha Madara, and then there must be evidence. But you can get money just by finding clues about Uchiha Madara. TSK, the brain of a rich man. A middle-aged ninja took a sip of wine and said with disdain. Kakuzu became interested. Uchiha Madara. He knew about this. It was said that he appeared in the Land of Earth, but what period was Uchiha Madara from? Kakuzu had seen Uchiha Madara's Kamu and attacked the legendary ninja of the Shodaime. But he was not interested in these. A-level ninjutsu and money were the main points. The corners of Afe's mouth twitched under his mask. What kind of bounty did this lunatic come up with? A bounty for Uchiha? Isn't this just asking for trouble? What is this mission they are talking about? Kakuzu asked curiously to the staff, who came over to give the money. Oh, that's a recent quest offering a bounty for clues to Uchiha in the Land of Earth. The highest reward is an A-rank ninjutsu, but solid evidence is required. However, other clues leading to Uchiha can also earn varying amounts, the staff member casually explained. Naturally, their in-house intelligence officers are responsible for verifying the authenticity of intelligence, which is why they have such a good reputation. They provide the money, and they provide the work. It's always that way in the ninja world. What if Uchiha is captured? Kakuzu licked his lips. A moment of silence fell, and everyone stared at him in surprise. But they didn't mock him. After all, there were plenty of crazy and powerful ninjas within the in-house intelligence agency, and who knew what kind of person Kakuzu was. A powerful ninja wouldn't be a disaster for them. The employer said a reward of 1 billion ryo would be offered if Uchiha could be captured. The staff member didn't mind. He'd answered this question many times before, and he knew the man before him was indeed quite capable. It was said that he had once attacked the god of ninja and escaped unscathed. 1 billion. Kakuzu stood up and slammed his hand on the table, startling Obito beside him. 1 billion wasn't a small amount. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was worth only 1 billion. While that was due to his age, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still a powerful ninja, while it was still unclear whether Uchiha was still alive. Obito sighed, regretting following Kakuzu. But there was no other way. Orochimaru hadn't been taking many missions in the organization lately, so Nagato had assigned him to Kakuzu. As a result, Kakuzu spent his days working part-time jobs to earn money. When attacking others, he'd attack him too. Many times, Obito felt like ripping off his own mask and killing Kakuzu. This guy was truly annoying. He even dragged him along to work part-time jobs to save money on airship fare. Obito was practically losing his temper. Senior Kita, why don't we? Obito certainly didn't want to waste time here. He knew his own business. The so-called Uchiha was just a disguise. The real Madara wasn't ready to come out yet. After all, even Obito was a little uneasy about the opponent's strength. He really didn't want to let his ancestor out, unless it was absolutely necessary. Wouldn't it be a waste of time to follow Kakuzu? Besides, Kakuzu was quite powerful. If he could find any clues. Don't worry, we won't waste time. Kakuzu had already made up his mind. The leader had already said that more missions would earn more money, which Kakuzu liked. This time, he saw it as an opportunity to make a fortune. Obito rolled his eyes inwardly. It seemed he had to find a way to deal with this matter. He wasn't following Kakuzu to find him. He had to contact Black Zetsu. The materials are almost ready now. Amemiya Kenichi surveyed the warehouse before him, then pulled out the blueprints and counted them one by one. They had enough, so now was the time to begin constructing his uranium detection and purification device. However, even this wasn't enough. Building a nuclear weapon wasn't an easy task, but fortunately, he had many shadow clones. Their help should speed things up considerably, though he didn't know exactly how long it would take. We'll also need to test the effects of nuclear radiation on the ninjas. Amemiya Kenichi licked his lips. Ninjas, after all, weren't ordinary people. Their physical fitness was superior. The old man, Sarutobi Hiruzen III, had been so energetic the last time he'd seen him, which disappointed Amemiya a little. However, he wasn't anxious. Just because a ninja was strong didn't mean they couldn't get sick. How else could Uchiha Itachi have died? It clearly stated he had a terminal illness, though it didn't specify what it was. Then I'll leave it to you all. Amemiya Kenichi created his own shadow clones. He needed their help assembling the device. Chapter 380 How to make an atomic bomb by yourself at home? How to make a nuclear weapon? This is a very interesting question. Normally, with a basic knowledge of physics and access to the internet, any physics major could easily build a nuclear weapon at home. It's not a particularly difficult task. After all, some of the atomic bomb's blueprints and design concepts are readily available online. They are not absolute secrets. The absolute secrets lie in the hydrogen bomb's configuration, which is a top secret and hidden from the public eye. So why do nuclear weapons remain an insurmountable obstacle for countless countries? This is naturally due to other issues surrounding their production. To build an atomic bomb, the first thing to solve is the raw materials. While there are many elements in nature, relatively few are suitable for making atomic bombs, and the most suitable element is uranium. I don't know if this uranium detection and purification device can extract uranium-235 from uranium ore. Normally, only a concentration of uranium-235 above 90% is sufficient for nuclear weapons, said Kenichi Amemiya, shirtless as he assembled his uranium detection and purification device. Despite having the blueprints, the challenge remained. Every step required extreme caution and deliberation. Fortunately, it wasn't time to purify the uranium, otherwise he might have just used his shadow clone. Nuclear radiation, after all, was no joke. Making an atomic bomb required a sufficient supply of enriched uranium, and uranium-235 was the best material for mastering nuclear fission. However, a kilogram of uranium contained very little uranium-235. The majority was uranium-238, which is incapable of nuclear fission. This stemmed from the different properties of uranium-235 and uranium-238. A simple explanation is that uranium-235 is better suited to producing a chain reaction, while uranium-238 is not. Therefore, for an average person, the financial cost of making an atomic bomb was enormous. Even for the world's richest man, refining enough uranium-235 would cost a staggering amount. Even having uranium-235 wasn't enough. Having uranium-235 required mastering other aspects of the atomic bomb before attempting to build one. Assuming this detection and purification device is capable of purifying uranium-235, then all I need is plutonium for the detonator. The nuclear radiation from this process can be ignored. After all, the shadow clone isn't a living being. As he assembled the equipment, Kenichi Amemiya mentally contemplated how to build an atomic bomb. He recalled some of his previous nuclear physics studies, which mentioned two common atomic bomb designs, a very simple gun-type detonation and an implosion-type atomic bomb. These two types of bombs differed in their design difficulty. As the name suggests, a gun-type atomic bomb consists of two pieces of uranium-235 that haven't reached critical mass, meaning they won't spontaneously cause a chain reaction under normal conditions, placed at opposite ends of the bomb. Then, one section is lined with gunpowder. When detonated, the fuse ignites the gunpowder, and the explosion generates thrust. This thrust causes the uranium-235, which hasn't reached critical mass, to collide with the other, fusing together. The whole process is like a gun firing a bullet, so it is called a gun-type structure, except that it fires uranium-235 instead of a bullet. An atomic bomb will not be produced by the push and explosion of this little bit of gunpowder. An atomic bomb is not a simple explosion, but nuclear fission. Therefore, there is no need to worry about detonating the gunpowder and directly detonating the atomic bomb. Because the uranium-235 has reached a critical mass after the collision, it will spontaneously undergo a chain reaction. That is, a neutron hits the nucleus and then splits into two new atoms. A huge amount of energy is generated in the middle, and new neutrons are formed after the collision, to continue to hit other atoms. It is equivalent to an exponential rise. In a short period of time, terrifying energy can be erupted, completing the chain reaction, which leads to the explosion of the atomic bomb. As for what effect this explosion will have, this requires reference to the little boy. In the only two atomic bombs that were actually used in combat in the previous life, the little boy was a gun-type structure. This assembly-type atomic bomb is simple to design and manufacture, making it a great introduction for beginners and a popular choice for hand-rolled atomic bombs. However, its drawback is that it incompletely utilizes the uranium-235. While sufficient energy is generated for an explosion, some of the uranium-235 often fails to complete the chain reaction. This wastes some of the uranium-235, a significant loss. This leads to the second detonation method, the implosion method. This method utilizes the uranium-235 very efficiently, essentially completely. As a result, the explosive energy generated by this method exceeds that of a gun-type atomic bomb of the same mass. This method requires the use of plutonium, which is formed into a spherical shape and placed within the explosive. This is why it is called the implosion method. This implosion-type atomic bomb was known in combat in previous lives as Fat Man. Kenichi Amemiya was well versed in both the Little Boy and Fat Man atomic bombs, and judging purely by their combat effectiveness, Fat Man was undoubtedly more powerful. The two methods of atomic bomb production differ, but the implosion method is relatively the most efficient, and makes the most efficient use of uranium-235. However, how to preserve it, purify it, and ensure its stability during transportation are all very difficult issues. But the ninja world has sealing scrolls, which is very convenient. I can also use summoning techniques to summon the atomic bomb, so transporting it isn't a big deal. The only problem is, Amemiya Kenichi assembled the device very quickly. After all, the uranium detection and purification device is just a simple machine, not something that contains a huge amount of radiation. I'm struggling with which method of detonation to choose. Considering the ease of construction, the gun-type structure is naturally more convenient, but I still prefer the implosion method. Amemiya Kenichi wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued to tighten the screws with a wrench. Soon, Kenichi Amemiya completed the massive uranium detection and purification device. After assembling it, he discovered that it actually consisted of two components. One was a detection device, similar to a minesweeper. The blueprint indicated it was designed to locate uranium, or in the field. The other, a purification device, was used to extract uranium-235 from the ore. Therefore, it was enormous, occupying the entire courtyard. Kenichi Amemiya licked his lips. This device can purify uranium-235, so the raw material problem for the atomic bomb has been solved. All that's left is to find sufficient uranium ore, and then purify it. Kenichi Amemiya rubbed his hands excitedly. He was deeply interested in how to build an atomic bomb. After all, this device had been a crowning achievement of human technology in a previous life, a strictly prohibited nuclear weapon. If an atomic bomb were ever to explode, it would mean that human civilization would be in for a long time to come. This will save me a lot of time. If I can't purify uranium-235, then I have to find a way to separate it myself. Amemiya Kenichi twisted his neck. Purifying uranium-235 is not a simple matter. This device can purify it, which saves Amemiya Kenichi a lot of trouble. Otherwise, Amemiya Kenichi doesn't know how long it will take to purify uranium-235 to a sufficient concentration. But the problem now is that we need to find uranium ore. I hope there is some in the snow country, otherwise Amemiya Kenichi will have to go to other places to find it. Thinking of this, Amemiya Kenichi went out with the detection device. He needed to find the location of the uranium ore first, so that he could use it to purify uranium-235 later. Not knowing whether it was good luck or bad luck, Amemiya Kenichi searched almost the entire snow country with this detection device, and then found that the detector in a mountain in the northernmost part of the snow country had responded. This location. Amemiya Kenichi looked at the frozen soil below, and his head hurt a little. According to the detector's location, uranium ore lay beneath the land where he stood. However, the area was a high mountain, and he had no idea how far down the uranium ore lay. Furthermore, the ground was frozen, making mining extremely difficult. Fortunately, this wasn't a particularly difficult problem for a ninja. He could use it to build up his physical strength, a prerequisite for mastering the 8 gates. While powerful, the 8 gates require countless hours of practice. Simply practicing and expecting to be able to deliver a powerful kick like Ake would be impossible. Even mastering the art would be impossible. Now, Amemiya Kenichi carried heavy weights daily to train himself. After digging for most of the day, he finally unearthed some ore of a strange color. It's yellowish. Yes, that's it. Amemiya Kenichi gazed at the ore, his eyes filled with excitement. This was uranium ore. With uranium, Amemiya Kenichi had finally opened the door to nuclear weapons. If peace had been restored in the ninja world, nuclear reactors could be used to boost electricity production. But now, Kenichi Amemiya can only use this science, which could benefit the world, as a weapon. Kenichi Amemiya's eyes narrowed. With Kenichi Amemiya's transformation of the Snow Country's John incomplete, he now had to begin preparing for the attack on the hidden mist village. However, attacking a large nation and a large ninja village was no easy task. Kenichi Amemiya needed to expand his arsenal. The more, the better. It seems the water country has good luck. Kenichi Amemiya continued, digging in the uranium mine before him. He could only blame the water country for its good fortune. After all, the country was isolated overseas. Although it had airships, it was Kenichi Amemiya's first choice for unifying the ninja world. He hoped that the production of the atomic bomb would go smoothly. Then, perhaps he could invite the Mizukage to witness the ninja world's first mushroom cloud and pull off a domineering feat of buying an atomic bomb and setting off fireworks. At Tsunade, what did the old man say? Jiraiya, lying in a hospital bed in Konoha Hospital, munched on an apple. He looked at Tsunade, who seemed to be distracted, and asked curiously. Tsunade wasn't the type to simply daydream, but the fact that she was doing so suggested she knew something. And in Konoha, anything that could cause such a turmoil in Tsunade's heart was usually information leaked by the old man. No, I was just thinking, this world is truly amazing. Tsunade shook her head. She was much more lucid now, but the thought of that incident always made her mind wander elsewhere. If a brat like Anko Materashi could travel back in time, then it wouldn't be a problem for Tsunade, one of Konoha's 3 ninjas, to travel back in time and save her lover and brother, right? Jiraiya's expression turned strange. Have you discovered aliens? Jiraiya asked curiously. Legends of aliens have always existed in the ninja world. The simplest one was that there were people living on the moon. Jiraiya even read a novel about aliens who came to the ninja world and had affairs with various women. Very interesting. Tsunade glanced around. Do you know why Orochimaru came to Konoha this time? To take Materashi Anko away? Tsunade asked. Jiraiya shook his head. He only knew that Materashi Anko was Orochimaru's disciple, nothing else. I've seen a top secret intelligence report, but you can find out too. Tsunade began. Jiraiya frowned, subconsciously not wanting to hear it. After all, top secret intelligence was always disturbing. But he held back, genuinely curious. The 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze went on a top secret mission. He sealed a dragon vein containing immense chakra energy, but something went wrong. Materashi Anko somehow traveled back in time through the dragon vein and met the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze. Tsunade said excitedly. Jiraiya blinked. Materashi Anko, traveling back in time, dragon vein? There were so many elements involved. And then, Jiraiya couldn't help but ask. He was also a little curious. Going back to the past, what kind of feat was that? Could a normal person do it? It was impossible. Even the great Toad Sage could only predict the future, but couldn't go back to the past and change the world. I'm afraid the 6th Sage couldn't do it to that extent. And then, Chapter 381 Nuclear weapons are very expensive. Based on the current level of refinement, it takes 200 kilograms of uranium ore to produce 1 gram of uranium-235. Kenichi Amemiya gazed at the machine before him, lost in thought. The uranium ore excavation was proceeding smoothly. Although Kenichi Amemiya didn't know how much uranium ore there was, it didn't seem too scarce, so he felt confident in his ability to produce a nuclear weapon. However, once he had collected enough uranium ore and put it into the machine to purify the uranium-235, he discovered a new problem. The concentration of uranium-235 in the uranium ore was incredibly low. He had to put nearly 200 kilograms of uranium ore into the machine to produce just 1 gram of uranium-235. What a concept. If Kenichi Amemiya wanted to make an atomic bomb like Little Boy or Fat Man, he would need a full 60 kilograms of uranium-235. 60 kilograms would be equivalent to at least 12,000 tons of uranium ore. 12,000 tons. Kenichi Amemiya's vision darkened. This amount was truly staggering. He didn't know if the shinobi world actually had that much uranium, but the only thing he could count on was the uranium in the snow country. While a ton of uranium might seem like a lot, it wasn't actually that much overall. After all, the density of uranium was there. This was probably a consolation for Kenichi Amemiya. But then, the gun type atomic bomb can't be used. I need to use the implosion type. The atomic bomb produced by this type of explosion is much more powerful than the gun type. Kenichi Amemiya shook his head. He could ask the people of the snow country for help with mining. However, in order to effectively utilize the uranium-235, Kenichi Amemiya felt he needed to be cautious. Although the gun type structure was very easy to build, its uranium utilization rate was not as high as FAT's. That would be a huge waste. Implosion type. Kenichi Amemiya pondered. Nuclear physics textbooks had mentioned some concepts of the implosion type, but what interested Kenichi Amemiya most were the other improved configurations based on the implosion type. An implosion type atomic bomb essentially involves packing uranium, each part smaller than the critical mass, but adding up to a mass greater than the critical mass, into a sphere of explosives via plutonium. The explosives are then detonated simultaneously, creating an inward detonation wave. Under the detonation wave, the separate parts are rapidly compressed and squeezed together, reaching and exceeding the critical mass. A neutron then ignites the uranium, triggering a chain reaction that ultimately utilizes all the uranium. This type of explosion is the most destructive, and nuclear physics textbooks discuss several related improvements. Furthermore, there's the hydrogen bomb method, which uses an atomic bomb as a fuse. This method is described in greater detail, even including configurations. While the hydrogen bomb is useful, it's also more difficult to produce. It's better not to aim too high. Start with the atomic bomb, test it, and then work on the hydrogen bomb if successful, Amemiya Kenichi noted in his experimental log. He thought this idea was more reliable. Furthermore, while the hydrogen bomb's power was immense, its losses were also significant. If the atomic bomb failed to be produced, the losses would be so severe that it would almost choke Amemiya Kenichi's heart. Then, the hydrogen bomb would literally stop Amemiya Kenichi's heart. As for the miners, Amemiya Kenichi had an idea. Master, as per your orders, I have already arranged for some genin who have received the gift to establish a base at the mine, Fenghua Zayaksu said respectfully. Amemiya Kenichi smiled with satisfaction. Indeed. He wouldn't need to personally mine the ore, not even transport it. He could simply let these loyal ninjas do the work. Moreover, compared to being test subjects in his own laboratory, Amemiya Kenichi felt that having these ninjas work was the greatest reward for them. At least working meant they could survive, while not working meant they would die. Well, remember to make sure they see clearly that only this type of ore can be placed in this location, Amemiya Kenichi instructed. Refining uranium-235 isn't an easy task. Okay, master, I've already instructed you. Most of it must be mined using shadow clones. Fenghua Zayaksu looked at Amemiya Kenichi eagerly, but she responded quickly and followed his instructions. Amemiya Kenichi was very satisfied. Uranium ore, after all, does have radiation. He had previously dug a little and sent a shadow clone to mine it. Now was the time to study the effects of radiation on the ninja's body. In the past, radiation was terrifying, even becoming a topic of pseudoscience. Cell phone towers, computers, and cell phone towers all radiate. So, do these things radiate? Of course they do. But again, discussing toxicity without considering the dose is absurd. Conventional electrical appliances often don't emit as much radiation as the sun. Even sun exposure produces more radiation than these things. But uranium is different. Uranium ore itself is radioactive, though the severity is relatively low. However, purified uranium-235 is a different story. Its radioactivity can kill human cells, disrupt their genetic information, and even cause cancer. Furthermore, during the nuclear weapon manufacturing process, the radiation levels are further intensified. If an atomic bomb were to explode close to the ground, the resulting nuclear contamination would be terrifying. Previous combat operations were less contaminated by nuclear contamination due to the high altitude explosions used. The detonation of Little Boy resulted in a low uranium utilization rate. According to calculations, only 1 kilogram of the 60 kilograms of uranium in Little Boy reacted. The rest was destroyed in the explosion, a significant waste. Now, Kenichi Amemiya can study whether nuclear radiation can affect the health of ninjas. As for whether it can, Kenichi Amemiya believes it can. While ninjas may appear to be superhuman, they are still human beings and can get sick. Otherwise, what would be the point of building a hospital in Konoha? Ninjas can also suffer from fevers, colds, and terminal illnesses. Kenichi Amemiya has researched and found that some terminal illnesses exist in the ninja world. So, while the ninja's physical fitness was exceptional, it was far from exceptional. In other words, ninjas weren't invulnerable gods, they were only human. Otherwise Hashirama Senju wouldn't have died. Of course, the cause of Hashirama Senju's death remained a mystery, with no specific cause mentioned. How much is mined per day? Had professional miners estimated the total? A crucial thought struck Amemiya Kenichi. To build an atomic bomb, a significant reserve of uranium would be required. Master, the current estimate is approximately 20,000 tons of the ore you mentioned. Feng Huizayatsu licked her lips, while Amemiya Kenichi remained expressionless. 20,000 tons. That's more than enough. After all, this amount of ore is more than enough to extract the uranium-235 needed for an atomic bomb. However, to avoid waste, Amemiya Kenichi felt he needed to find a way to utilize the other products. With this thought, Amemiya Kenichi hurriedly left Feng Huizayatsu's office. If he didn't leave, he worried he might lose control and do something dangerous. It's not easy being a leader these days. There are so many temptations. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head. Feng Huizayatsu never gave up tempting him, which made Amemiya Kenichi laugh and cry. If it weren't for her age, Amemiya Kenichi would have admitted that he was a little overwhelmed. Now that the uranium-235 problem is basically solved, I can start thinking about designing an implosion type structure. Once that problem is solved, the progress of nuclear weapons will be much smoother. Amemiya Kenichi rubbed his hands. It must be said that the machine built from the blueprint is indeed very useful. Without the blueprint, Amemiya Kenichi felt that obtaining a sufficient amount of uranium-235 would be extremely difficult. The various raw materials and chemical equipment required alone are staggering. The time required would also be greatly increased, but for now, he only needed to consider how to build an implosion type bomb. For the shell, we could consider using a thermobaric design, but we'd need to modify it based on the filling. Ideally, we'd also need a ninjutsu deflector, otherwise it might be destroyed by a ninjutsu before it even detonates. Amemiya Kenichi rubbed his hands. The probability of this happening was small, but it wasn't impossible. After all, ninjas are a bunch of eccentrics. And with Amemiya Kenichi introducing airships to the world, it's safe to say that every country and ninja village has delved deeper into air defense. Conventional defensive barriers would have little resistance to a nuclear explosion. And to ensure the smooth conduct of the nuclear explosion, perhaps I could try a rocket cluster strike first, and then. Amemiya Kenichi paused. Wait, can chakra be added to a nuclear explosion to increase its power? Amemiya Kenichi thought of a new possibility. Chakra, the most unique energy in the ninja world. Amemiya Kenichi pulled out a book he'd read about the use of chakra and explosives. The book described several ways to combine chakra and explosives to increase their explosive power, a very practical approach. That was conventional explosives, after all. But what Amemiya Kenichi was using now was nuclear fission, which was different. Nuclear fission, essentially, involves the splitting of atomic nuclei, generating enormous amounts of energy. This was unlike the explosion of explosives, so simply integrating chakra into nuclear fission wouldn't work. Amemiya Kenichi wrote down his thoughts. Although he had no idea yet, he might try analyzing them later to see if chakra could be incorporated into atomic bombs for even greater utilization. Forget it, let's try the implosion method first. The problem with the implosion method is whether the explosives need to be detonated simultaneously or from different directions simultaneously, which requires timeliness. Amemiya Kenichi took a pen and began calculating the issues his experiment would need to address. This was a good time to wait for the ninjas from the snow country to dig up enough uranium, or for Amemiya Kenichi. As for the refined products, Amemiya Kenichi had Uchiha Hashirama in charge of collecting them in different locations. The other products extracted would also have their uses, but Kenichi Amemiya's current focus was the atomic bomb. As for how these other products could be utilized, that would need to be addressed later. Naruto has suffered a lot, Minato. Meanwhile, in the capital of the snow country, Uzumaki Kashin rested her chin on her hand, watching Naruto nap. Her eyes held an indecipherable emotion. Namake's Minato sighed. He knew what his wife meant. It was clear that she had some issues with Konoha, the village where she had once lived, and even sacrificed her life. He had his issues too. Although learning of the Ninetales Jinchuriki's status had initially been difficult for Naruto after all, most village Jinchuriki received the same treatment. He felt a pang of pain deep within him when he saw it. This was his child. The village may be facing difficulties, and Mr. Sarutobi may have his concerns, but I'm Naruto's mother, Uzumaki Kushina continued. Namake's Minato held his wife's hand. He could feel it trembling within his. Naruto is very happy to be with his teacher. I have to say that little Amemiya is, just as I felt at first, a kind person at heart. Uzumaki Kushina wiped her eyes. As the Ninetales Jinchuriki, and with Kagura's inner eye, she had been able to trust Amemiya Kenichi with Kakashi when she first met him, because she sensed that he wasn't evil. Minato Namake's mouth twitched. That kid was kind. If he hadn't read some of the reports about Orochimaru, he would have almost believed it. Although he didn't read them all, he knew what Orochimaru was researching behind the scenes, and Amemiya Kenichi was a student of Orochimaru, so he was very involved. But even Minato Namake's had to admit that Amemiya Kenichi had done a great job with his son. If it weren't for him, he might have had to wait a long time to know what kind of life his son had led. Furthermore, his own escape from the Grim Reaper's belly was largely due to Amemiya Kenichi. I will help him. Minato Namake's made up his mind. Although he felt that Kenichi Amemiya's idea was a little unreliable, it might as well be a try. Chapter 382 Little Fatty. How are you feeling? Kenichi Amemiya asked the subject gently, pen in hand. The subject fidgeted slightly, wanting to kneel down to show respect for the man before him, but he was forced to strictly adhere to Kenichi Amemiya's request to sit and answer. I feel strange. I can't sleep at night. I want to sleep, but I keep thinking about strange things. My brain even sings its own song, the subject said cautiously, rubbing his hands restlessly. It causes mild insomnia in the target, suspected to have a significant effect on brain cells. Also, when I eat, I have no appetite. I feel full after a few bites. Sometimes I feel unwell. The subject continued to describe his current situation, and Kenichi Amemiya patiently recorded what was happening to him. Loss of appetite, suspected stomach problems, feeling unwell. This is probably due to the damage to the skin cells caused by the radiation. After the subject finished speaking, Kenichi Amemiya put down his pen and looked thoughtfully at his experimental log. The radiation appeared much faster than I expected, but Amemiya Kenichi glanced at the man before him. There was a strange cyst on his forehead. He had inquired, but he hadn't had it before, suggesting it had developed later. It was just that he wasn't a ninja. This was a pity. After all, the ninja world's core strength was still the ninja, and the impact of radiation on them was what Amemiya Kenichi was most concerned about. Sadly, none of the current ninja had reported any symptoms, which disappointed him. The man before him was merely a veteran miner assigned to work in the mines by Fenghua Zaiatsu. Of course, that was a nice way of putting it. In reality, he was just a hard-working individual forced to mine to make a living. In the ninja world, there weren't many jobs available to ordinary people. Those with their own land could be considered well off, but most worked for the landlords. The poorer, with no other options, would choose dangerous jobs, such as mining. In the ninja world, mines lack labor protections. Efficiency is paramount. Someone dies, just give them some money and hire more. After all, there are plenty of people eager to work in the mines, to provide for their families. Therefore, the man before him is the longest lived and most productive miner in the snow country. The good news is that Fenghua Zaiatsu paid him generously, so the man was deeply grateful and worked diligently for Fenghua Zaiatsu and Amemiya Kenichi. However, after prolonged exposure to uranium and enriched uranium-235, he began to suffer from radiation sickness. Your body is experiencing some issues, Amemiya Kenichi said, pen in hand. A flicker of understanding, mixed with a hint of reluctance, crossed his eyes. It seemed he was aware of his own health issues, and this was perfectly normal. After all, humans generally have a general understanding of their own physical condition, and prolonged discomfort is undeniable. I'll arrange a bed for you. You'll be admitted to the hospital and receive treatment from the doctors. I'll cover all your hospital expenses and triple your salary as a stipend. Amemiya Kenichi closed his lab log. The man was stunned, clearly not expecting free medical care, not to mention triple his salary, which would cover his children's tuition and ensure food security for his family. Amemiya Kenichi paid no heed to his thoughts. The man before him was the first patient to suffer from radiation sickness. Although not a ninja, he could be of great assistance to Amemiya Kenichi's research on the physical fitness of the ninja world. He also needed to understand the destructive effects of radiation on human cells, so his research was still of some value. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The man knelt down in gratitude, his face filled with tears. He seemed eager to embrace Amemiya Kenichi's thighs and express his gratitude. Amemiya Kenichi smiled kindly and offered a few polite words, earning him even more loyal assurances. After seeing the man off, Amemiya Kenichi pinched his brow. Thanks to the tireless efforts of countless ninjas in the Snow Country, the purification of uranium-235 had continued to advance, though progress had been slow due to transportation constraints. However, over the past few days, Amemiya Kenichi had secured a sufficient supply of uranium-235. He now had 63 kilograms of uranium-235, but the uranium ore was running low. He felt he might not be able to produce the uranium-235 needed for a second atomic bomb. This world is still too small, and the Snow Country doesn't have a lot of uranium ore. But I can design the atomic bomb first, and once it's finished, I can attack the water country, Amemiya Kenichi mused. 63 kilograms of uranium-235 was enough to make an atomic bomb, but considering the waste of uranium-235 in a gun-type atomic bomb, Amemiya Kenichi ultimately decided to use an implosion method. Fortunately, after several days of research, combined with some conceptual diagrams from nuclear physics books, Amemiya Kenichi had designed a similar implosion bomb structure. The difficulty now lies in how to detonate them simultaneously. Once that's solved, we can begin building the atomic bomb, Amemiya Kenichi thought, frowning. He had previously considered using chakra for simultaneous detonation. However, the presence of chakra meant that he had to be very close to the atomic bomb. However, the chain reaction within the uranium-235 inside the atomic bomb, once the explosives exploded and fused, would be extremely rapid. If he was too close, he would be affected. After careful consideration, Amemiya Kenichi decided that a more reliable method would be to leave a shadow clone there and have it detonate the explosion. Its death would not affect him. The neutrons needed to detonate an atomic bomb were relatively easy to solve. After all, uranium-235 itself was constantly decaying, continuously emitting neutrons. However, because the dispersed uranium-235 couldn't reach critical mass, it wouldn't detonate a nuclear weapon. However, because it was constantly decaying, the storage of uranium-235 had a time limit. Shadow clones are truly a valuable tool. They can be used for cultivation, and they can also be used to detonate atomic bombs. Amemiya Kenichi licked his lips. He hadn't expected this problem to be so easily solved. The next step was to create a container for the atomic bomb and obtain plutonium, the element necessary for an implosion-type atomic bomb. To minimize the weight of the explosives, an implosion-type atomic bomb typically uses plutonium as a primary design element. A small amount of plutonium can achieve a high explosives requirement. In nuclear physics books, Amemiya Kenichi had read that only about 4 kilograms of plutonium were needed to detonate an atomic bomb, though the required configuration was relatively complex. Fortunately, Amemiya Kenichi had already solved this problem. Plutonium is already produced when uranium-235 is purified. It just needs to be separated and purified before it can be used. If it weren't for the need for an atomic bomb as a backup, the existence of a nuclear reactor would completely solve the Snow country's electricity problem. Amemiya Kenichi sighed. Nuclear reactors can be used to generate electricity. This is how nuclear power plants are created. However, the energy generated by nuclear fission is relatively modest. However, if it were nuclear fusion, it could fundamentally change the world. The sun is constantly undergoing nuclear fusion. As for the plutonium issue, Amemiya Kenichi wasn't too worried. After all, plutonium is already produced during the purification of uranium-235. It just needs to be separated and purified. Fortunately, this step isn't difficult. Once the plutonium issue is resolved, the atomic bomb is practically a sure thing. Amemiya Kenichi immediately began his first experiment in manually assembling an atomic bomb. For safety reasons, Amemiya Kenichi didn't assemble the bomb himself, but instead had his shadow clone do it according to his blueprints. Kenichi Amemiya waited outside. If anything went wrong, his shadow clone would come and inform him, so he didn't have to worry. However, assembling the atomic bomb still presented some difficulties. After several minor errors and adjustments, Kenichi Amemiya finally saw his first nuclear weapon, the first nuclear bomb in the ninja world. It looks a bit like a thermobaric bomb, but a little rounder. Kenichi Amemiya looked at the atomic bomb in front of him excitedly. The shape of the thing was similar to that of a thermobaric bomb. After all, the shell was based on the design of the thermobaric bomb, but it was adjusted according to the contents of the bomb. The entire atomic bomb exuded an air of casualness. The plain shell and simple shape made it look a bit fat. There was nothing impressive about it. It was just an ordinary looking bomb, similar to a thermobaric bomb, but the thermobaric bomb was even more beautiful than this atomic bomb. The atomic bomb shell was even a bit rough, but that couldn't be helped. After all, it was handcrafted by Kenichi Amemiya. Achieving high precision in the ninja world was a difficult feat, and the most precise part of the entire atomic bomb was the implosion plutonium he crafted. Because it needed to be detonated simultaneously, Kenichi Amemiya had done his best to make it as round as possible, making it easier for his shadow clones to operate. Otherwise, if the explosions couldn't occur simultaneously, creating a simultaneous implosion wave, the uranium-235 wouldn't react sufficiently, preventing the full detonation. "How's it going? Can we detonate simultaneously?" Kenichi Amemiya asked, looking at his shadow clone beside him. "Not bad, but we need to envelop the plutonium sphere with chakra beforehand." The shadow clone sat atop the atomic bomb. Kenichi Amemiya stared at the bomb, a dazed look in his eyes. It was hard to imagine that such an ordinary, even somewhat unremarkable object could possess such terrifying power. "What's the name you're going to give it?" the shadow clone in charge of recording the experiment log asked. Currently, the entire log lacked a name for this atomic bomb. As far as the current experimental log was concerned, as long as the raw materials were available, a second atomic bomb could be replicated. Amemiya Kenichi said, giving a name he'd considered before. Little Boy and Fatty were the only two atomic bombs to have seen combat in his previous life, and Fatty inherited that legacy. "I thought you were going to call it Miss Ball," the shadow clone wrote down, though with a slight quip. Amemiya Kenichi shrugged. Miss Ball was a memorable name, but for some reason, he felt Fatty was better. Amemiya Kenichi took a deep breath. Now that everything was almost ready, the plan could almost begin. The only question was where would be the best place to drop Fatty? The Hidden Mist Village? But that would directly injure a large area of ninja, making it difficult for Amemiya Kenichi to replenish his forces. The capital of the Land of Water? However, it was mostly populated by civilians, with few ninjas, making it a less effective strategic deterrent. Amemiya Kenichi was in a dilemma. He needed to intimidate the Hidden Mist Village and force its surrender with minimal losses. This would be crucial for Amemiya's plan. Attacking the city was inferior, but conquering the heart was superior. The speed and losses of the Land of Water's annexation dictated how much time Amemiya had to develop his power. Once he took action, he had to make comprehensive preparations, otherwise he would give the other four kingdoms time to react. I finally understand why Nagato chose Konoha as the village he wanted to destroy. Amemiya Kenichi licked his lips. Konoha was the most powerful village in the ninja world, currently the top ninja village. Destroying Konoha would intimidate the other villages, demonstrate his own strength, and minimize any resistance from the ninja world. After all, Konoha would be a formidable threat if mobilized. Let's go there. Amemiya Kenichi's finger landed on a spot on the map. He had finally decided to use this spot to demonstrate the power of the atomic bomb, but before that, he still had some preparations to make. This would provide the greatest possible guarantee for his annexation of the Water Kingdom. Chapter 383 Impure World Reincarnation Pot Shadow. Nagato, Konan looked at her friend, wanting to say something but unsure. Don't worry, I have no intention of killing Sensei, at least not yet. Nagato knew what his friend was about to say. He shook his head, then controlled the 6 paths of pain, slaughtering the enemies before him on the battlefield. This was a group of Konoha ninja who had been assigned to replace Konoha, a ninja stationed on the border of the Land of Fire. The person who had issued the mission offered a high bounty, and Nagato had accepted it. After all, Akatsuki needed a lot of money for its current development. As for the person who issued the mission, Nagato had no interest in knowing. Being a ninja meant fighting for a reason. It was their destiny. Before the establishment of the ninja village, the battles between ninja were even more bloody and brutal. Konan fell silent. Even when she closed her eyes, she could still recall that day in the Rain Village, the look of surprise in her sensei's eyes when she attacked him. The thought made Konan sigh inwardly. Upon seeing Jiraiya, Konan couldn't help but think of the happy school days she had spent with Yahiko and Nagato. Although they sometimes didn't have enough to eat, they were still happy. Konan didn't want to attack her former mentor, but she had no choice. The teacher had sneaked into the Rain Village to gather intelligence, essentially to gather intelligence on them. For the sake of Akatsuki and Yahiko, there was no other way. Fortunately, Jiraiya was not dead. At this moment, Konan noticed that Nagato's expression paused for a moment, and then he became more ruthless. The Konoha ninja team suffered heavy casualties in an instant, which made Konan curious. What happened to her good friend? Are you going to start your plan? In the Snow Kingdom, the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze was drinking tea with Kenichi Amemiya. He looked at the young man in front of him with some surprise. He didn't expect that the other party would plan to implement his crazy plan so soon. And the other party was indeed serious. Did Kenichi Amemiya truly intend to unify the entire ninja world? Remember, this was something the Shogun hadn't even accomplished. How could Kenichi Amemiya actually realize such a grandiose dream? Yeah, almost there. Kenichi Amemiya nodded. The food supply in the snow country was nearly depleted, but the cold-resistant wheat hadn't yet fully matured. If Kenichi Amemiya didn't quickly seize the water country, which had more favorable weather conditions, the snow country's ninja army would face the daunting task of lacking logistical supplies. While they could feed the enemy, that wasn't a long-term solution. Furthermore, with the initial construction of the fatty, Kenichi Amemiya needed a place to verify the detonation capability of his nuclear bomb design. However, the fatty's unique characteristics meant that Kenichi couldn't just use it for experiments, he needed a real battlefield. Therefore, Kenichi Amemiya felt launching an attack on the Hidden Mist village was a good option. Otherwise, wasting it on the empty plains or valleys would be heartbreaking for Amemiya Kenichi himself. Furthermore, the uranium ore reserves in the snow country weren't enough to produce a second fat man, so he needed a new source. Minato Namikaze calmly sipped his tea. As a currently reincarnated impure world reincarnation, he didn't really need to drink tea or eat, but it seemed to calm his mind, so he did. His gaze drifted to the nearby courtyard, where the soft, smooth-skinned Kushina Uzumaki was reading a bedtime story to Naruto. Naruto blinked, listening with delight. It was clear that Naruto was in a good mood, and so was Kushina. Are you sure you want to fight with your reincarnated body for now? Amemiya Kenichi glanced at Minato. He had previously resurrected Kushina Uzumaki, using the self-reincarnation jutsu. His own personal resurrection jutsu was still under development, with no significant progress made. If I had to say something, it would probably be that during his research, Kenichi Amemiya gained a deeper understanding of the Pure Land. The Pure Land is somewhat special. The soul will automatically enter the Pure Land to live, but if the soul wants to leave, it needs to pay something. Jisoo reincarnation is to exchange one person's soul for another soul. What is so special about this remains to be verified. Well, although this body is a little different from my original body, it can actually give me an advantage in battle. Minato Namikaze looked down at his body with a strange expression. Is this body useful? Of course it is useful. There is no need to worry about death, and you can attack others without scruples. However, it is not his own body after all, and it is still in the state of an impure world body, so some functions are naturally missing. On the day Kushina was resurrected, Minato Namikaze looked at his wife with watery eyes at night, and his heart was filled with warmth. After all, a short separation is better than a new marriage, isn't it? However, he truly lacked the ability to do so he had to temporarily put Kushina in a difficult position. Otherwise, Minato Namikaze might have gotten her pregnant that night. Fortunately, Kushina quickly turned her attention to little Naruto, which brought Minato a sigh of relief. But if we do successfully capture the hidden mist village, I'd still like to be resurrected as soon as possible. Minato made a small request, to which Amemiya Kenichi remained non-committal. He had originally intended to revive Minato Namikaze, but Minato had refused. He believed that a fearless body would be extremely useful in the upcoming battle, allowing him to perform the 13th style of the Shining Rondo Roar. Although Amemiya Kenichi thought Minato Namikaze's naming skills were somewhat poor, he remained confident in his abilities. With Minato and Nagato's 6 paths of pain, Amemiya couldn't imagine how the hidden mist village could withstand his attack. But before that, I need to make some other preparations. Amemiya Kenichi stretched lazily, his fingers tapping the table as he fell into thought. A peaceful ninja world would obviously be detrimental to Amemiya Kenichi's future plans. After all, his attack on the hidden mist village was a significant event even within the ninja world. But the magnitude of an incident also depends on the prevailing political climate. When the world is stagnant, even the smallest ripple will attract worldwide attention. But if it's pouring rain, even the ripples will attract nothing. Amemiya Kenichi narrowed his eyes. He was well aware of this. If the ninja world was peaceful, his attack on the hidden mist village would instantly become the focus of the ninja world. The other 4 ninja villages would undoubtedly send forces to attack him, perhaps even joining forces to rescue the oppressed hidden mist village from his clutches. Of course, saving the villages wouldn't come free. But if the ninja world was in turmoil, an attack on the hidden mist village would become no longer a surprise. The other 4 ninja villages would have little energy to resolve the situation, effectively taking advantage of the situation. Shiri, come here, Amemiya Kenichi called out, and Uchiha Shiri quickly approached, standing respectfully to the side. Disguise yourself, then take an airship to the land of lightning, Amemiya Kenichi whispered to Uchiha Shiri, who nodded. She didn't need to ponder his motives, she simply followed his instructions. Minato Namikaze listened, and since Kenichi didn't shy away from his words, he heard everything. Having served as Hokage for a time in Konoha, he understood what Kenichi was up to. Are you planning to frame the hidden cloud village and start a war between Konoha and Kumo? Minato frowned. He quickly deduced what Kenichi was up to. After all, Kumo and Konoha had always had a strained relationship, and conflicts between the 2 villages persisted. Even after the Third Shinobi World War, conflicts between the 2 villages persisted. Yes and no. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head. While Minato Namikaze understood his superficial meaning, he clearly hadn't guessed his true intention. But that was true. After all, Minato Namikaze had been dead for a long time, and he wouldn't have known that the relationship between Konoha and Kumogakure wasn't so strained now. But now I have other things to do, Amemiya Kenichi sighed. Now that he had decided to attack the hidden mist village, he had to make every possible preparation. For example, the Uchiha in the land of rice had rested for so long, so it was time for them to repay his kindness. Besides that, he just had to wait for Uchiha Shiri to complete her mission. The moment the ninja world erupted in chaos, that would be the time to attack the hidden mist village. Uchiha. I still remember clan leader Fugaku, a very thoughtful clan leader. Minato Namikaze took a sip from his teacup. They've now defected from Konoha and come to live in the land of rice. Amemiya Kenichi was packing his things, and beside him stood Uchiha Hikaru, who was also packing. Hikaru's intention to follow Amemiya Kenichi surprised him somewhat, but it also made sense. After all, Hikaru was just that kind of kid, and he seemed incredibly attached to him. The world changes so quickly, Namake's Minato sighed. He hadn't expected that in the years since his death, the Uchiha clan, one of Konoha's former two great families, had actually left Konoha. He could only imagine what a devastating blow this was to Konoha. So many things have changed, like Shimura, for example. Amemiya Kenichi paused, then an interesting thought occurred to him. Who was Danzo Shimura? The root of Konoha, the pot cage of Konoha. Despite the old man Shimura Danzo's countless evil deeds, he still possessed some strength, and possessed many of Konoha's secrets. Interesting. Amemiya Kenichi rubbed his chin. He had a bold idea. Shimura Danzo was already dead, so he could be resurrected through the impure world reincarnation. Shimura Danzo was already quite powerful, and to be able to aspire to the position of Hokage meant he must have reached the level of an elite jonin. Furthermore, he knew many secrets, some of which might be put to good use. The only question was whether Shimura Danzo would cooperate, and whether Nagato would accept it. As for Shimura Danzo's remains, he still had some. Let's try resurrecting him first, using a genin's body. Amemiya Kenichi rubbed his hands, then found a genin to perform the impure world reincarnation technique. But before that, he asked Zyadaguan to go out for dinner first, and Minato Namake's could stay here. Although Zyadaguan was a little curious, he still went out obediently. Who are you going to use the impure world reincarnation? Namake's Minato was a little curious. Of course it's Danzo Shimura. That old guy is dead, but he still knows a lot of secrets of Konoha. Maybe I can use them. Amemiya Kenichi said casually, and then performed the impure world reincarnation. Danzo, is he dead too? Namake's Minato was a little dazed. He didn't expect that the leader of the root was also dead. However, Namake's Minato didn't know much about Danzo Shimura. He just felt that the other party seemed to have some opinions about him. And with the use of the impure world reincarnation, the face of the body in front of him also turned into Danzo's, but it looked like Danzo's original appearance, not the state with the transplanted Sharingan. This old man. Shimura Danzo opened his eyes dazedly. He remembered being at the root base, planning to find a place to retreat and try to avoid the attacker, but then something unexpected happened. Thinking of this, Shimura Danzo climbed to his feet and touched his neck. It was intact. Hey, Shimura Danzo, you're awake. Amemiya Kenichi greeted with a smile. Shimura Danzo belatedly glanced at Amemiya Kenichi, his eyes instantly sharpening, but then he saw Minato Namake standing nearby. Minato? Amemiya Kenichi? Shimura Danzo was a little confused, but then a jutsu came to mind, one he had seen before. He looked down at his hands. Immortal reincarnation? Amemiya Kenichi, what do you want me to do with your immortal reincarnation? Shimura Danzo narrowed his eyes at Amemiya Kenichi. As a root of Konoha, he knew Amemiya Kenichi wouldn't reincarnate him for no reason. Elder Danzo Shimura, I would like to ask, how much do you know about Konoha? Kenichi Amemiya asked curiously. He also wanted to see what Danzo Shimura had done. Chapter 384 The Wild History of the Ninja World. You want to get information about Konoha out of me? Shimura Danzo narrowed his eyes at Amemiya Kenichi, his expression somewhat obscure, making it difficult to decipher his thoughts, but Amemiya Kenichi nodded directly. Regarding Shimura Danzo, Kenichi's strategy was simple. A harvest would be best, but if not, that didn't matter. He could simply use a kunai to control Shimura Danzo, and then use him as a barely expendable weapon. After all, Shimura Danzo's strength was probably only at the level of an elite jonin, or close to Kage. If Shimura Danzo possessed the Sharingan and Izanagi, he would undoubtedly have been Kage level, but with the current Shimura Danzo, Kenichi couldn't be sure. While the old man's strength was a little difficult to assess, he was definitely an elite jonin. Otherwise the second Hokage, Senjuta Berima, wouldn't have needed to choose between him and Sarutobi Hiruzen to become the third Hokage. But at least Danzo Shimura could still be used as a suicide squad to attack the Hidden Mist Village, and his mere presence would likely make some in the Hidden Mist Village eager to kill him. After all, Shimura Danzo had done so many evil things that it was hard to say if he had done anything immoral to the Hidden Mist Village. What can I gain? Shimura Danzo asked calmly, which made Amemiya Kenichi look at him a little more. Why did it feel like this old man's journey to the Pure Land had changed his mind so much since returning? In the past, Shimura Danzo would have definitely considered resurrection and becoming Hokage. After all, becoming Hokage was practically his obsession. But now, Shimura Danzo didn't seem to care much about that. So, did he meet his teacher? Or was he enlightened by someone else? This is quite interesting. Could the Pure Land also have some kind of brainwashing effect? Nothing can be gained. Amemiya Kenichi shrugged. It is impossible for Shimura Danzo to be resurrected. If Shimura Danzo was resurrected, Nagato would definitely turn against him. Compared with Shimura Danzo, Nagato is more important. Although Nagato's strength is also closely related to the Rinnegan, without the Rinnegan, Nagato's strength may be more average. But at least Nagato is still alive, and still controls the Rinnegan. As long as Amemiya Kenichi and Nagato work together, Obito will not have the chance to take Nagato's eyes. As long as there is no Rinnegan, even if it is the impure world reincarnation of Uchiha Madara, it will not be particularly difficult. Madara with a Rinnegan is so strong that it is difficult to understand. This is why Amemiya Kenichi dare not be too arrogant now. If he can beat Uchiha Madara now, why make so much trouble? He can just unify the entire ninja world by himself. Heh, then why should I help you? Shimura Danzo scoffed. He knew that impure world reincarnation could resurrect the dead, but it couldn't control them from revealing information. It doesn't matter to me if you don't tell me. Namikaze-sama is still here. I know everything the Konoha Hokage could know. I called you out simply to get information about the route. If you're unwilling to speak, then I'll manipulate you into being a pawn. Amemiya Kenichi shrugged. Namikaze Minato rubbed his nose. He had indeed been the fourth Hokage of Konoha. Although his tenure wasn't very long, he knew most of Konoha's information. The only areas he lacked comprehensive knowledge of were probably the various clans and the route. At the time, Danzo had been unwilling to relinquish control of the route, even citing events from the third Hokage's time as an excuse. Therefore, Namikaze Minato didn't really know much about the route. Are you using Naruto's story to get the fourth Hokage to cooperate with you? Shimura Danzo glanced at Minato standing next to him. After a moment's reflection, he understood the reason behind Minato's willingness to cooperate. After all, for the form beyond aim, only his son, Uzumaki Naruto, could persuade him to change his stance and oppose the village. He would have done the same. Or rather, he had considered doing so before, but the foolish Sarutobi Hiruzen insisted on letting the Ninetales Jinchuriki grow freely. Otherwise, the Yondaime would never have cooperated with Kenichi Amemiya. Namikaze Minato remained silent, nor did he respond to Danzo Shimura, but silence can sometimes be a form of attitude. You're such a devil, Kenichi Amemiya, Shimura Danzo said in a strange tone, as if sighing, as if reminiscing. Kenichi Amemiya's mouth twitched. This old man was full of nonsense. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya raised his kune. It seemed the other party wasn't prepared to cooperate. In that case, there was no point in communicating. Kenichi Amemiya planned to control Danzo Shimura directly and use him as cannon fodder in the Hidden Mist Village. Well, cannon fodder to attract hatred. Which village do you want to know about? Konoha. Danzo Shimura looked at the kune in Amemiya Kenichi's hand and smiled strangely. Amemiya Kenichi paused for a moment, but put it away for the time being. It was best if Danzo Shimura was willing to tell him. The Hidden Mist Village. Amemiya Kenichi said it directly. The Hidden Mist Village? Interesting. The route has carried out missions against the Hidden Mist Village more than a dozen times, but that village. Danzo Shimura seemed to have thought of something. He spoke with a sigh, and as he listened to what Danzo Shimura said, Amemiya Kenichi's eyes became strange. After all this time, the rebellion of a family in the Hidden Mist Village was related to you, the root. You really are the root of Konoha, the dark side of the ninja world. However, after Shimura Danzo finished speaking, Amemiya Kenichi didn't find any useful information. After all, most of the things were done by the root in the past, and they were of no help to the current situation. Do you believe what I'm saying? Shimura Danzo looked at Amemiya Kenichi with a half smile. He had shared the information, but whether it was true or not was something only he knew. He had no way of verifying it. This nonsense you're talking about is of no particular value. Believing it won't achieve anything. Amemiya Kenichi waved his hand. If it could help him unify the ninja world, he would verify the information, but if it was just some trivial matter, then believing it or not was irrelevant. Oh, what do you want to do? I wonder if I can provide some information that might interest you. Shimura Danzo sat down in his chair, leaning back casually, his expression languid. Amemiya Kenichi licked his lips. This old man, Shimura Danzo, was a bit strange. Nothing much. I'm just trying to unify the ninja world. Amemiya Kenichi didn't care either. Even if Shimura Danzo refused to cooperate, he would still equip him with the soul binding device, developed by Mr. Sanzu Amado, and keep him imprisoned. That way, even if someone else wanted to reincarnate Shimura Danzo, they wouldn't be able to do it, and there wouldn't be any information leaks. Shimura Danzo looked at Amemiya Kenichi in confusion. He began to wonder if he'd listened to his teacher's lecture so much in the Pure Land that his brain was malfunctioning. How else could he have come up with such a crazy idea? But looking at Amemiya Kenichi's expression and the calm expression of Minato Namikaze beside him, Shimura Danzo was certain that Amemiya Kenichi wasn't kidding. Was he serious? Serious? You plan to unify the ninja world? 5 great nations? Shimura Danzo licked his lips and couldn't help but ask. Although he was sure his ears were fine, what if he had misheard? Yes, 5 great nations, 5 great ninja villages. From now on, there will be no distinction between nations and villages in the entire ninja world. There will only be one nation in this world. Listening to Amemiya Kenichi's words, Shimura Danzo took a deep breath. Neither the Shodaime nor his teacher had ever had such crazy ideas. He really didn't understand how Amemiya Kenichi could have such a crazy idea. It even looked as if he was planning to put it into action. But if that were the case, Amemiya Kenichi's inquiry for information about the hidden mist village meant. Shimura Danzo fell silent. Amemiya Kenichi didn't rush to ask. After all, reality was reality. No matter how powerful a ninja's thinking ability was, it was difficult for them to understand many things at once. There was no such thing as time stopping when thinking in this world. Are you planning to attack the hidden mist village first? Shimura Danzo asked with narrowed eyes. Amemiya Kenichi shrugged non-committally. Seeing this, Shimura Danzo couldn't help but rub his face with his hands. You're even crazier than I thought, Amemiya Kenichi. Shimura Danzo lowered his hands, his impure eyes looking at Amemiya Kenichi curiously. But then, as if something had dawned on him, he revealed some rather interesting information. After hearing this, Amemiya Kenichi suddenly had some thoughts. But I suggest you to sow discord between Iwagakure and Kumogakure first and drag them into a war. Otherwise, if you want to attack Mist Village, it will definitely attract the attention of the other 4 ninja villages. Shimura Danzo reminded him. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at him. It seemed that Shimura Danzo had really thought it through. Or did he have other plans? But it didn't matter if there were other plans. A person of Shimura Danzo's level should not be able to cancel the impure world reincarnation on his own, so he didn't need to worry about anything. As long as Shimura Danzo was still under his control, it didn't matter what Shimura Danzo planned. I have some information here. It was obtained during the route investigation. It's very interesting. Shimura Danzo showed a sinister smile. Amemiya Kenichi became interested. What kind of information could make Shimura Danzo laugh so happily? Namikaze Minato on the side was also a little curious. That Tsuchikage no Ki of Iwagakure and the Reikage of Kumogakure. Shimura Danzo relayed his information. Amemiya Kenichi was stunned for a moment, while Minato Namikaze, standing beside him, gaped in astonishment. Impossible? Amemiya Kenichi couldn't help but retort. It was ridiculous, truly ridiculous, like pure nonsense, like those unofficial histories. Unofficial histories are unofficial because they aren't officially recorded and recognized. However, many people believe they hold some truth, believing them to be true, like the story of Zhu Yuantang feeding Zudaro's goose to his death. He hadn't imagined that unofficial histories existed in the ninja world. Believe it or not, that's what I've gathered. Shimura Danzo curled his lips. He hadn't believed this information when he first learned it, but because it was so unique, he kept it secret, and the root ninja who discovered it remained silent forever. So, the only people in the ninja world who knew about this were probably him, someone from the hidden Cloud Village, and Noki from the hidden Iwagakure Village. Amemiya Kenichi rubbed his face. If it were true, it would truly be the biggest rumor in the ninja world. It was just that Amemiya Kenichi didn't really believe it. It was too far-fetched. But with this information, his plan did seem more feasible. After all, sometimes people just want to know the truth, and the more important figures are involved, the more they're willing to believe it. This is a human quirk, a trait shared by the ninja world. Looks like I need to inform Uchiha Shiri. No, Uchiha Shiri isn't very qualified for this kind of work. So perhaps. Amemiya Kenichi rubbed his hands and thought of someone he'd placed in Konoha. Leaving that person to do the job might help him achieve his goal. Brother Itachi, Brother Shizu seems a little irritable lately. In the land of Rice, the small village where the Uchiha clan gathered, Uchiha Sasuke, having just finished his training for the day, sat on a wooden stake, swinging his short legs. Well, Shizu seems a little uneasy lately. Itachi smiled and rubbed his brother's head, but his eyes were tinged with a deep-seated hatred. His father was dead. Died at the hands of Konoha. His body had even been desecrated. Konoha even planned to trap his own clansmen. His mother, if it weren't for Kenichi Amemiya's help, he might not have seen her return. Even so, his mother had aged significantly overnight. Itachi Uchiha remembered this vengeance, and would one day avenge Konoha. Shizu was right. The Uchiha clan had never wronged Konoha, it was Konoha that had wronged the Uchiha clan. Brother, airship. Sasuke pointed to the sky. Itachi glanced up, then instantly leaped down. Kenichi Amemiya had arrived. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385 New Year's Eve. Amemiya, long time no see. As soon as Amemiya Kenichi stepped off the airship, he saw Uchiha Shizu standing outside, waiting for him. Beside him were two other Uchiha ninjas, though Amemiya Kenichi didn't know their names. Haha, Shizu, have you become the head of the Uchiha clan? Amemiya Kenichi smiled and shook Shizu's hand, then looked at him curiously. After not seeing him for so long, Uchiha Shizu's edge seemed to have subsided a lot, and now he looked a little more peaceful. Well, thank you all for your kindness. Uchiha Shizu smiled. He seemed to be in a good mood today. Amemiya Kenichi raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect Shizu to actually become the head of the Uchiha clan. That was really strange. Originally, Kenichi Amemiya thought that with Makoto Uchiha around, the position of clan leader wouldn't have been Shizu Uchiha's. He didn't expect Shizu Uchiha to actually become the clan leader. But when he thought about Shizu Uchiha taking the lead and leaving a portion of the Uchiha clan, Kenichi Amemiya wasn't surprised. After all, Shizu still holds a high reputation among the current Uchiha clan. Most of the Uchiha here were those who wanted to leave the village. Although other members of the Uchiha clan subsequently defected, Shizu Uchiha's reputation actually rose because of this. Staying in Konoha proved to be a poor choice. Whether he tried to reconcile with the Konoha leadership or threaten both factions with force, they were proven wrong. Only Shizu Uchiha's approach of leaving Konoha was the right one. Under these circumstances, it wasn't surprising that Shizu Uchiha was pushed to the position of clan leader. But Amemiya, are you here to celebrate New Year's? Uchiha Shizu asked, looking at Amemiya Kenichi. Kenichi was stunned for a moment, then suddenly remembered that New Year's was almost here. He'd been so busy with experiments lately that he honestly hadn't had a clear sense of time and hadn't really realized it was almost New Year's. Of course, New Year's celebrations existed in the ninja world, but for ninjas, it was a bit too rosy and idealistic. Even on New Year's Day, many ninjas died in battle, especially during wartime. New Year's. Today, Amemiya Kenichi's thoughts were suddenly disrupted. He had come here to discuss his plans with Shizu, but he hadn't expected New Year's to come. No, Tomorrow's New Year's, and today is the last day of the new year. Uchiha Shisu looked at Kenichi in surprise. Almost everyone knew about New Year's. Their village was decorated with lights and became increasingly festive, but he hadn't expected Kenichi to know. Amemiya. Kenichi nodded. If that were the case, then today would be New Year's Eve. That was quite interesting. In his previous life, New Year's Eve would definitely be a New Year's Eve dinner, but Amemiya Kenichi was now in the ninja world, and there, he didn't know who to invite to dinner. He usually celebrated New Year's Eve with his teacher. Are you here for something important? Uchiha Shisu realized belatedly that Amemiya Kenichi hadn't come to see him for New Year's. After all, it seemed like Amemiya Kenichi had no idea about New Year's Eve, so he definitely wasn't here to celebrate. If it wasn't New Year's Eve, then Amemiya Kenichi could only have something to discuss. Yes, there are some things I need to discuss. Amemiya Kenichi pinched his brow. He had to talk about his impending plan sooner or later, and it would be better to say it sooner, so that Uchiha Shisu could be mentally prepared. Uchiha Shisu looked at Amemiya Kenichi thoughtfully, then thought back to what he'd said to him on the airship. That crazy plan. That plan. Uchiha Shisu licked his lips. Yeah. Amemiya Kenichi nodded, apparently having thought of something. A silence fell, and Shisu's pace slowed considerably. He stroked his beard with his right hand, his thoughts unclear. Amemiya Kenichi walked beside him, unhurried. After all, Uchiha Shisu was now the patriarch of a clan, and to some extent, the responsibilities he shouldered had become even greater. This wasn't something one could agree to lightly. The moment Uchiha Shisu opened his mouth, dozens or even hundreds of Uchiha clan members could die on the battlefield. What's your plan? Uchiha Shisu asked, waving his hand, and the Uchiha ninjas following him left without hesitation. Attack the hidden mist village, annex the land of water, use it as a base, and then plot to conquer the 4 great kingdoms and the 4 great ninja villages. Amemiya Kenichi laid out his plan with unwavering clarity. Uchiha Shisu fell silent upon hearing it. Sure enough, Amemiya Kenichi hadn't given up on this idea. However, precisely because Amemiya Kenichi had previously mentioned it, Shisu was more receptive now. What do you need me for? Uchiha Shisu took a deep breath. He didn't argue or refuse, knowing that this was the fate of the ninja. I need the Uchiha clan to arrange some elite ninja to help me conquer the hidden mist village in the land of water. Amemiya Kenichi remained straightforward, and Uchiha Shisu fell silent. Okay, I promise. Uchiha Shisu was silent for a long moment, his head bowed, unsure of what to think. But after a moment, he raised his head, looked at Amemiya Kenichi with a determined gaze, and agreed. Amemiya Kenichi looked at Uchiha Shisu with interest. Was Uchiha Shisu's authority that great? Don't you need to discuss this with your clansmen? This is a war of annihilation against a village. Amemiya Kenichi looked at Uchiha Shisu with amusement. Did Uchiha Shisu realize that is simple? Okay, I promise you had actually sent many of his clansmen to their doom. Isn't that what ninjas do? Besides, we, the Uchiha clan, have always owed you a favor. This debt is suffocating us. Uchiha Shisu took a deep breath, the kaleidoscope in his eyes flickering slightly before attracting. The Uchiha clan, the entire Uchiha clan, owed Amemiya Kenichi a favor. Every member of the clan carried the burden of this debt. Amemiya Kenichi owed a great debt to the entire Uchiha clan. When he brought these clansmen out, it was Amemiya Kenichi's help that allowed them to leave Konoha smoothly and have their own stable lives. Later, the clan leader launched a rebellion, purging those within the clan who were clamoring to perish with Konoha. He also paid with his life, and even his remains were used by Konoha ninjas to insult and seduce the remaining Uchiha. It was also Amemiya Kenichi who retrieved the clan leader's remains and saved the clan leader's wife. It can be said that Amemiya Kenichi made the entire Uchiha clan owe him a huge favor, but Amemiya Kenichi never asked for this favor. Uchiha Shisu knew that this favor would be used in some troublesome places. But since it was a debt owed by the Uchiha clan naturally had to do its best to repay it, even if it meant sacrificing the lives of many clan members. Amemiya Kenichi patted Shisu on the shoulder. The second generation was right. The Uchiha clan was indeed a family with rich emotions. Their hatred was so deep, but at the same time, their other emotions were also so deep. Don't worry, it'll take some time. Now's not the time to start a war. Amemiya Kenichi smiled. He wouldn't mind launching a New Year's offensive, but the timing wasn't right yet, and some of his backup plans hadn't been put into play yet. Then when will it be? Uchiha Shisu licked his lips and asked. The recent peace had made him almost forget he was once a shinobi, living on the edge of a knife. But a wolf is still a wolf, it won't change just because it eats. Well, it seems that if peace continues, perhaps the Uchiha clan will truly forget they were once shinobi. When the deafening drums of war sound once again, Amemiya Kenichi looked at Shisu with a half smile. Shisu was a little confused. What did this mean? Amemiya Kenichi didn't want to explain. After all, Shisu would understand in due time. If his plan was implemented, the shinobi world, currently stagnant, would sooner or later be overwhelmed by a new storm. That was a certainty. If things went smoothly, it was possible that the fourth shinobi world war would even begin. I have a feeling you're thinking of something strange. Uchiha Shisu looked at Amemiya Kenichi, feeling as if he saw a snickering fox. By the way, on that airship of yours, Uchiha Shisu remembered something. That is, there seemed to be another person on Amemiya Kenichi's airship, but the other party did not seem willing to get off. Oh, that is your great-great-great-great-grandmother? Amemiya Kenichi looked at Uchiha Shisu with a smile. Shisu blinked blankly. What does one's great-great-great-grandmother mean? After Amemiya Kenichi explained briefly, Uchiha Shisu's eyes widened. He was a little confused, even thought it was a little outrageous, but seeing Amemiya Kenichi's serious look, he hesitated again. Are you sure you are not kidding me? Uchiha Shisu couldn't help but ask. After all, this kind of thing was really outrageous, which made Uchiha Shisu suspect that Amemiya Kenichi was joking on purpose. No, Hikari has indeed lived since the Warring States period, but she was sealed away by her own clan. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at Uchiha Shisu, who fell silent. It seemed that the ancestor named Uchiha Hikari was indeed his own, countless generations older than him. So, how should he address her? Aren't you planning on bringing her down here? Shisu rubbed his hands, feeling a little nervous and awkward. One can only untie their own knots. I brought Hikari out this time, so she can get used to it, Amemiya Kenichi said calmly. So many clansmen. Meanwhile, in the small Uchiha village, Uchiha Hikari was looking around curiously. She felt the place seemed festive. Ornate decorations and lanterns were everywhere, making Hikari curious. What was going on? But then, Hikari's attention was drawn to a vendor selling a snack that her brother Amemiya had once sold her, 3 colored meatballs. Uchiha Hikaru couldn't help but walk over. Although she was still a little wary of the tribesmen around her, she still wanted to try the 3 colored meatballs. And Amemiya-san had said it was safe here and nothing would go wrong. Hello, Ichigoku. Hikaru held out her hand. Ichigoku, Uncle Luigi, a little boy also held out his hand. Hikaru turned her head in confusion, only to see a little boy looking at her curiously. His striking complexion and hair color made Hikaru conclude that he might be one of her tribesmen, especially the family crest on his chest. Sister, you go first. Sasuke politely stepped aside. You go first. Hikaru was a little uncomfortable being greeted by one of her tribesmen, but she politely stepped aside nonetheless. The other person was still young, and since she was her age, it was normal for him to give way. Sasuke, remember to say thank you. A steady voice came from a taller boy. It was Itachi. Itachi rubbed his brother's head, then glanced at Hikaru. He was acutely aware of the wariness and alertness in Hikaru's eyes, which puzzled him. Itachi didn't recall seeing this clan member in the village before, but he knew she was an Uchiha at first sight, even feeling a strange sense of deja vu. Thank you, sister, Sasuke said, obediently following his brother's words. You're welcome. Hikaru was still a little uneasy, standing silently by. Although she didn't particularly enjoy interacting with her clan members, she still had to eat the dangoku. After taking Sasuke to buy the dangoku, Itachi turned and left. But before leaving, he couldn't help but glance back at Hikaru, who was also paying for the dangoku, a hint of confusion in his eyes. What was going on with this girl? Brother, it's New Year's. Sasuke tugged at his brother's sleeve, happily eating his dangoku, mumbling. Well, Sasuke, do you have a wish? Itachi asked, stroking Sasuke's head with a smile. Sasuke swallowed the 3-colored meatball in his mouth with great effort, then licked his lips with great effort. Good health. Everything goes well. Chapter 386. What steps are needed to disrupt the situation? Xiaoguang, what's your New Year's wish? Amemiya Kenichi yawned, gazing at the warm sunlight outside. He then reached out and rubbed Xiaoguang's head, then asked with a smile. A night passed, and the new year arrived. The lights and decorations outside made Amemiya Kenichi feel like he was dreaming back to his past life celebrating New Year. The ninja world had fireworks and firecrackers, but it still lacked a certain festive atmosphere. After all, this was the ninja world, and many things were different from the past. There was no such thing as a New Year's Eve dinner, no Spring Festival gala, and no hanging couplets. Even the Spring Festival gala, which he used to despise, had become incredibly precious. I just wonder what this year's Spring Festival gala will be like. Amemiya Kenichi sighed. He was genuinely curious about this question, but unfortunately, he couldn't watch it. Well, I've always been with Amemiya and I. Xiaoguang tilted his head in thought, then offered a response that left Amemiya Kenichi feeling both amused and embarrassed. I think it would be great if I could be healthy and free from illness and disaster, and if my family members were healthy and free from illness and disaster as well. Amemiya Kenichi rubbed Xiaoguang's head. He used to like to wish for wealth, but later he realized that good health was the real asset. So, from then on, Amemiya Kenichi only wished for good health and freedom from illness and disaster. Then I hope that Amemiya brother will be healthy and free from illness and disaster. Uchiha Guang said seriously. Amemiya Kenichi smiled after hearing this, but didn't say much. Instead, he looked out the window at the busy crowd. The whole village now looked festive. But then Amemiya Kenichi saw 3 familiar faces in the bustling crowd. Uchiha Mikoto and her son. Happy New Year, Amemiya-sama. Uchiha Mikoto looked much older, with more wrinkles on her face and her hair turning a little grey. It felt like Uchiha Mikoto had suddenly aged by a dozen years. Happy New Year, Amemiya Kenichi greeted with a cheerful smile. Uchiha Sasuke, held by Itachi's hand, looked curiously at Uchiha Hikaru behind him. Wasn't this the girl he'd seen yesterday? Uchiha Hikaru clearly recognized the 2 people before him. Her face flushed slightly, but she remained steady beside Amemiya Kenichi, gently tugging at his sleeve. Mikoto, are you going to a shrine? Amemiya Kenichi glanced at the items Mikoto was carrying. They were all for a shrine, presumably to pay respects to Uchiha Fugaku. Well, today is New Year's Day, and I plan to take Itachi and Sasuke to pay respects to their father, Mikoto said gently. Although she appeared to be smiling, a hint of sadness flickered in her eyes. Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head. What should he say now? After all, this kind of thing was a bit of a dilemma. Just saying my condolences was a bit of a stretch. Fortunately, the awkwardness didn't last long. Uchiha Mikoto and Amemiya Kenichi exchanged a few pleasantries before leaving with Sasuke and Itachi. They still needed to pay their respects to Uchiha Fugaku. Before leaving, Sasuke glanced back at Uchiha Hikaru several times. A sight naturally caught Amemiya Kenichi's attention. Hidden Light, have you met Sasuke? Amemiya Kenichi asked, a little curious. Yeah, I ran into this little boy yesterday when I was buying tree-colored dumplings. Uchiha Hikaru nodded, and Amemiya Kenichi raised an eyebrow. Meeting Sasuke? Interesting. Ever since Amemiya Kenichi had seen Hikaru, he'd always thought he looked a bit like Sasuke. Now, the resemblance was even stronger. If he hadn't known Hikaru's identity, Amemiya Kenichi would have thought Sasuke was Hikaru's younger brother. Let's go. It's New Year's Day. Let's go get something to eat, Amemiya Kenichi said cheerfully. Since it was New Year's Day, a rare break wouldn't be a problem. Hokage-sama, 5 ninja teams from our border patrol unit guarding the Land of Lightning have been attacked. In the makeshift office atop the ruins of the Konoha Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe. Listening to the ANBU ninjas report, Sarutobi sighed and then, looking at the list of fallen ninja, his brow furrowed so deeply it could have pinched a fly. Tsunade, what do you think? Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't speak directly, but instead glanced at Tsunade, who was sitting nearby. According to the intelligence, it seems the Hidden Cloud Village did it, but I don't think they'd be so foolish. We have a cooperation agreement with them, so the chances of them attacking us in the new year are low. Tsunade frowned at the intelligence in her hands. She had access to a wealth of confidential information by now. Konoha's Council of Elders, including Mito Kadoen, had no objections. Everyone knew Konoha was about to welcome its fifth Hokage, Princess Tsunade. Well, there's no need for the Kyumoga to do this. It's too obvious, as if they are desperately trying to draw suspicion from the Kyumoga. But the more they do this, the more it highlights that the Kyumoga is unaware of this. There must be someone behind this. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. This method was too naive. It was as if he was telling Konoha that it was the Kyumoga who did it. I've already sent people to the Kyumoga to inquire. I think they might have some new information. Sarutobi Hiruzen was just saying this when an ANBU hurried in, his expression a little strange. Hokage-sama, there's a piece of information I need your attention. The ANBU handed the information directly to Sarutobi Hiruzen. He took it, took a look, and was stunned. He even almost dropped his pipe. What's wrong? Tsunade was a little curious. Could it really be the Kyumoga who did it? Take a look. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a drag on his cigarette and, with a complicated expression, handed the information in his hand to Tsunade. Tsunade glanced at it, her eyes becoming somewhat glazed. She couldn't believe what she had just read. Meanwhile, in the Reikage building in Kyumoga, the air was heavy and low. Can anyone tell me where this rumor came from? The Reikage clutched the cup in one hand, his tone brimming with suppressed anger. The more he spoke, the more furious he became. Then, the cup in his hand was crushed to pieces by the Reikage. The Kyumoga high-ranking officials swallowed their saliva. It was clear that the Reikage was truly furious. But then again, this rumor was simply too outrageous. And according to the information sent by Konoha, their border ninja squad stationed in our direction has already suffered a significant number of casualties. What do you think this means? The Reikage slammed his hand on the table, causing a loud creaking sound and creating a dent in the metal. Lord Reikage, according to intelligence, this rumor seems to have originated from within Iwagakure. A high-ranking Kyumoga official stood up. How dare that old man Noki say that? He's trying to sow discord between our Kyumoga and those scoundrels of Iwagakure, and even between us and Konoha. Reikage AI clenched his fists tightly. This morning, an exaggerated rumor circulated that he, the fourth Reikage AI, was actually the illegitimate son of that Tsuchikage Noki. The third Reikage, knowing he'd been cuckolded, wanted to return and destroy his cuckolded son, but Noki discovered it and then had him murdered by a group of men, all to pave the way for his son's ascension. When the fourth Reikage AI learned of this rumor, he was so furious he nearly tore down the Reikage building on the spot. Considering he and his father look exactly alike, how could someone spread such a rumor? Did he look alike to that bastard Noki? Not at all, right? Look at Anoki's big nose, and that Risasio. It doesn't seem like he has anything to do with her. But there's no way around it. The rumor is spreading like wildfire. It even goes so far as to claim that the fourth Reikage AI's mother cheated on him because of Anoki's big nose, so it's only natural that she had a large weapon. And so on and so forth. Although the Reikage AI is furious, he knows there's something fishy going on. The fact that this rumor originated from within the Hidden Rock village is highly suspicious. If he were truly Anoki's son, how could he not know about it? And if Anoki knew, he would surely keep it top secret and not spread it around. Anyone with a good sense would know there's something fishy going on. But, as the saying goes, humans are all about gossip and gossip. In previous lives, trending searches were often about celebrity scandals or international events. Even though everyone knows it's impossible, people still love to spread and discuss it. So now, even walking down the street in the Hidden Cloud Village, the fourth feels a bit embarrassed. It's spreading too fast. This is not right. Another Kumo village high-ranking official sighed, keenly sensing a conspiracy. Someone seemed dissatisfied with the current peace in the ninja world and wanted to disrupt it, perhaps even trigger the Fourth Shinobi World War. From the perspective of the beneficiaries, both the Kirigakure and the Sand village could be the instigators. Another high-ranking official offered his own opinion. What if it was done by the Iwagakure village themselves? Ultimately, there's no communication, and even if there was, trust is a question. If Danzo Shimura hadn't died, I think Konoha could have been involved as well. The Kumo village high-ranking officials immediately erupted in debate. Neither side gave in, and the fourth Raikage's face darkened. Seeing the furious Raikage, whose body was throbbing with electric arcs, the Kumo village high-ranking officials finally quieted down. Let's put this rumor to rest as soon as possible. We should explain to the public that this is pure nonsense. My father and I are practically a pair, so how could there be a problem? AI decided to explain his identity first. Otherwise, if someone foolishly believed it, or someone with ulterior motives used it to stir up trouble, it would be a real nuisance. Then, let's explain to Konoha that we haven't attacked the Konoha border guards. Order the ANBU to fully investigate this matter and find the rat hiding in the gutter. Raikage AI gritted his teeth. Although he always made decisions that benefited the village, such matters would anger anyone. It would be best not to let him find out who was responsible. Otherwise, he swore to make them experience hell. In Iwagakure village, Noki was scowling over the investigation report in his hand. He had known about this outrageous rumor the moment it started, and he immediately arranged for an investigation. However, by the time the results were in, the perpetrators had already left, leaving Noki with a headache. Send out the ANBU to investigate. We can't let the Iwagakure village take the blame for this. Noki sighed. There was no peace between the 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world. Sometimes, even without sufficient evidence, suspicion was enough for one village to wage war against another. As ANBU were dispatched from each village one by one, the atmosphere throughout the ninja world grew tense. It felt like a storm was about to break out. A shadow was cast over the otherwise happy and peaceful new year. Hikari, do you like sukiyaki? Amemiya Kenichi was eating with Hikaru at a sukiyaki restaurant in the small Uchiha village. Seeing the once clearly separated ingredients in the pot become a mess, Amemiya Kenichi smiled. I like it. It's delicious. Hikaru was swallowing his saliva. The sukiyaki was fragrant, and the tender white tofu was very appetizing. Kenichi Amemiya smiled. Sukiyaki is similar to hot pot, and at Kenichi Amemiya's request, it's been transformed into a hot pot shape. The owner had no objection. After all, Kenichi Amemiya paid for it. He even ordered a lot of expensive ingredients. If Kenichi Amemiya wanted, he could make it dry. Just as Kenichi Amemiya was about to eat, he saw a blonde girl walk in the doorway. Kenichi recognized her face instantly. It was his teacher. Kenichi, you're enjoying your meal. The teacher smiled gently, but Kenichi Amemiya felt a little nervous. He could tell that the teacher wasn't in a good mood. Ahem, teacher, Happy New Year. What are you doing? Kenichi Amemiya looked at his teacher curiously, wondering what she was doing. He remembered that the teacher had gone to Konoha to look for his foolish junior sister, but now he had no idea what the situation was. I found something interesting, the teacher said with a strange smile. She walked over, sat next to Xiaoguang, and rubbed Xiaoguang's head. It's about time. Chapter 387 Namikaze Minato, you have done all kinds of bad things. Time. Kenichi Amemiya looked at his teacher Orochimaru curiously. He was well aware that the ninja world existed with its mystical artifacts known as space-time ninjutsu. The Flying Thunder God technique wielded by the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze was a space-time ninjutsu, or perhaps a more authentic form of space-time ninjutsu. Others included Obito's Kamu, and the ultimate villain Kaguya Satsuki's American English no Michu. In theory, these techniques were practically invincible. Simply dragging the enemy into a different dimension and returning to their original space would leave them exhausted and trapped there. Unfortunately, they encountered Obito's Kamu. However, most of these techniques involved the concept of space. Ninjutsu involving time were relatively rare. After all, time was so mysterious that those who could master it were often not ordinary figures. However, some ninjutsu related to time did exist in the ninja world. For example, the seal that sealed Hikaru was essentially a time ninjutsu. Unfortunately, due to wear and tear over time, the seal was now barely discernible. Otherwise, it would have been a high-tech hibernation chamber. Time. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. She had noticed a growing problem with herself, evident in her increasing willingness to appear in front of others with this appearance. This made Orochimaru suspicious, wondering if she had been subjected to some strange jutsu. but after much thought, she couldn't come up with anything unusual. If anything, her transformation seemed to be connected to the Six Paths Sage's appearance. Could it be that the sage had glanced at her, causing her to become what she was now? This also made Orochimaru anxious. She desperately needed a new body to see if she could escape this control, but a body suitable for her reincarnation was not easy to find. Is it related to my junior sister? Amemiya? Kenichi handed Orochimaru a set of dishes and chopsticks, which he readily accepted. Amemiya Kenichi knew what his teacher had done, and now that he was suddenly bringing up these things, it only seemed to indicate that it might be related to his junior sister. Well, that little girl had a wonderful adventure. Orochimaru's eyes held a hint of nostalgia and excitement. Amemiya Kenichi silently mourned for his junior sister. The teacher always wore this expression when he saw a test subject he found interesting. Now, he wondered what had become of his junior sister. Could she have already been taken to the lab? Thinking about it, it seemed possible. After all, his junior sister had, in a sense, betrayed the teacher. While the teacher was generally friendly to his students, that kindness wasn't without limits. If one could hope to survive betraying the teacher, it would be better to hope for a sudden improvement in strength, surpassing the teacher. Just like himself now. That little girl ran into some trouble while on a mission, and then was inadvertently caught up in an incident that unexpectedly transported her back in time. The teacher's eyes were filled with excitement, and Amemiya Kenichi keenly noticed the restless trembling of his feet. This was a sign of his excitement. When he was excited, he seemed to shake his legs unconsciously, and this had only happened since he was reincarnated into Yuki's body. Traveled to the past? Upon hearing the word traveled, Kenichi Amemiya almost thought Orochimaru had discovered his true identity, but only after hearing the word past did he realize what was happening. It was a little hard for him to imagine. Could the ninja world actually travel to the past? Such incredible power. Going back to the past was incredibly difficult, not to mention the butterfly effect it would trigger. And Kenichi Amemiya couldn't recall any ninjutsu that could allow travel to the past. Yes, she traveled to the past, the teacher said, stopping short. Kenichi Amemiya's mouth twitched. The teacher had a real bad taste, piqued his interest, but then stopped short of saying anything else. However, hearing this, Kenichi Amemiya had some suspicions. He vaguely remembered that a Naruto movie mentioned traveling to the past. Because the plot involved a familiar country, Kenichi Amemiya had a rare, deep impression of it. Laulan, the dragon vein. Kenichi Amemiya remembered, but he remembered that this incident should have been triggered after Naruto grew up, and he also met his father Minato Namikaze, and finally traveled back in time. Because it was a theatrical version, it was considered a side story that was separated from the main story of Naruto, so it didn't have any special impact on the main story. Teacher, is Anko in the laboratory now? Kenichi Amemiya asked tentatively. Zyadaguang beside him blinked. Has the ninja world developed to the point where they can go back to the past? In the laboratory? I don't know if that kid was brainwashed or something, and he actually wanted to be loyal to Konoha. Orochimaru sneered. She had put in a lot of effort for her disciple. Kenichi Amemiya took a deep breath and rubbed his face. As he thought, Anko Materashi, who betrayed her teacher, had been sent to the laboratory, which made Kenichi Amemiya feel a little melancholy. If she hadn't brought Anko Materashi out, perhaps this unfortunate junior sister wouldn't have encountered these things. She could have followed the original plot and become a jonin in Konoha. At least she could have lived longer. But entering the teacher's laboratory. Teacher, what are you going to do? Amemiya Kenichi licked his lips. He wasn't worried about being overheard, as he had previously used chakra to block out the surroundings, eliminating the possibility of eavesdropping. A very simple trick for using a small ceiling barrier. I plan to study her situation and see if traveling back in time has any effect on her, but so far there's been no progress, the teacher said bluntly. She had been studying her former student in other laboratories for a while, but so far there had been no progress. If it weren't for Anko Materashi's resolute words and Orochimaru's knowledge of Minato Namikaze's mission through other channels, she would have suspected Anko Materashi was ill. Then the power that caused her to travel through time might be related to something else. Anko is like a leaf in the torrent of time, drifting with the current. Amemiya Kenichi offered his opinion. Are there time-based ninjutsu in the ninja world? Hardly any. It's simply too powerful. Izanagi merely avoided his own death and resurrected, not foresee it, and find a way to avoid it. Those are two completely different things. I'm going to check it out. Do you want to come? Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, his lips curled slightly, and he looked at his student with an inexplicable look. No, teacher. I'm at a critical moment right now. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head. He knew what that power was, but according to the setting, there was no way to travel back. Besides, time travel was a low probability event. It was a miracle born of countless coincidences, and replicating it was difficult. Therefore, studying it wouldn't yield any results. Better to focus on what he had to do now. The teacher gave him a deep look, but said nothing. Instead, he began to eat. Amemiya Kenichi also smiled, and ate with Xiaoguang, not continuing to discuss the matter. After Amemiya Kenichi finished, and paid the bill, the teacher looked at Amemiya Kenichi with his hands behind his back and asked, "Do you want to go see your junior sister?" "Well, teacher, if I go, will that change anything?" Amemiya Kenichi smiled. He did have some feelings for his junior sister. After all, they'd been together for so many years, and he wasn't a stone. But he also knew his teacher's character. He wasn't the type to change his mind so easily. And if he wanted the teacher to let his junior sister go, he had to show him a bigger reward. That was the only way. That depends on what you can offer. The teacher looked at Amemiya Kenichi with a half smile. Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head, feeling like the teacher was passing the buck back to him. But Amemiya Kenichi also knew that the teacher probably hadn't found anything useful in his junior sister. He was almost certain he couldn't extract any information related to time ninjutsu from her, so he was relenting. For the teacher, if such a worthless waste like his junior sister could be exchanged for something useful, that would be the best. If not, then that was fine. Then I'll go check on my junior sister first. Amemiya Kenichi shrugged. After all, he was the one who brought Anko Mitarashi out of Konoha, and with so many years of friendship between them, Amemiya Kenichi couldn't just ignore it. Orochimaru wasn't surprised by this answer. She had seen from the beginning that, while her student might seem a bit cold, she was actually someone who valued affection. This was why she poured even more effort into Amemiya Kenichi. After all, even Orochimaru himself didn't want to train a student who would kill their master. What a pity. Orochimaru licked his lips. After she'd studied the reincarnation technique, she'd tested her soul to see if it matched her students, and it turned out not to be a match. At the time, Amemiya Kenichi wasn't particularly talented, so Orochimaru didn't feel much regret. But now, watching his student grow stronger, he felt a little more regretful. Amemiya Kenichi didn't know what his teacher was thinking. After all, he wasn't a computer that could analyze the emotions in someone's eyes. He was simply curious about what the Yondaime had said to his junior sister that had caused such a change in her personality, or if something else had happened to her. But when he saw his junior sister, even Kenichi Amemiya fell silent for a moment. Mitarashi Anko's current appearance could only be described as pathetic. Her body was covered in tubes and wires from various instruments. Her face pale, revealing a significant amount of blood had been drawn. She was even missing an eye. Kenichi Amemiya didn't know what to say. Anko had chosen her own path. If Mitarashi Anko hadn't betrayed her teacher and him, her senior, she wouldn't have found herself in this situation. One can only say that one chooses their own path, and there's no regret for that choice. Fortunately, Hikaru isn't here. Kenichi Amemiya sighed. When he and his teacher had previously visited Mitarashi Anko, he had specifically sent Hikaru back to the Snow Kingdom, as the teacher's lab often witnessed terrifying scenes. Mitarashi Anko had also noticed the commotion. She raised her head, glanced at Kenichi Amemiya with her remaining eye, then lowered it again, saying nothing, her eyes a dead look. "You can talk to her first," the teacher said, then left. Before leaving, he drew a tube of Anko's blood, and Amemiya Kenichi worried that this would kill Anko. After the teacher left, Amemiya Kenichi and Mitarashi Anko were the only ones left in the lab. Amemiya Kenichi sighed, looking at his junior sister. After a moment's silence, he took out the items he had prepared. As Amemiya Kenichi worked, a pleasant aroma slowly spread. The scent of curry was fragrant, and it also brought out a different sound from Mitarashi, who had been sluggish until then. Her stomach growled. "One bowl or two?" Amemiya Kenichi glanced at his junior sister and asked. Mitarashi didn't say anything, her head still lowered, as if the person whose stomach had just growled wasn't her. Amemiya Kenichi curled his lips. He didn't remember what brainwashing power a dragon vein could have when it traveled back in time. "You weren't like this when I first brought you out of Konoha." Amemiya Kenichi scooped a bowl of beef curry, poured it over the rice, and then passed it to his junior sister. There was no dramatic "I won't eat" or spilled food. Mitarashi picked up the bowl and ate with big mouthfuls. Amemiya Kenichi wasn't in a hurry either. He also got himself a bowl, which tasted quite good with the garlic. It was just that the curry in this lab was a bit stronger. "Brother, Mitarashi raised her head. She had eaten 3 bowls in a row, and it was obvious that she was really hungry. "No, if you want to say sorry, then don't say it." Amemiya Kenichi waved his hand, and Mitarashi fell silent. She did intend to say sorry. "Tell me, what did you encounter when you traveled back in time?" Amemiya Kenichi asked his junior sister, narrowing his eyes. "I met the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and then Mitarashi licked her lips and told a silly story about a young girl in love. Hearing this, Amemiya Kenichi's expression became subtle. He was calm at first, then shocked, and finally like an elderly man on the subway. "Minato Namikaze, you've done so many evil things." Chapter 388, a cliched love story. Kenichi Amemiya's expression was complex. He hadn't imagined that this was the reason Mitarashi would betray him and his teacher. So, Kenichi Amemiya pinched his brow, a headache coming on. He hadn't imagined he'd one day witness such a strange, unrequited love story in the ninja world. If this kind of storyline had appeared in some shoujo idol drama, Kenichi Amemiya wouldn't have been surprised, perhaps even complaining, that he hadn't seen such a cliché in ages. But seeing it unfold in the ninja world, and right next to him, it was deeply painful. "Because Minato Namikaze told you about the will of fire and the village bond, you decided to betray me and my teacher?" Kenichi Amemiya looked at Mitarashi, his heart swelling with complex emotions. Mitarashi lowered her head and said nothing. He couldn't tell if she was shy or simply didn't want to say anything, but looking at her expression, Kenichi Amemiya knew that this unfortunate junior sister was deeply poisoned, so desperate that she wouldn't turn back, even if she hit a wall. However, considering that the person he liked was named Namikaze Minato, Kenichi Amemiya strangely felt that there was something to it. After all, the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato was handsome, charming, and powerful. If it weren't for his love for Scarlet Pepper and his decent character, he would probably have been known as Konoha's scumbag. Jiraiya once said that compared to Minato Namikaze, any genius seemed less outstanding. It can be said that Minato Namikaze's ability to defeat his teacher and become the 4th Hokage was partly due to his charisma and personality. With his powerful strength, handsome appearance, and warm personality, Minato Namikaze could be called a girl killer. But he didn't expect that the person he killed this time was his own junior sister. Even more stupid was that his junior sister really loved him to this extent. If this were a novel, Kenichi Amemiya would have scolded the author for being too outrageous. Since you know he's Minato Namikaze, you should also know about the death of the Yondaime and his wife, right? Amemiya Kenichi sighed. He looked at Mitarashi before him, but a certain curiosity welled up in his heart. Did Mitarashi actually tell anyone about Minato's fate? While Anko probably didn't know much, she only needed to say that Minato died along with Kuwayuki Nakame shortly after becoming the Yondaime Hokage. Minato would likely have been prepared. So, the question arises, if time were a single line, and if the present day Mitarashi traveled back in time and revealed Minato's death, then the timeline would normally have shifted. However, if the timeline had shifted, then if Minato hadn't died, then Mitarashi wouldn't have revealed his death. It's like a chicken hatching from an egg, then traveling back in time to lay another egg. Could this egg be the same egg that hatched it? So now, when it comes to the issue of the future and time travel, most people's supplementary assumptions suggest that the moment the future is changed, the timeline branches off, embarking on a completely new path. Well, I told you, but Minato-sama said the future is full of uncertainties, and knowing would only cause more trouble, so he sealed his memories. Mitarashi Anko spoke a little more for a moment, and Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. This was truly interesting. Perhaps this was also a patch for the movie. Then how do you remember it? Amemiya Kenichi asked again. When I came back, the seal was broken, and my memories. Mitarashi Anko lowered her head, but her meaning was clear. Amemiya Kenichi pinched his brow. He finally understood. His little apprentice sister had her own adventures. Although he didn't know how she had managed to travel through time and space, it was clearly Naruto's opportunity, but she had done it anyway, even meeting the fourth demon Minato Namikaze, and then falling in love during their adventures was a cliched story. Well, it's like the hero always needs to be defeated before rising up to defeat his enemy. It's a very cliched story. In his previous life, when watching Hollywood blockbusters, Kenichi Amemiya noticed that this formula applied to almost any action-adventure film. This is especially true of superhero films, where the hero follows the same trope, defeated by the villain, then strengthened, and ultimately defeated. And in shoujo films, it's perfectly normal for a girl to fall in love with the righteous hero. If this were a movie world, it would probably be full of tragic love stories, full of love-hate relationships. But unfortunately, this is a ninja world, and the Yondaime, as of now, Kenichi Amemiya has discovered, has no real memory of Anko Mitarashi. This proves that either this Minato Namikaze's sealed memories have never been unlocked, or that this Minato Namikaze and the Minato Anko Mitarashi met are completely different people. The Minato Namikaze Anko Mitarashi met has already moved on to another timeline. So you plan to carry on the legacy of your secret crush, protecting Konoha and carrying out the will of fire? Amemiya Kenichi sighed. This reason was truly amusing. He looked at his little apprentice with a hint of pity in his eyes. In the ninja world, ninjas are often quite realistic. After all, you never know which will come first, death or tomorrow. Yet, his little apprentice had been blinded by love, even going so far as to return to Konoha to carry out the will of fire. Amemiya Kenichi felt that, if his little apprentice had been given Uchiha genes, she would likely have unlocked her Mangekyou Sharingan. Mitarashi Anko remained silent, her head bowed. Amemiya Kenichi took a deep breath, rubbed his face, and walked out. Mitarashi Anko remained with her head bowed, and she didn't stir until Amemiya Kenichi closed the door. How are you feeling? Outside, the teacher leaned against the wall, typing away on his computer. That's a bit funny. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head, unsure what to say. His junior sister was actually so obsessed with love? Perhaps he should have let her stay in Konoha and instilled hatred for the teacher in her, so she wouldn't grow up to be a fool. Now, Mitarashi Anko was just pure love, a laughable joke. Then what do you think we should do? The teacher asked without looking up. She'd been sympathetic and angry at her lack of resistance. For Orochimaru, love was simply too illusory. But no matter what, Mitarashi Anko was like someone poisoned. Her attitude was incredibly challenging. Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. This question was truly daunting. In this situation, Amemiya Kenichi himself didn't know how to handle it. It seemed the only reliable option was to seal the memories from that period. But seals were inherently unstable. Who knew when they would be lifted? Or what if Mitarashi Anko lifted them herself? Wouldn't that be a waste of effort? So, physically inflicting amnesia on the victim seemed like a more reliable option. Or perhaps simply keeping them in the teacher's lab, though without freedom, at least they could still live. But for Anko Mitarashi, this option might be worse than death. Teacher, you can make the decision. You're the teacher, after all. Amemiya Kenichi wisely shifted the blame to the teacher. It was better to let others worry about this kind of thing than to worry about it yourself. If others worry about it, then you don't have to worry about it. The teacher looked up at Amemiya Kenichi and sneered. She knew this cunning guy would say that, but she had already thought of a countermeasure. Now all she had to do was. But before Orochimaru could say anything, Amemiya Kenichi shattered right in front of her, leaving him stunned. Then his face turned red. This little bastard actually used a shadow clone in front of her? and ran away. He knew what he was going to say. Orochimaru admitted that he had indeed been somewhat careless. After all, that little bastard, Kenichi Amemiya, had always been synonymous with honesty and integrity, so her guard against him was low, even minimal. This was why Orochimaru didn't realize the person before him was a shadow clone. It was like Uchiha Madara, facing Black Zetsu standing behind him, not anticipating his Black Tiger Heart Rip attack. Okay, my two good students. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and licked his lips. Is that the way to play it? Teacher, really? But thankfully, I was prepared. I just didn't expect Anko to be like this. Back in the land of Taki, Kenichi Amemiya rubbed his temple. He had just received the memories transmitted by his shadow clone, which gave him a glimpse into his junior sister's recent situation. Kenichi Amemiya immediately realized that dealing with his junior sister would be a difficult matter, so he prepared to pass the buck. While escorting Hikaru back to the land of snow, Kenichi Amemiya sent his shadow clone to accompany his teacher. Now it seems that this decision was a very correct one. From the teacher's expression at that time, it was clear that he was planning to pass the blame to him. Fortunately, the shadow clones were disbanded, otherwise he would be the one who was entangled now. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head and didn't care. Now he was in Takigakure, and the teacher had no ability to find him, so he could concentrate on solving his own problems. As for his love-brained junior sister, let the teacher worry about it. I remember the leader said that the organization's base is now in Takigakure, but I don't know where it is exactly. Amemiya Kenichi touched the ring on his hand. He didn't usually wear rings. After all, he was already past the age of Tsunabayo, but it was not easy for him to find the new base of Akatsuki without the ring. So he put on the ring honestly, and then sent out his thoughts. Soon he learned the location of Akatsuki's new base. Takigakure village. Takigakure. I remember it being quite secluded. I don't know. Amemiya Kenichi raised an eyebrow. Takigakure was a rather secretive place, and previous wars had rarely affected it. Upon entering Takigakure, Amemiya Kenichi discovered that the people of this small nation lived happily. They laughed frequently, and laughter, by itself, only occurs when one is truly happy, unless one suffers from a specific illness. However, it's unlikely that everyone in Takigakure was ill, so the people must be quite happy, otherwise they wouldn't be so happy. Oh, Kakuzu. Amemiya Kenichi realized that bastard Kakuzu was a traitor from Takigakure. With him around, Akatsuki could indeed use Takigakure as their base. Amemiya Kenichi didn't use an airship because there weren't many airships in the skies above Takigakure. Using one would easily draw attention, and the country itself wasn't very large. A ninja with enough stamina could easily escape the borders. Taking an airship is too troublesome. Soon, Kenichi Amemiya saw the location of Takigakure village, a huge waterfall. Just by looking at the waterfall, no one would think that there would be another world behind it, but Takigakure village is hidden in this place. Oh, by the way, it is not called Takigakure village now. The current Takigakure village is probably in the shape of the Akatsuki organization. Water curtain cave, right? Kenichi Amemiya stretched, and then went in. After entering the waterfall, and arriving at Takigakure village, Kenichi Amemiya found that it was still the same, without any changes. There was still a group of ninjas living here, but after Kenichi Amemiya entered, the group of ninjas looked at him, and did not move. Kenichi Amemiya even saw fear in their eyes. Let's go, the leader is waiting for you. Just as Kenichi Amemiya looked around curiously, Konan flew down from the sky. Her paper wings were very eye-catching. Who are these people? Amemiya Kenichi looked at the frightened Takigakure ninjas and residents around him, and couldn't help asking. They are all our captives. Konan glanced around with a cold look in her eyes. She didn't have any special feelings for this small country and small ninja village. This was not where she lived. She only spared their lives, so that the Akatsuki could hide more conveniently. But Konan didn't expect that Takigakure had a unique secret. Now this secret is this. Amemiya Kenichi also followed Konan to the Akatsuki base, and saw Tendo Pain sitting on a chair. Chapter 389 Heroes Water. Are you interested in researching this? Nagato glanced at Amemiya Kenichi, then casually tossed over a document that looked quite old. Kenichi raised an eyebrow. He'd assumed Nagato had asked him to come over to discuss something he'd previously discussed, but he hadn't expected him to actually research something. Perhaps this was also Nagato's way of avoiding Black Zetsu's notice. Kenichi examined the document in his hand. It didn't contain much information, but it had a fascinating name. Hero's Water? It boosts the user's chakra by dozens of times, but drinking it will significantly shorten their lifespan. Kenichi immediately piqued his interest. Judging from the information on the paper alone, the effects of this item were absurdly powerful. Boosting the user's chakra by dozens of times, what kind of concept? If Kakashi drank a sip, even if he used his main Jiki Sharingan daily, his combat power wouldn't be significantly diminished. And for ninjas, chakra itself was a measure of strength. If two jonin of equal strength possessed 10 times the chakra of the other, the battle between them would be somewhat unequal. Their endurance would be different. Well, there's this special water in Takigakure village, so I'd like you to research it and see if you can eliminate the side effects of this hero's water, Nagato said calmly. Amemiya Ken nodded. Using it allows one to unleash a power beyond their own capabilities, but also results in death within a short period of time. Essentially, this thing is truly hero's water. If the third demon Sarutobi Hiruzen drank a sip, he would likely be dragged into the belly of the death god by the Shikifujin. Even though Sarutobi Hiruzen later died, he was still a true hero of Konoha. How much is this thing produced? Amemiya Kenichi asked, piqued. While the hero's water has significant side effects, its advantages are also clear. A significant boost in combat power. To some extent, this thing is more suitable for the Suicide Squad. Using it, these ninjas can unleash even greater power, allowing them to play a greater role. The difference now lies in production. According to records, only one hero's water of this magnitude is produced every 100 years, and Takigakure currently holds only 2, Nagato stated bluntly. Amemiya Kenichi rubbed his chin thoughtfully. 1 per 100 years. This production rate can only be described as appallingly low. But even so, the fact that Takigakure still has 2 in stock is a remarkable tribute to Amemiya Kenichi's research. But just 1 sip is enough to gain sufficient power. The more you drink, the greater your burst of power. That's what the cage here says, Nagato added, but when he mentioned the word cage, his expression became amused. The cage of Takigakure hadn't displayed any remarkable strength. When facing the Akatsuki attack, they drank some hero's water and charged, shouting things like, "For Takigakure and I'm the cage of Takigakure." They were then severely beaten by Nagato. I need a portion of the hero's water as material for my research. Amemiya Kenichi stated his request directly, and Nagato didn't hesitate, immediately tossing a portion of the hero's water to Amemiya Kenichi. He had long anticipated that Amemiya Kenichi would request a portion of the hero's water for his research, and had already prepared one. Another portion was currently being kept safe, unused for the time being. If Amemiya Kenichi couldn't figure it out in the future, that portion would also be given to Amemiya Kenichi. After all, within the Akatsuki, finding ninjas to fight and defeat enemies was easy, but finding people to handle the research work was not so easy. Amemiya Kenichi was arguably the most accomplished, and Nagato trusted him more. At least compared to Orochimaru, Nagato trusted Amemiya Kenichi more. Furthermore, his collaborators' improved skills would also be helpful for future collaborations. Nagato's eyes dropped. He didn't know how much time he had left. He could feel his health deteriorating. Hey, Chief, please redeem some of your points for me. While you're at it, I'd like to study your weapon. Amemiya Kenichi licked his lips with a smile, then made another request. Nagato's face darkened. This guy even wanted to study the Black Rod. It wasn't impossible, though. Amemiya Kenichi's contribution points were certainly sufficient. Never mind. Just let me study that giant thing. Just a few scraps will do. Amemiya Kenichi's eyes swirled, and a new research direction struck him. Amemiya Kenichi had some suspicions about the Black Rod, so it wasn't so tempting. But the Outer Path Demon statue was different. Its essence was the sacred tree, and studying it could bring unimaginable rewards. Sure, Nagato said without hesitation. The Outer Path Demon statue was so massive, it wouldn't be a problem for Amemiya Kenichi to study the scraps. However, the Outer Path Demon statue's body was quite hard, so scraping off the scraps would require his help. Wait a moment. Nagato, controlling tendo pain, glanced at Amemiya Kenichi before turning and walking away. Amemiya Kenichi paid no attention, instead sitting in a chair and contemplating the bottle in his hand. It contained the hero's water. It didn't look particularly remarkable. If anything, it had a silvery white color, and while it wasn't completely turbid, it did have a hint of turbidity. Amemiya Kenichi unscrewed the bottle and sniffed. A strange smell filled the air. It was hard to pinpoint, with a subtle herbal fragrance and a subtle indescribable flavor, though not overwhelming. Interesting. The more you drink, the greater your burst of power. So what happens if you drink it all? And this thing can increase a ninja's chakra. How does that work? Amemiya Kenichi gazed curiously at the gourd in his hand. The hero's water was contained in a gourd, somewhat resembling a wine gourd. It weighed about the same as regular water, and its density seemed similar. However, Kenichi Amemiya was genuinely curious about why the hero's water could boost the user's chakra. After all, he had never seen such a strange device before. Ninjas' chakra varied. Some were gifted, possessing vast reserves, after refining their chakra. Others, like the Uzumaki clan, were born different from the others. The differences between ninjas could be even greater than those between humans and dogs. Some ninjas, after a lifetime, might end up with less chakra than a future genin of Konoha. Therefore, the study of chakra enhancement has long been a subject of research within the ninja world's major villages. But as I recall, your teacher's research on chakra enhancement hasn't made much progress. He's more focused on how to utilize it more efficiently, Kenichi Amemiya mused, twirling the gourd in his hand. Ninja's exploration of chakra continues, but sadly, progress has been limited. Ninja research has shifted to finding more efficient ways to utilize chakra. But now, a miraculous object has appeared before Kenichi Amemiya. If its effectiveness is confirmed, it will instantly make Takigakure a strategic location for the 5 major ninja villages. By then, no matter how well Takigakure hides, even if it were hidden in the sky, the ANBU of the 5 major ninja villages would be able to uncover it. While this object has significant side effects, the combat power it provides is substantial. And the most amazing thing is that the hero water is reproducible. While the acquisition process is long, even if you don't drink it all in one go, drinking a small amount each time can still boost a ninja's combat power. Therefore, the tree that produces a hero water in Takigakure will be uprooted and taken back to their respective villages. This is the method used by the 5 major ninja villages. Interesting. It's still difficult to create chaos in the ninja world right now. None of the kage in the major ninja villages are fools. Trying to sow discord and cause them to fight each other is difficult, but what if we have a bait? Kenichi Amemiya said, looking at the gourd in his hand. He felt that the bottle of hero's water in his hand was the bait. Because it was real, it existed, and according to records, it was effective. All he needed to do was study the effectiveness of this hero's water. After all, the records could be inaccurate. The dozens-fold increase in chakra was truly terrifying. Amemiya Kenichi needed to confirm its effectiveness for ninjas of different ranks. Then, he could set out a lure, a bait that would radiate a dazzling light and an alluring aroma in the dark forest. Even the most rational kage would be forced to take it. After all, if he didn't, neither would the rest of the ninja village. What would happen if his village fell behind? Here you go. At that moment, Amemiya Kenichi heard Nagato's voice. He looked up and saw Nagato had just tossed him a small bottle. Kenichi Amemiya took it and glanced at it. It contained some debris, likely the fragments of the outer path demon statue. This excited Kenichi Amemiya. If it weren't for the inconvenience right now, Kenichi Amemiya vowed to open his main Gekyo and thoroughly study the element that made it. He might even be able to dismantle the outer path demon statue, and Black Zetsu's plan would naturally fail. Okay, I'll let you know when I have the results. Then, Captain, just take me into that strange space. Kenichi Amemiya glanced at Nagato, laying the groundwork for discussing his plan with him later. This would also reduce the chances of discovery. Nagato nodded and watched Kenichi Amemiya leave. After Kenichi Amemiya left, Nagato returned to his room and continued eating. He needed to replenish his energy. Kenichi Amemiya had previously wanted to contact him, but it wasn't convenient at that time. His words were clearly laying the groundwork for a future meeting, so he needed to be in better shape. Nagato, hey is here. Conan walked in, and Nagato's face darkened. Hey? This guy was the suspicious person that Amemiya Kenichi had mentioned, who seemed to possess some extraordinary ability to detect intelligence. So what was he doing here? Nagato pondered for a moment, but still controlled pain to leave. He felt that, if what Amemiya Kenichi said was true, then his true identity might have been exposed. But until then, he had to pretend ignorance. What a hassle. One day, I'm going to kill this guy, Nagato said with a cold face. The other party was hiding something, hiding this extraordinary ability to hide, which in itself had some malicious intentions. Amemiya Kenichi didn't know what happened after he left, and he didn't know where Black Zetsu was, so he couldn't say much here. But now he could go back to the snow country and study what he had. As for the attack on the hidden mist village, this bait would be needed to trigger it. If the 4 major ninja villages in this area are engulfed in war, the hidden mist village will undoubtedly send ninjas to plunder the hero water and sow discord. It won't be difficult for conflict to break out in the ninja world. After all, these 5 villages share a deep-seated feud. Amemiya Kenichi piloted the airship into flight. He needed to return to his laboratory as quickly as possible to begin his research. There was no need to waste much time. After all, the ninja villages didn't care how the hero water stimulated the ninjas' chakra increase. They cared about how much chakra it boosted different ninjas, and how much combat power it could unleash. So, Amemiya Kenichi only needed to test the chakra boosts achieved by Genin, Chunin, and Jonin after drinking the hero water. Then, he could release this tempting bait. As for the hero water's composition, and how it boosted ninja's chakra, after setting out the bait, Amemiya Kenichi had plenty of time to research it. He casually placed the bottle of hero water in his sealing scroll, and flew the airship towards the snow country. As the airship passed over the land of rice, Kenichi Amemiya noticed the phone his teacher had made light up. He glanced at it, then silently placed it back into the sealing scroll. He then quickly steered the airship away from the land of rice. That brat. Orochimaru took a deep breath. This little bastard is actually pretending not to see the phone signal now, isn't he? It seems like it's time to teach him a lesson. Chapter 390 What is lifespan? A brief discussion on the role of DNA telomeres in the life process. After drinking the hero's water, the experimental Genin's number of Great Fireball Jutsu increased from 22 to 212. Amemiya Kenichi looked at the exhausted snow country Genin, then at the pitch black training grounds, and gasped. Could this hero's water really be effective? Although we have to consider that the strength of the snow country Genin varies. Even so, from a purely individual perspective, this Genin's experimental subject's chakra has indeed increased by nearly tenfold. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at the experimental log in his hand. While individual ninjas have their own differences, this time he wasn't comparing the differences between different ninjas, but rather the performance of a single individual after drinking the hero's water. So far, he's only taken a normal sip, about 40 milliliters. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at the experimental log in his hand. According to the records of the Takigakure village, the more hero's water one drinks, the greater the burst of power, which translates to a higher chakra boost. But relatively speaking, the amount of life lost would naturally increase. To some extent, this could be interpreted as exchanging lifespan for chakra, a kind of equivalent exchange. It's a bit hard to understand. How does this thing work? Amemiya Kenichi looked at the gourd in his hand curiously. The ninja serving as the experimental subject was currently sitting on the ground, refining chakra to restore his lost chakra, but from the outside, his appearance hadn't changed much. This made Amemiya Kenichi even more curious about how the lifespan lost by the hero's water was consumed. And, after all, what was the concept of lifespan? It couldn't be a matter of changing a few lines in the book of life and death. From a biological perspective, lifespan could be understood as a massive loss of cells, but most cells in a normal person's body are constantly dying and being reborn, repeating this cycle over and over again. This is affected by the DNA's telomeres. During DNA replication, a small portion of the telomeres is lost, and these telomeres don't carry genetic information. In other words, telomere loss doesn't affect the integrity of DNA replication and genetic information, much like a human fingernail. Trimming a few inches doesn't affect the overall shape of the nail. However, telomeres have a limited length. Even if only a small portion of telomere is lost during each DNA replication, the loss of more telomeres will cause the total length of the telomeres to decrease. Once telomeres are nearly completely depleted, problems with the inherited genetic information during DNA replication can occur, leading to cellular aging and death. This is currently widely considered by scientists to be the human life clock. If telomeres were a clock, then when the hands return to zero, death is inevitable. Without telomeres, DNA replication is disrupted, cells cannot function properly, and they must die. The body is unable to produce new, functioning cells, and ultimately, death is inevitable. If that's the case, then is it possible that the hero's water actually promotes massive DNA replication, thereby increasing the upper limit of a certain cell within the body, leading to an increase in chakra? And because of this increased replication, the rate of telomere reduction accelerates, directly accelerating the ninja's death. And the more he drinks, the higher the DNA replication, the higher the upper limit of a certain cell, leading to a burst of greater power. But also because of this, the telomere reduction increases, leading to death. Amemiya nodded. He felt it was possible, and quite likely. After all, this speculation was very reasonable. However, it still needed some experimental data to support it. Theory is just theory. Without solid data, it can't become axiom. How do you feel? Amemiya Kenichi asked, looking at the genin who was refining chakra. Amemiya Kenichi didn't know his name. He was simply codenamed Experimental Genin in Amemiya Kenichi's experimental log. Reporting to Lord Amemiya, I'm just feeling a little tired right now, and would really like to rest. The genin stood up respectfully, head bowed, and answered Amemiya Kenichi's questions honestly. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at the various monitoring devices attached to the man. Overall, the data was relatively normal, with no significant changes. If there was any abnormality, it was probably a slight change in the man's electrocardiogram after drinking the hero's water. It was probably a change from a normal standing position to a heartbeat at a jog, with a slightly faster heart rate, but not significantly. Based purely on the data, there's no significant change, but it could be, because the amount consumed was not very large. Amemiya Kenichi frowned, pondering, but quickly dismissed the thought. There was no need to dwell on this question right now. All he needed to do was calculate the maximum chakra multiplier that Genin, Chunin, and Jonin could achieve after drinking the hero's water. As for how the hero's water produced this effect, that wasn't something Amemiya Kenichi needed to research at the moment. Soon, Kenichi Amemiya summoned a Chunin and a Jonin from the snow country who had received the gift, and simultaneously instructed them to unleash their most powerful jutsu until their chakra was almost depleted. Once their chakra had been refined and recovered, Kenichi Amemiya had them drink 40 milliliters of the hero's water. Then, he tested them again unleashing their most proficient jutsu. After drinking 40 milliliters of the hero's water, the Chunin's jutsu output increased by nearly tenfold, while the Jonin's increased by about eightfold. The Chunin, Jonin, and Genin all drank 40 milliliters of the hero's water. Although the Jonin's boost wasn't nearly tenfold, the difference wasn't significant, indicating the hero's water still had an effect on the Jonin. Kenichi Amemiya closed the experimental log. This was enough. After drinking the hero's water, the Genin, Chunin, and Jonin all experienced an increase in their chakra. This proves that the hero's water is indeed effective. While it's still unknown how it achieves this effect, it doesn't matter anymore. With this thing, Amemiya Kenichi can be said to have mastered the power to muddy the waters of the ninja world. How are you feeling? Amemiya Kenichi glanced at the monitoring data. It was still the same. Whether it was the Chunin or the Jonin, their current physical data was similar to the previous Genins. Their heart rates were all elevated, but otherwise, there were no other significant effects. A little tired, the Chunin touched his chest. Not bad, but I feel something strange. The Jonin frowned and pinched his arm. He felt something strange about his body, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Upon hearing this, Amemiya Kenichi took a few more glances at the Jonin's data, but still couldn't see anything. The other person's data was perfectly normal, with no particularly noticeable changes. Even under normal circumstances, the human body can experience subtle changes, so it's difficult to say whether this slight difference is a sign of a shortened lifespan. Although Kenichi Amemiya had a theory that the hero's water caused a shortened lifespan, proving it proved difficult. First, he needed to observe the existence of telomeres, but the ninja world didn't yet possess such sophisticated equipment. But perhaps I can prove this in another way, Kenichi Amemiya pondered. He had already come up with a simpler method, one that, while not entirely accurate, would still be useful. But now isn't the time to dwell on that. What I need to do now is spread the word about the hero's water. Kenichi Amemiya shook his head. This problem could be studied more slowly, but wasting time like this wouldn't be a good idea. Kenichi Amemiya planned to conduct research while spreading the word about the hero's water and stirring up the ninja world. Well, it seemed impossible. Once the news spread and the major ninja villages took action, he would need to begin formulating his plan, provoke a war between the four great nations, and then, taking advantage of a tense standoff or war, launch a surprise attack on the hidden mist village. Even if these villages showed some common sense and sent out elite ninjas, Kenichi Amemiya wouldn't mind. He'd have his ninja troops don the clothing and forehead protectors of other villages and provoke a war. Then, he'd launch a surprise attack on the hidden mist village. If that didn't work, wouldn't the villages have to share intelligence with each other to avoid miscalculation? While their attention was focused on this matter, he'd launch a surprise attack on the hidden mist village. Well, no matter what, he'd have to attack the hidden mist village, just like he'd attacked Poland. So, how do we get this message out? Kenichi Amemiya glanced at his ceiling scroll. He wondered if Kabuto Yakushi had completed his earlier plan. If he had, that would have given him time to do something else, right? So, I need to spread this message, and I need to let the other ninja villages know too. In a remote town's tavern, Kabuto Yakushi was about to rest when a woman approached him. He looked at her helplessly, his voice slightly dissatisfied. Yes, that's the master's order. Uchiha sat upright in a chair, then took a sip from a cup of tea. Kabuto Yakushi rubbed his temples. Why did he feel like he'd just jumped out of that nasty place at the root and landed in an even deeper pit? The previous incident was fine. It was just gossip. After all, Kabuto Yakushi himself didn't believe it, so spreading it wasn't a problem. People love to spread that kind of gossip, so it went relatively smoothly. But this mission. Kabuto Yakushi licked his lips as he looked at the scroll and the 5 small bottles of silvery white liquid in his hand. Though not very old, he was still a ninja, so he could tell how terrifying the consequences would be if the information about this thing were confirmed. The most intriguing thing was that the master had prepared 5 bottles of this liquid. According to the master's instructions, each of these 5 bottles would fall into the hands of 5 ninja villages. Even if not all of them, at least 3 of them had to get their hands on this magical liquid. The danger level was quite high. The Lord said the route has been destroyed, and he learned some interesting information from Danzo, such as information about the former director of the Konoha orphanage, a man named Yakushi Nono. Uchiha spoke calmly, but Kabuto Yakushi's pupils suddenly shrank. Yakushi Nono? He knew that name all too well. That's how his last name, Yakushi, came from, and it was that gentle person who had made him a spy. I will complete this mission. Kabuto Yakushi's expression grew firm. If there was anyone in this world he would give everything for, it would undoubtedly be that gentle person. If it weren't for Yakushi Nono, Danzo wouldn't have been able to control him so easily. It's easy to say that once a bond is formed, people tend to be hesitant. Uchiha nodded non-committally. This Kabuto Yakushi's abilities were truly remarkable. It was undeniable that Lord Amemiya was a true talent scout, always able to discover some exceptional individuals. By the way, the master also said that once this mission is completed, you can leave Konoha, and Yakushi Nono will be taken to your destination by the master, Uchiha added. Yakushi Kabuto nodded. He still trusted Amemiya Kenichi's words, as he had basically done what he said. Of course, he had no choice at the moment. He could only go down this path. Here, Uchiha handed over a document bag. Yakushi Kabuto took it, glanced at it, and then froze in his tracks. After a long moment, a smile that belied his age spread across his face. He looked at the photo in his hand, not noticing the tears streaming down his face. Tears still dripped onto the photo, but he held it tightly. Uchiha calmly sipped her tea, a hint of envy in her eyes. Amemiya-sama had personally traveled from the snow country to Konoha to fulfill his promise to Yakushi Kabuto. Given the master's abilities, he should have arrived by now, right? He was truly lucky to be following that master. Chapter 391, Reunion with old friends and return to the old place. When a whale falls, all things come to life. Amemiya Kenichi surveyed the hidden leaf village before him. Though the route's leader, Danzo, had died, it clearly had little impact on this behemoth. Konoha remained the same, bustling as ever, as if the previous attacks hadn't affected the village at all. I wonder what's happening with the route now? Has it been absorbed into the ANBU, or has a new leader been appointed to lead it? Amemiya Kenichi lined up and followed the group ahead, slowly entering Konoha. This time, he was posing as a merchant, with goods and everything. Such individuals were common in Konoha. After all, while Konoha was the current premier ninja village, it still needed merchants, making them an ideal target for spies. After inspecting the goods, the Konoha guards let Amemiya Kenichi in. Amemiya Kenichi skillfully carried his merchandise to Konoha's large trading center, where he began selling his wares honestly, just like any other merchant. The residents of Konoha continued to go about their daily lives, arguing endlessly with merchants over the difference of a few taels. Amemiya Kenichi watched with amusement. He wasn't particularly anxious to deal with Yakushi Nono. Since Danzo's death, much of the route's activity had fallen silent. Kabuto Yakushi hadn't been assigned any missions, but Amemiya Kenichi doubted Konoha would let these trained and experienced spies go. Reactivating them was only a matter of time. Since he'd promised Kabuto Yakushi his unwavering loyalty, this favor was essential. Hello, could you please give me a discount on this item? A customer arrived, interrupting Amemiya Kenichi's reverie. He turned and glanced, only to see a familiar man with a watermelon-like hairstyle, his large white teeth gleaming even on the overcast sky. Ah, esteemed ninja-sama, this is already the lowest price I've ever seen. Amemiya Kenichi was taken aback for a moment, then rubbed his hands with a smile, the air of a street vendor. However, Kenichi Amemiya hadn't expected to meet Kei in such a place. But the price? Kei hesitated, looking at the item in his hand. It was a weighted bag, a less popular item in the ninja world, but still a popular commodity. The ninja world was home to numerous taijutsu ninja, though most were concentrated in the hidden cloud village. The muscular ninja there were the epitome of taijutsu ninja, and they greatly appreciated weighted bags, which aided their training. However, other ninja villages were also home to taijutsu ninja, so weighted bags were generally readily available in every village. After all, the ninjas' intense training put a heavy strain on their bags. Don't you still have your weighted bags? Kakashi approached. He glanced at Kenichi Amemiya, not recognizing his friend, and then looked at Kei. Kenichi Amemiya smiled ingratiatingly. His luck today was truly unpredictable. Konoha was quite a powerful place, and he'd even managed to meet Kei and Kakashi. Could this be a case of bad fate? It's broken. I was wearing it on a mission before, and it was damaged by the enemy. Ake still took out the money silently. Without the weight bag, his youth would not be so passionate. Only with the weight bag can he live up to his youth. I really don't understand. Kakashi and Ake talked while walking. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at Kakashi. Kakashi seemed to be more cheerful. Did he finally come out of the shadow of the past? I can get money for doing some things. Being a spy is not that difficult. Amemiya Kenichi put the money in his hand, but he knew that this was because he had the technique of erasing face. Even in his previous life, this thing was an absolute magic. He could live with other people's faces directly. But looking at Kakashi's back, Amemiya Kenichi also had an idea. He knew that Kakashi's Sharingan had now been replaced by an ordinary 3 Magatama Sharingan, and it was the kind that could not be closed. Although Kakashi didn't know, and according to the plot, it would take some time for Kakashi to discover that his eyes were actually Mangeki. Amemiya Kenichi's intervention had completely changed the storyline. Kakashi likely wouldn't be able to unlock his Kamu form, and Amemiya Kenichi didn't intend to return Obito's manger key to Kakashi, as that would surely arouse Obito's suspicion. Furthermore, if Obito's temper had changed drastically after his attack, and he took his manger key from Kakashi, then Amemiya Kenichi would have to face Obito in a dual Kamu form, which would be a waste of time. Kakashi seemed to sense someone was watching him, and turned to look, but there was nothing unusual behind him. The vendor was enthusiastically introducing his wares to the others. Is it an illusion? Kakashi shook his head, then followed K. They had planned to go to a barbecue restaurant with some friends today. When the two of them arrived at the Akimichi family's barbecue restaurant, Asuma, Kyonari, Gekko Hayate, and Shizune were already waiting there. Kakashi, K, you're a little late. Asuma, holding a lollipop in his mouth, greeted his good classmates with a smile. Haha, sorry, I just came here upside down. K had already put on the weight bag, and was giving a thumbs up with a sweaty face. The ninjas smiled, and shook their heads. They also knew K's character, so they didn't mind too much. Kakashi, Shizune greeted with a smile, and Kakashi nodded, then silently followed his friends into the barbecue restaurant. The ninjas talked a lot in the barbecue restaurant, but most of them talked about some small gossip, such as Asuma and Kyonari's relationship, and how K had been embarrassed by his teacher in school. Kakashi, are you looking for a girlfriend? Asuma asked, cup in hand. He sat on his cushions, tempted to light up a cigarette from his bag, but then Tsunade-sama's intimidating gaze reminded him that all his cigarettes had been destroyed. So, Asuma could only divert his attention. No, Kakashi shook his head. He wasn't thinking of falling in love just yet. Kakashi's so handsome, and he hasn't found one yet, so there's no chance for me either. Moonlight Hayate sighed. Although the ninjas were currently chatting about trivial matters, the discussion always strayed into strange places. Asuma, by the way, why did you quit smoking? Moonlight Hayate asked curiously, looking at Asuma. He knew Asuma well, a chain smoker who felt unwell without a cigarette. Tsunade-sama said smoking is harmful to the body, so she told Asuma to quit. Shizune spoke up. She was quite knowledgeable about the matter, and even knew a little more. But those things cannot be said. Currently, only Lady Tsunade, and the third Hokage know about it. No one else knows, including Sarutobi Asuma. Yeah, Lady Tsunade is super serious. She said that, if she sees me smoking, she will punch me. Asuma wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He also wanted to smoke. Quitting smoking is not so easy. For Asuma, smoking is now like a habit. He felt uncomfortable without it. But when he thought of Tsunade's terrifying strength, Sarutobi Asuma chose to be obedient. Soon the topic of the ninjas shifted to the issue of physical health and healthcare. Late at night, the ninjas said goodbye to each other and returned to their homes. As soon as Kakashi opened his bedroom door, he saw a pair of evil eyes. He was caught off guard and fell into the illusion. Kakashi, you're still too young. Amemiya Kenichi smiled as he pulled out a prepared syringe and thrust it directly into Kakashi's neck, injecting the anesthetic. Kakashi's body slumped limply, collapsing onto the operating table he had prepared. Kakashi wasn't entirely familiar with his own eye. While the Sharingan was powerful, the manger key was even more effective against ordinary Sharingans. Kakashi's lack of experience had led him to be struck by the Tsukuyomi after a single glance at Uchiha Itachi. Many ninjas say that ninja warfare is a war of intelligence, and Jiraiya was a staunch supporter of this. Looking at Kakashi slumped on the operating table, Amemiya Kenichi silently produced a few syringes. While this wasn't a laboratory, it didn't matter. A simple surgery wasn't a difficult task for him. My friend, I can only wait and see how far you can grow without the Sharingan weighing you down. Amemiya Kenichi rubbed his hands excitedly before beginning his transformation on Kakashi. Me. Kakashi suddenly jumped up from the bed. He cautiously scanned his surroundings, but saw nothing. The room was completely empty, as if the eerie eyes he'd seen before he blacked out had been an illusion. However, Kakashi carefully checked himself, finding nothing amiss. That was until he spotted a note on the table. My friend Kakashi, it's been ages since we last met. I've come to grant you a chance today. Now you can freely control your Sharingan. I wish you great fortune in your martial arts. Kakashi silently stared at the note in his hand, which then burned to ash. He glanced in the mirror. His eyes were normal, but as he thought, 3 Magatama appeared, and even both of his eyes became 3 Magatama. Amemiya, Kakashi sighed. He wasn't an idiot, he had already guessed who had done this. He hadn't expected Amemiya Kenichi to have mastered such a technique. Kakashi's eyes were conflicted. As an ANBU ninja and a Konoha ninja, he felt obliged to report this to the Sandaime. However, doing so would likely result in him undergoing further investigation, and the bounty on his friend's head would likely increase. A ninja who failed to complete his mission was not a qualified ninja, but one who did not cherish his companions was unworthy of being a ninja. In the dimly lit room, Kakashi lay on his bed. For now, things would remain as they were. At the Konoha orphanage, Amemiya Kenichi rested his chin on his hand, gazing at the once familiar place. He had lived in this dilapidated orphanage when he first traveled through time, but the director back then wasn't Yakashino, but an ordinary old man. Now, that old man was nowhere to be found, and the director had become Yakashino. There's no need to worry about that, Kakashi. Although I haven't opened the manger key for him, I think with Kakashi's personality, opening the manger key shouldn't be a problem. After all, I've already given him the all-important key. Amemiya Kenichi licked his lips. Kenichi Amemiya considered helping Kakashi open his manger key Sharingan, but after some thought, he decided against it. He wanted to see what kind of manger key Kakashi could open himself. This exceptionally gifted ninja should be able to do so. Kenichi Amemiya entered the orphanage. Konoha's orphanage had always been a rather peculiar place, housing many war orphans. However, there were distinctions among these orphans. For example, those whose parents were Konoha ninjas were often not housed there. They could live comfortably on the assets left by their parents, while Konoha's orphanages often housed civilian war orphans. When their parents died, they left behind no wealth, and with few relatives willing to take them in, they were forced to board in the orphanage. This resulted in the orphanage being somewhat neglected. Fortunately, however, there were some kindred individuals in Konoha who donated money, allowing the orphanage to at least maintain a relatively stable existence and provide the orphans with a decent amount of food. Kenichi Amemiya strolled in this familiar yet strange place. He used to be a member of this place. After being taken away by Orochimaru, Kenichi Amemiya donated some of the money he had saved to this place, not for anything else, just so that his former friends could eat better. But this was not the purpose of Kenichi Amemiya's visit today. He soon arrived at the dormitory of the orphanage. The dormitory of the orphanage was in a building. The boys slept in one room, the girls slept in another room, and the teachers of the orphanage slept in the middle. So if you want to find the pharmacist Nono, this is the best place to find him. As soon as he opened the door, a kune stabbed at Kenichi Amemiya's eyes, but he caught it with one hand. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392. The smart little guy in the orphanage. Who are you? A blonde woman stood before Kenichi Amemiya, her eyes gleaming with rage. Kenichi immediately recognized the person before him, the main target of his visit, Yakashino. Director Nono, don't get so excited. I used to be a member of this orphanage, he said with a smile, his voice soft, knowing it was bedtime for the children. Nono was stunned by this. She glanced at Kenichi Amemiya. Although the light was dim, she could tell she didn't recognize the person before her. However, considering she hadn't worked at the orphanage for a while, Nono was unsure whether the person before her was a member. However, the person didn't seem hostile. I used to donate to the orphanage. My name is Kenichi Amemiya. Director Nono, you should know, if you check the donation records, Kenichi Amemiya added with a shrug. Nono's pupils shrank, and she stared at the man in horror. She remembered Kenichi Amemiya, having been taken in by Orochimaru, one of Konoha's 3 great ninjas, and becoming his student. He was considered one of the most fortunate children in the orphanage, a subject of much discussion among the teachers. Kenichi Amemiya was also grateful, frequently sending money back. The teachers at the orphanage loved this grateful child and considered him a truly outstanding individual. However, all this changed when Kenichi Amemiya and Orochimaru betrayed the village. The names of Orochimaru and Kenichi Amemiya became taboos within the orphanage. However, when the teachers discussed the incident privately, they still believed Kenichi Amemiya was a good person, and that his betrayal was an accident. He donated a large sum of money to the orphanage, improving the lives of many orphans. They believed Kenichi Amemiya was not a bad person, but due to Konoha's policies, they remained silent. Yakushi Nono also learned of the incident from these teachers. Even now, Amemiya Kenichi's name still occasionally surfaced in the teachers' private conversations. But now, he had appeared before her. "What are you doing here?" Yakushi Nono lowered her kune and eyed the man before her with some caution. Although she knew he was an accomplished ninja and held no hostility toward the orphanage, she remained cautious. This was due to her years of spying. "Do you remember an orphan you once cared for, named Kabuto Yakushi?" Amemiya Kenichi asked without delay. He had come to take Nanu Yakushi away, so he asked directly. "Kabuto? Of course I remember, but..." Nanu Yakushi was stunned for a moment, but then nodded. Of course she remembered Kabuto Yakushi, she had chosen his name herself. "Kabuto Yakushi is helping me, and you are the one he values most. So, to fulfill your promise to him, leave Konoha with me." Amemiya Kenichi looked at Nanu Yakushi calmly, a kaleidoscope of light shimmering in his eyes. Although Yakushi Nono's strength was not particularly outstanding, the opponent was a ninja after all, and it would be bad if he caused any accidents, so Amemiya Kenichi still planned to fight with all his might. Yakushi Nono opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. She was a spy assigned by the root. Although the root was in chaos due to the death of Elder Danzo, the members inside were also investigated and questioned by the ANBU, and even some dirty things happened in the fight for the position of leader of the root. But none of them had much to do with her as a temporary worker. After the ANBU came to ask her about some of the missions she had performed, they let her do her own thing for the time being, and would tell her about the next mission. This also made Yakushi Nono feel relieved. Working for Danzo and working for the Sannin were two different concepts. But at this moment, Amemiya Kenichi, a Konoha traitor, secretly approached, intent on taking him away, forcing him to leave Konoha with him, to seek out Yakushi Kabuto. "Don't be so reserved. Although you've left Konoha, there's still much you need to do. There are several orphanages in the Snow Country, but the directors there aren't very reliable, and the orphans there are living in dire straits." Amemiya Kenichi, sensing Yakushi Nono's dilemma, offered some counseling. Of course, his words were false. The Snow Country was a remote, isolated nation. The fourth and three previous Shinobi World Wars had no impact there, making the possibility of orphans unlikely. The orphanages existed because of the rebellion there, coupled with the brutality of Fuuka Koyuki's ascension to the throne. This led to the emergence of a large number of orphans, but the director was quite competent. But if he didn't speak a bit more pessimistically, how could he convince Yakushi Nono to follow him? While it's possible to control the opponent directly with the Manjuki illusion, it's best if the opponent is willing to follow them. "I don't think I have a choice," Yakushi Nono sighed, looking at Amemiya Kenichi before her. She was a smart person, and someone with a bit of ambition. She knew that, since Amemiya Kenichi had come to her like this, it proved that he was going to take her away, whether she wanted to or not. And he was giving her a way out, wasn't it? A wise choice. Amemiya Kenichi smiled. He knew what Yakushi Nono meant by this. With this in mind, he pulled out a thick envelope from his pocket. This time in Konoha, he planned to make his customary donation. Yakushi Nono took a look and immediately determined the amount of money from the thickness of the envelope. This realization made her feel much better. Although she still had to betray the village, at least she had sold herself for a good price. This amount of money was enough to keep the children in the orphanage well fed for 2 or 3 years. "Is teacher Hinata still here?" Amemiya Kenichi asked casually. "Atsuki is still here, but she doesn't stay at the orphanage at night. She's in her office." Yakushi Nono was stunned for a moment, then answered instinctively. "I see." Amemiya Kenichi nodded, then walked to Hinata office, and placed the money on the desk. Hinata was the first orphanage teacher Amemiya Kenichi met. She was a ninja from the Hyuga clan and also a teacher at the orphanage. She was young, in her 30s, but due to an injury, she no longer worked as a ninja and worked exclusively as an orphanage teacher. She was a good teacher and wouldn't embezzle the orphanage's donations. After all, she was a Hyuga clan ninja. Ninja from large families don't particularly value money, especially for someone like her who was injured in the war. The Hyuga clan gave her a lot of money, but of course, the most important thing was her character. She was a well-deserved good person. Amemiya Kenichi had once wondered if everyone in the ninja world was good, but he later realized that wasn't the case. Even donations to the orphanage were embezzled by unscrupulous people. So, later on, all of Amemiya Kenichi's donations went to Hinata, while that bastard became a test subject in the teacher's lab. Actually, since that last time that Fujita teacher disappeared, there haven't been any cases of misappropriation of donations at the hospital. Yakashino now saw what Amemiya Kenichi was saying. With such a large sum of money and your disappearance, it's hard to say. I'd rather give it to teacher Yu, and I'll feel more at ease. Amemiya Kenichi clapped his hands and glanced over his shoulder. In the dim hallway, he just saw a small head flash by. Amemiya Kenichi frowned slightly, then formed a hand seal, and, with a fleeting jutsu, he was behind the child, picking her up by the collar. Sayuri? Yakashino now was surprised to see the trembling child in Amemiya Kenichi's arms. Amemiya Kenichi narrowed his eyes and glanced at him. A child from the hospital? Amemiya Kenichi looked at the little girl with amusement. Well, her name is Sayuri. I don't know who her parents are, so I named her Yakashi Sayuri. Yakashino now explained quickly, a little anxiously. Dean's sister, are you and this brother on a date? Sayuri blinked, looking shy. Yakashino explained with a smile, while Amemiya Kenichi looked at him silently. Then he reached out, grabbed a strand of Sayuri's hair, and rubbed it. Sir Amemiya, you. Yakashino was a little anxious. How could Amemiya Kenichi do that to a child? Don't be nervous. I don't think this little girl doesn't know her own name. Amemiya Kenichi looked at the black in his hand and smiled, while the little girl trembled all over. Yakashino was a little confused about what Amemiya Kenichi meant, until she saw Amemiya Kenichi hand Sayuri to her. Give this Uzumaki Sayuri a bath. Why dye your hair at such a young age? Amemiya Kenichi said with a half smile. Yakashino's pupils shrank. She looked at Sayuri, who was trembling with her head down, in astonishment. There was a red hair that was so eye-catching in her black hair. Red hair is the most obvious symbol of the Uzumaki clan. While not every member has red hair, it is a simple way to distinguish them. When Kenichi Amemiya grabbed the little brat, he noticed an unusual amount of chakra within him. Although he wasn't young enough to attend ninja school, he still had a bit more chakra, which reminded him of young Naruto. Furthermore, when he held him and saw his hair, it was a bit too striking in the main Jekai lens. But Kenichi Amemiya, after a little experiment, discovered the little brat's hidden secret. What Yakashi Sayuri? This brat's name was clearly Uzumaki Sayuri. The ninja world is truly the ninja world. A child so precocious, even knowing how to hide her hair color, must have been hardship ridden by her previous life of wandering. But there's no other way. The Uzumaki clan possesses a unique constitution. Furthermore, with the Whirlpool country now destroyed, it's safe to say that few Uzumaki clan members remain in the ninja world, making any member of the clan a precious treasure. Unfortunately, Sayuri is a girl. If she were a boy, she would probably be kept as a stud by those people. A moment later, Yakashino emerged with a complicated expression, leading Sayuri. Her hair had returned to its natural red color, resembling Uzumaki Kuwauki. Lord Amemiya, Sayuri. Yakashino looked at Amemiya Kenichi, wanting to say something. She has to come with me too. Konoha is not a place for Sayuri to live. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head. He knew what Nono was trying to say, but he couldn't agree. Sayuri would be better off staying in Konoha with him. If she stayed in Konoha and was discovered, she might be trained to become the next Jinkriki vessel. Konoha would not give up the Ninetales. It was the deterrent that made them the foremost ninja village in the ninja world. The Ninetales, unsealed and only half in its original form, was already a challenge for Nagato. A fully formed Ninetales would be even more problematic, but it was also a crucial factor in Konoha's rise to prominence. Now that Naruto had been taken away by him, Konoha would certainly not sit idly by. If Sayuri was discovered, it would be disastrous. Don't worry, I have an elder from the Uzumaki clan with me. I won't do anything to her. I'll just ask that elder to help take care of her. Amemiya Kenichi shrugged. Uzumaki Kuaukina was the best carriage ever. Yakushi Nono sighed. She knew she couldn't do anything, so she still took Sayuri's hand and followed Amemiya Kenichi out of the orphanage. She could only pray that what Amemiya Kenichi said was true. The orphanage was very remote, separated from other areas of Konoha, so there were very few ninjas here. Amemiya Kenichi easily left Konoha with Yakushi Nono and Sayuri. Although this would trigger the warning of Konoha's defensive barrier, Amemiya Kenichi didn't care. By the time the Konoha ninjas realized something was wrong and came over, he had already left. Before leaving, looking at the scattered lights of Konohagakure behind him, Amemiya Kenichi smacked his lips. He didn't know when they would meet again, and he didn't know how the 5 major ninja villages would react as that information spread. Kakashi, I wonder if you can successfully open your manger key, and what kind of manger key you'll be able to open when you do. I'm really looking forward to it. Amemiya Kenichi smiled and dived into the dark Konohagakure forest, the scattered lights behind him gradually dimming. Chapter 393, Intelligence that stirs up the ninja world. Amemiya sensei, you're here. Hey, who's this girl? Uzumaki Naruto rushed out of the room excitedly and threw himself into Amemiya Kenichi's arms. But then he looked curiously at the little girl beside him, Uzumaki Sayuri. This is Uzumaki Sayuri, kind of like your distant relative? Amemiya Kenichi rubbed Naruto's head with a smile. He had returned to the snow country specifically to bring Sayuri and Yakushi Nono. After all, the ninja world could be in turmoil. The shadow of war had once again spread across the world, and it was hard to say when the 5 great nations would clash again. There was no place in the ninja world safer than the snow country. This small place, isolated overseas, was safe from the war. Uzumaki. Naruto blinked, thinking the name was similar to his own, but then he stopped caring. He clutched his teacher's clothes and looked at Amemiya Kenichi with tears in his eyes. Now that Amemiya sensei was back, freedom had finally returned, and he could finally be free from his mother's clutches. Naruto, how could you be so fast? Ah, it's Kenichi-chan. What's wrong with you? A red-haired woman stormed out of the room. She was stunned for a moment when she saw Kenichi Amemiya, then her smile widened slightly. But then she noticed the little red-haired girl beside Kenichi Amemiya. Sister Kuaoki, this is Sayuri Uzumaki. I met her at the Konoha orphanage. She's a very clever little girl. Kenichi Amemiya introduced her with a smile. He didn't have much time to take care of children. Naruto was fine, but Sayuri was out of the question. It would be better to leave her to Kuaoki, who he felt wouldn't mind helping one of her clan. As Kenichi Amemiya had expected, Kuaoki quickly warmed up to him. The shared hair color and surname created a sense of closeness between the two people of different ages. Kenichi Amemiya took Naruto out for dinner, intending to eat and see what Naruto had learned from his time with Kuaoki. So, your mother taught you the diamond seal. So you spend your days killing foxes? Amemiya Kenichi looked at Naruto with a strange expression. Was she worthy of being Uzumaki Kushina? Her treatment of the Ninetales was so crude and brutal. Yeah, but I saw that big fox. It's very fierce. Naruto nodded honestly. Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. Kurama must be very fierce now. Its shadow, Uzumaki Kushina, has returned. How could it not be fierce? You have to know that Uzumaki Kushina would hit Kurama at the slightest provocation, and facing Uzumaki Kushina, the Jinchuriki, Kurama was completely suppressed by the sealing technique. It was a tearful scene. So, Naruto? Amemiya Kenichi looked at Naruto with a smile. He knew that, although Kurama was only half full now, he could still sense things. With a little guidance, the relationship between Kurama and Naruto should be eased. It's hard to say whether Naruto will be able to unlock Tailed Beast Outer mode early. I don't know, but I don't think that giant fox is a bad guy. Although it's fierce, it's bound to be upset being locked up all the time, Naruto said with a smirk, scratching his head. Amemiya Ken nodded. As expected of Naruto, this character was outrageous, and this was Naruto, who had suffered so much injustice. Who knows what would happen if it were the Naruto who had a happy childhood now. Naruto, although the things your mother taught you are useful, how you handle them is up to you. Since you think the Ninetales is not a bad guy, do as you wish, but don't break the seal casually. Amemiya Ken smiled. With Naruto's words, perhaps Kurama's anger would be lessened when facing Naruto. However, even so, one should still be on guard. After all, the current Kurama is not the Kurama of the future, so it's better to be cautious. Naruto nodded obediently. Amemiya Kenichi happily helped Naruto with a piece of grilled pork belly, and then they began to eat. As they ate, Amemiya Kenichi wondered how things were going with Kabuto Yakushi. He had brought Nono Yakushi here, fulfilling his promise to Kabuto, and hoped he wouldn't let him down. Hokage-sama, according to the investigation report, 3 nights ago, the orphanage's director Nono Yakushi and an orphan, Sayuri Yakushi, disappeared. The orphanage then received a generous donation, and there were no signs of fighting. An ANBU reported respectfully at the new Konoha Hokage building. However, the source of the money is unclear. According to intel, it may be connected to the person who left the orphanage, the ANBU ninja added. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at his seat. The Hokage building had been rebuilt, but not on the original site, but next to it. The old site hadn't been maintained or cleaned up, and the dilapidated ruins remained, looking somewhat desolate. But this was Sarutobi Hiruzen's goal. After the attack, he delivered a passionate speech expounding on the will of fire, stating that the old site would remain a scar on Konoha until it was healed. This act united the people of Konoha, boosting the spirits of the ninja. Countless ninja dreamed of avenging this humiliation and bringing prosperity to the entire community. I understand. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the intelligence report, glanced at it, and then casually set it aside. He then picked up a previous report and examined it, his brow furrowing as he read. Send the elders and the head of the Nara clan over here, Sarutobi Hiruzen said weakly, taking a deep breath and pinching his brow. The ANBU nodded and disappeared into the office, while Tsunade, beside him, stared at the report with a scowl on her face. Old man, is this going to be another war? Tsunade's heart was filled with mixed feelings as she surveyed the report in her hand. I don't know, but this information must be verified, and it can't be dismissed as just hearsay. Sarutobi Hiruzen licked his lips, took a drag from his pipe, and leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. He wasn't particularly concerned about the orphanage. He had read about Yakushi Nono, and while he was a spy who had carried out some missions, he was a non-member of the route, not exposed to many secrets. The investigation was simply to see if anyone else was involved in this incident. If not, then they could simply label him a traitor. Every village had its share of traitors, and S-rank traitors were the most conspicuous and warranted the most careful scrutiny. A traitor of Yakushi Nono was simply not worth worrying about. While the intelligence suggested a connection to Amemiya Kenichi, there was no proof, right? Furthermore, if Amemiya Kenichi had truly arrived this time, he would only have taken Yakushi Nono and the orphan away. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't believe it would have much of an impact. Normally, he would have investigated and determined what Amemiya Kenichi was up to, but that was no longer the case. He was more concerned about the intelligence he had received today. Compared to this, the fact that Amemiya Kenichi had come to Konoha and taken away the orphanage director was a minor inconvenience, completely unworthy of attention. Hokage-sama, Narushikaku arrived quickly, bowing respectfully to Sarutobi Hiruzen. He then saw Sarutobi Hiruzen hand him a piece of information. Narushikaku glanced at it, his expression becoming more serious, even a look of disbelief. Mitokado En and Utatane Koharu also entered, and the information was quickly passed from Narushikaku to them. Silence fell upon the entire office. What do you think of this information? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked solemnly, taking a puff from his pipe. Although he had some ideas, such a major matter still needed to be discussed with everyone. If one person made the decision, he would bear all the blame. If a group of people made the decision, the burden would be less. Whether it's true or not, we must verify it, and we must arrange for elite ninjas to lead the team. It might even be necessary. Narushikaku glanced at Tsunade, who was sitting next to Sarutobi Hiruzen. He didn't finish his words, but everyone knew what he meant. I agree with Shikaku. Regardless of whether this information is true or false, the hero's water, which can increase a ninja's chakra by about 10 times, is extremely important. Utatane Koharu nodded. I seconded. Mitokado had no objection. Increasing chakra tenfold, what does that mean? The ninjas all knew it. Although they were the Konoha elders, they also knew what it meant. Sarutobi Hiruzen knocked his pipe, and the ash fell into the ashtray. His brows were furrowed tightly, and his wrinkles became more and more obvious. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen, with his years of political experience, had keenly sensed a hint of something amiss in this intelligence, as Narashikaku had said, this information was incredibly important. If the item mentioned in the intelligence was true, it could be considered a strategic item on par with the tailed beasts. If it were merely the hero's water of unknown origin, it would be fine, but the fact that this item indicated a stable source of it made him uneasy. A ninja's chakra boost nearly tenfold. With a stable source, what did this concept mean? Sarutobi Hiruzen knew better than anyone what it meant. It signified a turnaround, a possible ray of hope in a desperate situation. No ninja village would ignore this. Even if it appeared to be false information, the 5 great ninja villages would not sit idly by, and would undoubtedly dispatch ninja to investigate. However, since all 5 villages were sending personnel, the crucial question became who to send. Elite Jonin? Not enough. Far from enough. Items of this caliber could potentially determine ownership of these items by a single ninja team. And that's just the unverified ones. If they were proven authentic and their source discovered, a single team would be more than enough to fight for their ownership. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Tsunade beside him. Tsunade was the future 5th Hokage, and he had recently planned to abdicate. Even Konoha's power was gradually shifting to her. I'll lead the team. Tsunade stood up. Although she was gradually taking over, she wasn't yet Hokage. Jiraiya was still recovering from the battle with his disciples in the Rain Village, so he wasn't well suited to gathering intelligence. In all of Konoha, she was the only Kage-level powerhouse capable of holding a command over the elite Jonin. Tsunade was also curious, what could increase a ninja's chakra tenfold? Tenfold was no small number. If it could be of use to her, it would be a strategic resource she must fight for, even at the cost of blood. This time, we'll have 3 ninja teams together. Tsunade, you choose the members yourself. Sarutobi Hiruzen made the final decision, and Tsunade had no objections. When you come back, you'll be the 5th Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his disciple with a chuckle. He had once been troubled by his disciples' violence, but he hadn't expected that among the last 3 disciples, Tsunade would be the most suitable to be his successor. Jiraiya hadn't said anything about the other person not wanting to become Hokage, and instead spent every day writing literature. His writing was so erotic and violent. Sarutobi Hiruzen would severely criticize him. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also a loyal reader of the story I have to tell about Orochimaru, and had bought all the collector's editions. However, while reading it, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little conflicted. After all, he knew Orochimaru quite well. Because of this understanding, there was always a sense of subtlety, but he soon stopped caring, and just watched for fun. And there was no need for Orochimaru to say more. The fact that he had become a traitorous ninja eliminated the possibility of him becoming Hokage, not to mention what Orochimaru had done before. Otherwise Sarutobi Hiruzen would not have chosen Namikaze Minato. Tsunade nodded and said nothing. She had to carefully choose the members of this team. The same thing happened in other countries that received intelligence reports, except for the Hidden Mist Village. Although there was an airship, it still took time for the airship to fly over. This was already very good. The intelligence from the Hidden Mist Village was often delayed. With the airship, they could finally get some fresh information. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire ninja world became weird. For a while, the remote little country of the Land of the Rain once again became the focus of the 5 major powers. Chapter 394 Heroic Material. Kakashi, you look troubled. What happened? Tsunade chatted with Kakashi as she led the Konoha ninja squad towards the Land of Rain. Although the ninja world now had airships, a fascinating device, thanks to Kenichi Amemiya, Tsunade had no intention of using one for this mission. After all, airships were no secret in the ninja world, and the ninja community had developed their own research into these flying devices. So, She preferred running on the ground, weaving through the woods to be more discreet. Nothing, at Tsunade-sama. Kakashi shook his head, his mask drawn up to cover his eye. Although he could now freely control his Sharingan, and the triple Magatama Sharingan was no longer a burden, he still kept it hidden. As for his friend's visit to Konoha, the plot against him, and the subsequent surgery, Kakashi hadn't yet spoken out. After all, as a member of the ANBU, he had a certain degree of suspicion about the practices of the Konoha higher-ups. If they found out, it would be bad news for both her and Amemiya. Serious complications could arise. What if she needed to cooperate with experiments? What if she had to remove her eyes for a search? What would she do then? Would she become a traitor? So Kakashi said nothing, not wanting to cause trouble. Tsunade didn't pay much attention. She was still pondering the information as she hurried along. The hero's water, which can increase chakra tenfold. This thing exists. Tsunade took a deep breath. She had a feeling this matter wouldn't be resolved without bloodshed. She was definitely not the only one bringing Konoha's ninjas. It was expected that the other 4 nations would also send people. However, the hidden mist village would likely arrive the last, as it was quite far away. However, with the airship, it wouldn't take too long. The land of rain is truly. Tsunade licked her lips. She was almost traumatized by the rain village in the land of rain. Jiraiya had nearly died there the previous time. His former disciple's ruthless attack on his mentor chillingly ruthless. Furthermore, there had previously been a powerful ninja like Hanzo, but he was likely killed by the Akatsuki. Tsunade-sama, we are about to enter the land of rain. Do we need to take cover? A nearby ninja whispered. He had white eyes, and was a member of the Hyuga clan. Of course, only a branch clan. After all, ever since Aoki had acquired the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, the main Hyuga clan had ceased to appear on the battlefield. Instead, those who carried out missions were Hyuga branch clan members, inscribed with the caged bird mark. Their Byakugan allowed them to observe the battlefield, making them exceptionally perceptive ninja. No need. This place is already overcrowded. Tsunade squinted, staring ahead. The significance of this news to the ninja world goes without saying. It's safe to say that ninjas across the ninja world now know that they'll definitely be gathering intelligence. This isn't surprising. Before the hero's water was found, the ninjas of the 5 major ninja villages could still coexist in a somewhat harmonious manner. The moment the hero's water was found, conflict would erupt completely. So, the Konoha ninjas marched openly into the land of rain. As Tsunade had anticipated, they soon encountered ninjas from the hidden cloud village. Daru? Tsunade raised an eyebrow at the ninja before her. The hidden cloud village had actually sent Daru? But he didn't look any better than the other Jinchuriki. As she had said, bringing a Jinchuriki with them wouldn't just be gathering intelligence, it would be the beginning of war. Ah, isn't that Tsunade-sama? Did you guys in Konoha receive this information too? Daru yawned lazily, looking listless. Behind him followed 3 ninja teams. It seemed the hidden cloud village in Konoha had the same idea, sending out ninjas in teams of 3. Which of the 5 great ninja villages hasn't received it? Tsunade smiled. Because the Kumogakure and Konoha currently held a somewhat reluctant strategic alliance, the atmosphere between Tsunade and Daru was less tense. Daru glanced at Tsunade and the ninja team behind her, then narrowed his eyes. Though he still looked rather indifferent, he already had some thoughts of his own. Tsunade-sama, I wonder if Konoha is planning to join forces with our Kumogakure and drive out all the other competitors? Daru asked with a smile. Tsunade shook her head. Daru, we are all adults, so there's no need to discuss such trivial matters. Tsunade's expression was stern. While Konoha and Kumogakure currently had some cooperation, she didn't believe it was truly close. As long as there was sufficient benefit, Kumogakure could betray Konoha at any time. And of course, Konoha could betray Kumogakure and join forces to drive out the other ninja villages? That was something only a child would believe. Daru shrugged and said nothing more. As they approached the rain village, Tsunade and Daru parted ways. They both knew their destination, but ninjas, after all, could never end up together. The rain-soaked rain village welcomed a group of uninvited guests. What is this substance? In the snow country, Kenichi Amemiya stood in his laboratory, his eyes spinning with a kaleidoscope as he frowned at the heroic water before him. After releasing the bait, Kenichi Amemiya only had to wait patiently for it to bear fruit. Of course, even if it didn't produce the desired result, he had other plans in place. This gave him some time to research his interests. As for his side quests, Kenichi Amemiya wasn't in a rush. Mastering the 8 gates of ninjutsu wasn't easy, and he was still honing his physical strength, wearing a heavyweight bag even while conducting experiments. Despite possessing the sage body of the first generation, Kenichi Amemiya spared no expense in training his body. After all, physical strength determines his combat effectiveness after unlocking the 8 gates. It took years of training for Ake to achieve such a stunning kick as Yake. 99.93% water, 0.04% mysterious substance, 0.03% spiral protein. This is the composition of the hero water. It's so simple that Kenichi Amemiya feels he could disintegrate the hero water before him. Of course, he has no such intentions. His current curiosity lies in the mysterious substance that makes up the hero water. Protein, of course, is self-explanatory. The spiral shape is understandable, but the completely incomprehensible mysterious substance is giving Kenichi a headache. He knows the composition of the substance, but knowing the composition doesn't mean he knows what it is. It's like shoving a ball of atoms and electrons in your face and asking you to describe it. But if nothing unexpected happens, this substance should be the root cause of the hero water's miraculous effects, right? Then, can I extract it? Then, Amemiya Kenichi licked his lips. According to his previous theory, the hero water's essence is to promote rapid cell division, depleting the length of DNA's telomeres, thereby exponentially increasing the user's chakra. Of course, this depletion of telomeres also shortens the user's lifespan. Among the more promising solutions to human immortality is increasing telomere length, allowing human genetic information to replicate endlessly, thus extending lifespan. Transferring consciousness into a computer, becoming a digital life form, is also a solution, but it's more distant, as it raises the question of what exactly is human consciousness? Is it brainwaves? A combination of memory and emotions? This is a philosophical question, as well as a scientific one. Brain problems can even cause amnesia. If someone completely forgets their past, even their name, and then regains new memories, is the resulting entity themselves, or a second person? These questions are the crux of the matter for digital life forms. Of course, none of this had anything to do with what Kenichi Amemiya was currently researching. Deconstruct. With a thought, the hero's water before him dissipated, and a silvery substance appeared before him. He quickly placed the substance in a test tube, and injected it into the bloodstream of a test subject. How does it feel? Kenichi Amemiya looked at the test subject, a genin who had received the gift. I don't feel anything special. The subject shook his head. Kenichi Amemiya pondered, thinking that injecting it directly into the bloodstream wouldn't cause any problems. He then instructed the subject to perform a ninjutsu. After purifying the mysterious substance in the hero's water and injecting it into the test subject's bloodstream, the subject showed no noticeable physical abnormalities, and his chakra level increased, but only by approximately 8-fold. The amount of hero's water used for purification remained the same at 40 milliliters, but the difference was doubled. Was this due to losses during purification, or was it the necessary addition of water? Or was it the effect of the injection into the bloodstream? Kenichi Amemiya scratched his head, but he didn't care too much. Experiments can't be completed overnight, and it's normal to have accidents. He has plenty of time and effort to do research slowly. So Kenichi Amemiya started to observe whether the opponent's total chakra amount would remain at its current level, or would there be a time limit? If it's in line with my guess, then I think there must be a time limit for the increase in the total chakra amount. After all, cells themselves are constantly aging, dying, and then being reborn. Kenichi Amemiya licked his lips. He was letting this genin refine chakra to restore his condition. If it is assumed that the heroic substance in the hero's water can stimulate the rapid division and proliferation of cells that produce chakra and store chakra in the ninja's body, then when these cells die, the body should restore the normal cell cycle, thereby restoring the total chakra amount to normal. Kenichi Amemiya wrote his thoughts in the experimental log. At this point, Amemiya Kenichi's eyes narrowed. If his hypothesis was correct, then this observation could also confirm another point. The hero water's multiplier effect on ninja's chakra was achieved by stimulating rapid cell division and production. Then, he would have cracked the root cause of the hero water's aging and death. 57 minutes and 36 seconds had passed since the subject was injected with the hero substance. The subject reported a sense of loss, and after testing, it was discovered that his chakra was no longer sufficient. Amemiya Kenichi checked the time, then glanced at the now depleted genin. He couldn't help but frown. He hadn't expected the hero substance to last only 57 minutes, less than an hour, after direct injection. Normally, the lifespan of cells varies. Some cells can live for months, but others only last a day or two, or even an hour before decaying. Could it be that the cells stimulated by the hero substance are also aging faster? Amemiya Kenichi licked his lips. If so, then the name hero would truly be fitting. But I still need to run a few more experiments, and I also need to test whether the effects of large quantities of heroic water can cause sudden death. Amemiya Kenichi pinched his brow. Experimenting was no easy task. Fortunately, he still had some time. He had assigned Uchiha Hashirama to monitor intelligence from the ninja world, so he could initiate his plan as soon as he had information. Meanwhile, Fukakoyuki had also begun assisting Namikaze Minato in procuring supplies for the ninja war. With the help of the Edo Tensei Minato, the entire process went smoothly. The uncooperative nobles of the Snow Country had already been purged, and now they were being purged again. It could be said that within the Snow Country capital, Amemiya Kenichi's will was the will of the entire capital. His word was the law of the land, his words carrying the weight of heaven. Of course, none of this mattered to Amemiya Kenichi. He was still conducting his experiments, and he didn't want to worry about anything else for the time being. Chapter 395, Wind and Rain. After taking the three methods of oral, purified, and injected, the three genin showed varying increases in chakra levels. The direct oral intake saw an 11-fold increase, the purified oral intake saw a 9-fold increase, and the blood injection saw an 8-fold increase. From this, we can infer that, while the heroic substance itself is effective when purified and injected directly into the bloodstream, the effect is significantly less than oral administration. This may be because oral absorption takes longer, leading to a longer cell division process and a higher chakra increase. Amemiya Kenichi took note of the information and looked at the three genin before him. They were currently refining chakra to restore their form. Nearby stood his shadow clones, keeping time with watches and monitoring their chakra levels. But I didn't expect the purified heroic water to be less effective than the unpurified version. That's truly bizarre. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head. He hadn't expected the purification of the heroic water to have such a negative effect. Generally speaking, when a substance within a substance is purified, its effectiveness is enhanced, akin to a concentrated essence. Even if it doesn't reach the level of concentrated essence, the purified substance often delivers the same effect as the original. Take, for example, a small vitamin C tablet. A single dose provides more vitamin C than a large serving of fruit. However, the hero's water presents a completely different situation. The hero's substance within it, after purification, actually decreases its effectiveness, rendering it ineffective when taken directly. This is truly remarkable. Kenichi Amemiya stretched and left. He hadn't eaten lunch yet. His shadow clones would handle the restoration of the chakra of the genin here, allowing Kenichi Amemiya a moment of respite. Arriving at a decent barbecue restaurant in the capital of the Snow Country, Kenichi spotted Naruto and his family of three exiting. Teacher. Naruto ran over happily. Amemiya Kenichi smiled and picked him up, rubbing his little head. Naruto looked much happier now than he had in Konoha, with a smile on his face, no longer the look of walking around with his hands in his pockets. Namikaze Minato stood nearby with a smile on his face. Uzumaki Kushina also greeted Amemiya Kenichi. She had a good impression of him, because he not only resurrected her, but also took care of Naruto. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't be able to see her son again. Naruto, are you guys coming to dinner too? Amemiya Kenichi said with a smile, then glanced at Minato. He was still wearing the soul binding device that Sanzu Amado had been researching. However, it was almost time for Minato to be reborn. Although the impure world reincarnation could be maintained for a while now, it couldn't last too long. A month was still the upper limit. Well, teacher, are you here to eat too? Naruto looked at Kenichi Amemiya curiously. He always felt that his teacher was a bit mysterious, and he was always elusive. Yeah, I almost forgot to eat. Kenichi Amemiya chatted with Naruto for a while, and then let Naruto leave with Uzumaki Kushina. Kenichi Amemiya then took Minato Namikaze to the barbecue restaurant. He had something to ask Minato Namikaze. I don't remember what it was, but I did handle the Lowland Kingdom matter. Sitting in the small private room, Minato Namikaze looked at Kenichi Amemiya in confusion. He really didn't expect Kenichi Amemiya to come and ask about this matter. Kenichi Amemiya's mouth twitched. It seemed that Minato Namikaze really didn't remember at the moment. He just didn't know if he still had the thing that sealed his memory. But normally, when a person is dead, the seal should have been lifted. But if what you say is true, then given my personality, I should have sealed the memory and erased it, eliminating the possibility of recovery. Minato Namikaze pondered for a moment before offering an answer. Amemiya nodded. If that were the case, then it made sense. What the hell? But why would my junior sister, Anko Materashi, remember this? Amemiya was puzzled. This was truly too outrageous. If all memories were erased, then it made no sense for my junior sister to remember this. I don't know, but time travel is inherently strange. Perhaps something happened when I traveled through time. Minato Namikaze shook his head. He truly had no memory of that incident. He knew about the Dragon Vein and Laulan, but he had no recollection of Anko Materashi. Given his personality, Minato Namikaze felt that this memory must have been sealed and erased by him. There was no trace of the seal on him. Amemiya Kenichi sighed. If that were the case, then this matter would likely remain a mystery forever, never to be proven. Amemiya Kenichi was curious. Was the person Materashi Anko saw the present Minato Namikaze, or the one who had taken a different path? And was there another version of himself in the ninja world back then? I didn't expect you'd even care about such a thing. Minato took a sip from his water cup. While he didn't really need water, it had become a habit. It was just a shame that even drinking couldn't make him feel drunk. After all, she's my junior sister. Even though she did something wrong, I can't really ignore her. Amemiya Kenichi sighed. Luckily, he'd passed the blame to his teacher. He let him worry about what to do. He didn't want to get involved anyway. The ninja army's supplies for the battle are almost ready. When do you plan to go? Minato narrowed his eyes, a little nervous. Although he'd experienced war before, this was different. This was a war of annihilation targeting an entire nation and village. The pressure was simply too great. You have to remember that in the 3 previous ninja wars, while powerful figures of Kage rank had perished, there had never been any forced invasions to overthrow a dynasty. Therefore, this war was completely different from the previous ones. Wait for the wind to rise. Amemiya Kenichi smiled. He was also waiting for the situation in the Rain Village to be resolved. No matter which village got the 5 bottles of Hero's Water, their greed would only grow. This was an open conspiracy. Even if the wise men of the 5 major ninja villages saw something was wrong, they had no choice but to jump into the bait of the Hero's Water. That was why Amemiya Kenichi called it an open conspiracy. Damn it. In the Rain Village, Tsunade wiped the rain from her face, then frowned and looked ahead. Across from her was the ninja team from the Iwagakure village. She knew the leader, Huang Tu, and he was accompanied by Kuro too. These 2 were considered elite ninjas within the Iwagakure village. This is tough. The Sand Village team is actually led by Granny Chiyo. Nerishikaku sighed nearby. He was also a ninja accompanying Tsunade on this trip, serving as Tsunade's second in command. He hadn't expected the various ninja villages to send such impressive figures this time. Granny Chiyo, Huang Tu, and Deru had all arrived. They even learned from Deru that the ninja team sent by the Mist Village this time was led by Meitarumi, indicating they were no pushovers. It could be said that the Rain Village now possessed the elite forces of the 5 major ninja villages. The situation was dire, but fortunately, they had already seen what the intelligence had revealed. 5 test tubes, and a greedy renegade ninja attempting to sell the Hero's Water. He claimed it was for money, but whether it was truly for the money was unknown. The renegade ninja was now surrounded, clutching the box containing the hero's water in a panic. "I didn't expect everyone to come," Granny Chiyo said, leading the Sand Village ninjas. She glanced in the direction of Konoha, a flicker of hatred in her eyes. The feud between the Sand Village and Konoha is long-standing, and Granny Chiyo's blood feud with Konoha runs deep. She's only now refraining from action, because she's considering the broader situation. "Granny Chiyo, your Sand Village sent you out, so it seems you're determined to get this hero's water." Deru yawned and emerged. He looked at Tsunade and nodded. Currently, the relationship between the Kumo village and Konoha is relatively stable, so they wouldn't fight over such a small item. Of course, this is only because the hero's water's efficacy hasn't been proven yet. If it were, the outcome would be far from certain. HMPH, Granny Chiyo snorted. "Everyone's here now." Meditarumi also emerged with her ninja team. Her expression was unsettling, for she felt something was amiss. After all, this information was so crucial, yet it was made public, as if someone had deliberately lured them here. But there was no other way. This matter was too important. The Hidden Mist village couldn't bet against the rumor, so they had to come and see what was happening. They'd arranged for her to lead the group, but she seemed unqualified. "Just look at who these guys were." Terumi Me's expression was solemn. These guys were no small matter, but none of the ninja villages had sent a Jinkriki. That was normal. If they all had, it would be outrageous. What a lively scene. Huangtu surveyed the ninjas before him. Each of the leaders was a renowned figure in the ninja world, evidently declaring everyone's serious attention to this matter. "I don't think something's right," Kurotsuchi whispered to her father. Though she wasn't very old, she wanted to serve the village, so she'd come along. "It's not right. All 5 ninja villages have come." Huangtu pinched his brows. There were only 5 tubes of hero's water, and the news had spread to all 5 villages. He didn't believe it wasn't intentional, but there was nothing he could do. The hero's water's effects were simply too strong. As for the unfortunate renegade ninja in the middle, no one paid much attention. He wasn't very strong, having already established from the previous chase that he was only a chunin. The men from the 5 major ninja villages simply stood there, surrounding the renegade ninja in the middle, silent and unmoved. Anyone who moved first at this moment would easily be surrounded. "Gentlemen, how about I give you one each?" the renegade ninja asked tentatively, holding the box awkwardly. These guys were incredibly powerful. He didn't think he had the strength to escape. He should have avoided trying to earn this money. Tsunade and the others exchanged glances, then nodded, dispatching 5 deputies to collect the prize. Of course, there was no money. With the hero's water in hand, the ninja from the 5 villages attacked simultaneously, aiming to capture the renegade ninja and extract the source of the hero's water from him. "This hero's water comes from the land of water Taki," the renegade ninja shouted, causing the ninja from the 5 villages to pause. "Land of water Taki? Takigakyo." However, the entrance to that village is difficult to find, so no nation has ever set its sights on that small nation. But now, it seems, despite their words, the 5 ninja villages still took action. They needed to verify the accuracy of their intelligence. The renegade ninja's eyes were fierce, knowing he couldn't escape no matter what. But that was all he had. There was nothing he could do. Facing the elites of the 5 great ninja villages, his resistance was like an ant trying to stop a giant. In an instant, countless homes were destroyed by the ninjutsu. The wailing residents of Rain Village fled their homes, but many more were buried in their homes forever. Perhaps they had never dreamed that their own village would be attacked by ninja from the 5 great nations. A chaotic battle was imminent, and for a moment, the situation became somewhat out of control. However, the 5 great ninja villages tried their best to control themselves, avoiding serious losses. If the situation got out of control, it would be disastrous for them. They only needed to take the hero's water back to verify it, and then find a stable source. At that moment, a ninja wearing a Konoha forehead protector quietly infiltrated the melee. Screams rang out across the battlefield. Raindrops fell steadily, and blood flowed from the ninja's wounds, soaking the unfortunate land, and bringing a moment of silence to the battlefield. "How dare you kill someone?" Granny Chiyo cried in shock and anger. She had just witnessed a Konoha ninja stab a ninja from her own village. Chapter 396 The Fifth Hokage. The situation was out of control. Completely out of control. The shedding of blood clearly broke the ninjas' tacit agreement, and they began to attack with increasing ferocity, unleashing all sorts of powerful jutsu. The screams intensified, the wounds piled up, and some ninja even died. Even though Tsunade and the others began to restrain their own ninjas, some of the furious ninjas couldn't hold back. What's going on? Who just killed someone? Tsunade asked quietly, using a casual earth-style jutsu to shatter the earth. She wiped the rain from her face and whispered, feeling bewildered. She had previously restrained Konoha's ninjas, primarily to seize the traitor who knew the truth, without resorting to lethal force. Yet, they had done it anyway. If someone died, the situation would be completely different. Even the preservation of the hero's water would be in jeopardy. She knew this, and so she restrained her subordinates. Tsunade assumed the others knew the same, and would undoubtedly restrain their own. But the situation still spiraled out of control. I don't know, Tsunade-sama. The situation is very chaotic right now, and we can't tell who struck first. Narushikaku shook his head. Though a brilliant man, he was helpless in this situation. After all, the 5 major ninja villages held deep feuds with each other. It could be said that every ninja had their own reasons for wanting to kill the other. Their family and friends might have perished at the hands of the opposing village, or even at the hands of a ninja from one of the opposing villages. This made harmonious coexistence difficult for the ninja. While there might be a temporary harmony before a battle, once the battle began, it was impossible. After all, fighting between ninjas was extremely dangerous. A single mistake could cost a life, and demanding mercy in such a situation was impossible. Even a powerful being like Tsunade couldn't guarantee she would always show mercy. What if the opponent made a mistake and didn't dodge? That would still mean death. So Narushikaku was helpless. His strength wasn't much higher than that of an ordinary ninja, and during a battle, he couldn't focus on 2 things simultaneously, observing which side would strike first. This was too difficult, so they could only ask about it later. Narushikaku felt the possibility of finding out was slim. After all, in battle, it was hard to say whether the enemy had struck first, forcing a counterattack. It seems the mission is accomplished. At the edge of a battlefield, Uchiha quietly withdrew from the bloody battle and observed the situation from a distance. She had just donned the Konoha forehead protector and rushed in, frantically attacking the ninja from other villages. With the help of her Mangeki Sharingan, Uchiha was able to inflict considerable damage on unprepared, ordinary jonin. So, she succeeded. Not necessarily. If it were just ordinary people who died, the ninja villages would probably keep silent, unless a significant figure died. Nearby, Kabuto Yakashi observed cautiously from behind his mask. His strength wasn't particularly impressive, especially in front of these ninja, making him seem even more mediocre. Therefore, he stayed in the background, offering only counsel. Fortunately, his years of spying had given him a firm grasp of inciting conflict. The traitor was his bait. It turned out they were effective, ensuring his safety. Otherwise, he would be the one being besieged on the battlefield. It's too difficult to find an important person. Even if you do, you'll be easily exposed. Uchiha shook her head, looking at the battlefield. Who were the important people? Obviously, the leading ninjas from each ninja village, Chiyo of Sand Village and Tsunade of Konoha. Attacking them would definitely make the situation difficult to resolve. However, the problem was that on the battlefield, these leading ninjas were mostly attacking each other. They had a tacit understanding, and didn't interfere in the ordinary battle. In this situation, if she intervened, she would be easily exposed, which would be detrimental to the adult's plan. Yakashi Kabuto frowned. He considered seizing the hero's water, but it had already been collected by the leading ninjas. To seize it would mean attacking the leading ninjas, which would be no different from attacking them directly. We'll have to wait and see what happens next. Yakashi Kabuto shook his head. The only hope in the current situation was that these ninjas would lose their minds and attack the leading ninja during the fight. That would have been even better. But things didn't go his way. At some point, after the traitorous ninja was accidentally killed, the fighting suddenly subsided. The ninjas withdrew from the battlefield one by one, carrying away the bodies of their companions. Only the battle-ravaged houses and the blood that even the heavy rain couldn't wash away were left behind. The traitorous ninja's body was also burned in the fire, leaving nothing behind. The ninjas were still so ruthless, leaving no room for error. Corpses sometimes revealed information, and since they couldn't take it away themselves, the other ninja villages couldn't take it away either. With the departure of the ninjas, the Rain village gradually calmed down. Okay, now it's time to move on to the next step of the plan. Uchiha stood up. This alone might not cause chaos in the ninja world. With luck, after the 5 major ninja villages verified the effectiveness of the hero's water, they would engage in a major conflict. If they were unlucky, it would just be a small-scale ninja trial. Well, I hope I'll be lucky, Kabuto Yakushi sighed. He sincerely hoped for better luck this time, so he could return to see Nono Yakushi sooner. Putting that lord's plans on luck is not the attitude of a qualified subordinate. Uchiha glanced at Kabuto Yakushi. He hadn't yet accepted the gift. According to Amemiya Kenichi, he intended to personally bestow a high-level gift upon him, the same level as Uchiha. Kabuto Yakushi quickly apologized. His time with Uchiha had already taught him her character. She was a bit fanatical about Amemiya Kenichi, even to a degree that was somewhat surprising. Naturally, he wouldn't react to this, instead striving to prove his loyalty a wise move. Before leaving the Rain village, Kabuto Yakushi glanced back at the devastated battlefield and sighed silently. He knew he'd taken on a new sin, but being a ninja meant he could do nothing about it. After leaving the Rain village, the ninjas from the 5 villages returned to their respective villages and placed the blood-stained hero's water before the cages of each village. Is this the hero's water? It looks a bit ordinary. In the Konoha Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the hero's water in his hand. It looked like ordinary water, albeit a silvery white one. Anyway, each of our 5 villages received a bottle. Tsunade pinched her brow wearily. Thanks to Kenichi Amemiya, traveling through the ninja world had become much easier. The hero's water and its stable supply was so crucial that Tsunade had rushed back all the way by airship. She also needed to care for the ninja killed or injured in the battle, and she was exhausted. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Tsunade, admitting she was incredibly efficient. She had returned so quickly, so it was time for him to fulfill his promise. Then how to handle this matter is up to you, goddamn. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and patted Tsunade's shoulder. Tsunade was stunned, looking at her teacher with some surprise. Although her teacher had mentioned this before, she hadn't taken it seriously. She hadn't expected him to actually do it. While traditionally, Tsunade's succession ceremony for Hokage should have taken place first, the importance of the hero's water meant it was postponed. Let's test it, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, standing in the Root's secret base. He looked at the Root ninja, who was kneeling respectfully before him. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen had retired from the position of Hokage, his spirit remained strong, and he chose a different way to make use of his remaining energy. He succeeded Danzo as the leader of Konoha's Root. Yes, Sarutobi-sama, a Root ninja immediately drank the hero's water. Outside the deserted Root, a bustling celebration erupted. Konoha was preparing to celebrate the inauguration of Tsunade, the 5th Hokage. Her appointment would usher in a new era, one that belonged to her. Work had already begun on the carving of Hokage rock, and soon, Tsunade's face would appear on that prominent rock face. However, Tsunade was not present. She was currently in the Hokage building, while Sarutobi Hiruzen presented the test results. Old man, how many ninja do you think we should send? Upon seeing the test results, which showed that Jonin's chakra had also been amplified tenfold, Tsunade's mood darkened. The hero's water is real. While it has the side effect of shortening lifespan and losing one's life are two completely different things, and Tsunade can clearly distinguish the difference. With the test results out, Konoha has no way out, even though she knows there are many problems and doubts. The other 4 ninja villages are undoubtedly also busy planning this experiment. If they prove that the hero's water can indeed amplify chakra, Takigakure, the land of the waters, will become a strategic point that must be fought over in the ninja world. The hero's water's effects are real. While I haven't tested it to see if it works on someone of my strength, if it does, then its importance is self-evident. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his cigarette and glanced at his student. He wasn't wearing the Hokage's hat, but had placed it on the table. Looking at this object that represented Konoha's highest power, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a complex mix of emotions. Fortunately, he had left himself a way out, and the very foundation of Konoha was that escape hatch. We definitely can't do it with a small number of people. Takeguni is relatively close to Konoha, and an airship would be a quick way to get there, but the other ninja villages aren't far either. Mitamanen's expression was serious. This thing had to be in Konoha's hands. If that wasn't possible, then it had to be destroyed, preventing the other ninja villages from getting it. I'm worried they might deploy the tailed beasts. Utane Koharu frowned. Impossible. In previous wars, the tailed beasts were only seen on particularly important battlefields. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. The tailed beasts were the very foundation of a village, but the thought of it gave him a headache. That Amemiya Kenichi had actually taken Naruto away. Tsunade took a deep breath. She suddenly felt that becoming Hokage wasn't such a good thing. At the very least, the pressure she faced was too great. She was the one making the final decision, and her decision could cost countless lives. But the hero's water. Then, following Tsunade's command, teams of ninja emerged from Konoha, and Konoha began celebrating the 5th Hokage's appointment. Across the ninja world, airship after airship took to the skies, heading towards the land of waterfalls. Damn it, where the hell is this Uchiha Madara? In the land of Earth, Kakuzu walked down the street with a scowl on his face, while Obito, masked beside him, couldn't help but roll his eyes. Madara. Madara's still lying somewhere else. How could you possibly find him if he didn't come out? But Obito hadn't expected Kakuzu to be so persistent. He had searched for Uchiha Madara in the land of Earth for so long, but naturally, there were no leads. Obito's patience was slowly wearing thin. He didn't have the time to mess around with Kakuzu. Senior, shouldn't we? Obito couldn't hold it in any longer. If he kept spending any more time with Kakuzu like this, he felt like he was becoming a part-time job expert. God knows how much work he has done with Kakuzu during this period. He has to do it. It's suffocating. At this time, Obito and Kakuzu were stunned at the same time. They looked down and felt a warm sensation on their rings. It was the leader contacting them. Obito frowned slightly. Why did Nagato contact them at this time? But no matter what Nagato was going to do, at least he didn't have to waste time here with Kakuzu. He really didn't want to work anymore. Soon, Obito and Kakuzu entered the slide body space. Everyone, the base has to be relocated. Nagato's first sentence made all the ninjas stunned. Chapter 397 Wars always start with some small triggers. Didn't they just move to Takegakure? Sasori was puzzled. He remembered Nagato had just mentioned moving their base to Takegakure, but he hadn't expected it to change again so quickly. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, Takegakure is no longer a suitable base for concealment. We'll be moving back to Omegakure. Nagato glanced at Sasori and spoke calmly. Hey, I heard there's some explosive news in the ninja world right now. There's talk of magical hero's water that can increase a ninja's chakra dozens of times. It's said to come from Takegakure. Black Zetsu let out a strange laugh, and Nagato didn't deny it. This was something that couldn't be concealed. The hero's water's existence had been revealed after they invaded Takegakure. Dozens of times more chakra. Kakuzu peeked, smelling the scent of vast sums of money. I've given it to you to research. Any results will be shared within the organization, Nagato added. Obito frowned, but he couldn't say anything. After all, his character in Akatsuki was someone who admired Kenichi Amemiya. Furthermore, entrusting it to Kenichi Amemiya was the only option. After all, the only people in the entire Akatsuki organization capable of researching this area were Kenichi Amemiya and his teacher, Orochimaru. Yet, neither of them showed up this time. It was unclear what they were busy with. Chief, is there anything else? Asked Kanpai Kisame, who had now successfully joined the Akatsuki. One more thing. The members currently in Takegakure need assistance. Nagato's tone grew more serious. They're starting to head to Takegakure. Kenichi Amemiya sat in a chair, reading the intelligence in his hand. With the release of the hero's water, ninjas throughout the ninja world were mobilized, and the small nation of Takegakure became the focus of the entire ninja world. However, this was not a good thing for Takigakya. Such a large-scale mobilization of ninjas gives me a feeling that something else might be going on, observed Minato Namikaze, observing from the sidelines. After all, he was a ninja who had participated in war and had a certain understanding of warfare. Amemiya Kenichi nodded. With such a large-scale mobilization of ninja, it's not certain some villages would try to gamble here and then test the waters to attack other ninja villages. After all, some villages always like to gamble on their luck. The Iwagakure village once did this, with disastrous consequences. However, if such an event were to occur, it would actually be a good thing for Amemiya Kenichi. He would love to see the ninja world in chaos. The more chaotic it is, the easier it would be for him to profit. I think we need to start preparing. The snow country is still some distance from the water country, and how do you plan to attack the mist village in the water country? Namikaze Minato asked curiously. Suppressing the capital and destroying the mist village simultaneously all depends on one thing, speed. Amemiya Kenichi pinched his ear. Although the water country is not very large and can even be said to be somewhat scattered, it is precisely because of this reason that completely blocking any news of an attack on the water country is extremely difficult. Its coastline is too long. Therefore, Kenichi Amemiya didn't expect to completely block the news of the attack on the hidden mist village. He simply needed to prevent the other ninja villages in the ninja world from reacting immediately. Furthermore, this opportunity was rare. According to Uchiha's clues, the hidden mist village's leading ninja this time would include Meitarumi, the next Mizukage of the hidden mist village. Her presence would also pose a challenge to suppressing the village. Furthermore, there was an 80% chance that Meitarumi would be sent to Taki no Kuni to retrieve the heroic water. This meant that the hidden mist village's most formidable high-level combatant was the Jinchuriki. But I remember that after the control was released, the opponent's health wasn't very good either, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Kenichi Amemiya licked his lips. Kenichi Amemiya could handle the Jinchuriki himself, while Minato Namikaze would handle the rest of the hidden mist village's high-level combatants. With the help of the Uchiha clan and the ninjas from the snow country who he had artificially nurtured into 3 Megatama and even Mangeki, Kenichi Amemiya felt that suppressing the hidden mist village would not be difficult this time. These villages are not simple. When I was Hokage, I learned that the villages had weapons that should not be used unless absolutely necessary. Namikaze Minato reminded him. He and Kenichi Amemiya were now in a very close relationship, and he did not want Kenichi Amemiya to fail. Although the hidden mist village was not often attacked due to its geographical location in the ninja world, it was hard to say whether it had any hidden trump cards. Don't worry, I have a secret weapon too. Kenichi Amemiya waved his hand. Isn't it a secret weapon? Speaking of secret weapons, the hidden cloud village was said to have a powerful weapon capable of bombing the moon, but whether this was true was unknown. Kenichi Amemiya vaguely remembered that object appearing in the movie much later in the film, but considering the existence of the heroic water, he still had to be wary. However, unlike those weapons that hadn't been used and proven, Kenichi Amemiya's nuclear weapon had already been manufactured and safely stored. If it weren't for the concern for the spread of nuclear contamination from a nuclear attack, Kenichi Amemiya would have just dropped one on the hidden mist village. I hope it goes well. Minato Namikaze took a deep breath, hoping that Kenichi Amemiya's plan would go smoothly. Looking at the tiny Taki no Kuni on the map, Minato Namikaze's eyes brimmed with pity. The people of that tiny nation probably never imagined they would one day be plunged into such danger due to the schemes of the distant snow country. But this was the ninja world. Minato Namikaze suddenly felt that, if Kenichi Amemiya succeeded, it might be a good thing for the entire ninja world. At the very least, there would be no more wars like this in the ninja world. But could Kenichi Amemiya really pull it off? Namikaze Minato wasn't sure either. Let's begin preparations. If there's a conflict there, that's when we'll take action. Amemiya Kenichi stood up. He also had some things to prepare for. War is never a simple matter. Remember, even if we fail this time, we must destroy the tree that produces a hero's water. We can't let it fall into the hands of other ninja villages. Meanwhile, in Takigakure, Konoha's ninjas had already gathered. They boarded an airship and arrived at Takigakure at breakneck speed. After giving their instructions, Narushikaku led his team forward, his heart pounding. Takigakure wasn't a large country, but it had played a minor role in previous ninja world wars. Takigakure, a small village, was even more invisible. In Konoha's intelligence system, its information was largely relegated to the margins. Unexpectedly, this small nation would one day become the common target of the 5 great nations. It was unclear whether this was a stroke of luck or misfortune. This is obviously a setup, Shikaku, can't you see that? A steady voice sounded, and Narushikaku sighed. Jiraiya, I know there's definitely something wrong here, but there's nothing I can do about the effects of the hero's water. Jiraiya curled his lips at the sighing Narushikaku. He had been dragged out of the Konoha ward by Tsunade because a nurse had reported that Jiraiya, who was supposedly bedridden, had been found outside the women's bathhouse at the hospital. This instantly ignited Tsunade's rage, and she kicked down the ward door before dragging Jiraiya out. If you ask me, it would be better if you guys went back and I came alone. That way, it would be easier for us to retreat or meet the enemy. Jiraiya yawned. He hadn't wanted to come, but he came anyway at Tsunade's request. He had also learned from her about the effects of the hero's water, and Jiraiya was keenly aware of how important its existence was to the ninja village. It's unlikely that a single ninja squad will be able to resolve the heroic water this time, because we don't know how many men the other ninja villages will send. Narushikaku shook his head. Tsunade had considered sending fewer men. After all, quality is more important than quantity. Just like when facing the 4th Hokage, the Yellow Flash, a weaker Jonin would only slow down his attack. But there was no other way. Communication between the 5 ninja villages was minimal. Even with their ships, communication was time consuming. And even if there was communication, could they truly trust each other? They'd said there would only be 1 ninja squad, and anyone sending more would be a fool. But when they arrived, they saw hundreds, even thousands, of men each. Such things had happened before. Expecting these ninja villages, with their deepest feuds, to trust each other was worse than hoping for the resurrection of the first Hokage. TSK, Jiraiya shook his head, his eyes gazing at the sky, a troubled expression in his eyes. He had recently researched the prophecies of the great Toad Sage, but he couldn't find any similar information. The changes in the prophecies had made Jiraiya somewhat impatient. This time, he wanted to discover who was behind this, and what they were planning. However, when the Konoha ninja team followed the intelligence, and reached the entrance of Takigakure village, they found it already swarming with people. The Hidden Mist village, the Hidden Sand village, and the Hidden Rock village have all sent people, but where are the Kumogakure? Jiraiya looked at the 3 distinct camps before him, his expression becoming more serious. Shinobi who had emerged from that wartime era possessed an unusually keen sense of warfare, and Jiraiya sensed something was amiss. It seems to be over there. Narushikaku narrowed his eyes, surveying the ninja bases of the other villages before him, estimating the number of ninja present. The more he looked, the more stressed he felt. It seemed Konoha wasn't the only ninja village harboring the desire to seize the hero's water and the tree. Other ninja villages shared the same ambition and had sent a significant number of people. At the moment, it seems only the Sand village has a smaller ninja contingent. Have you found the entrance to Takigakure? Jiraiya pinched his brow. In this situation, war is imminent. As long as the entrance to Takigakure, or the giant tree that produces a hero's water, is found, the current peace will be shattered in an instant. Not yet. The village's intelligence has no clues about the entrance. According to previous intelligence, the entrance to Takigakure has always been a mystery, which is the fundamental reason why this small village has been able to gain a foothold in the ninja world for so long. Narushikaku was somewhat helpless. Takigakure really had no presence. Even before setting off, he had compiled all of Konoha's intelligence on Takigakure, and it was not even 1/10 as thick as Sanjikure. So even he didn't know where the entrance to Takigakure was. He only knew it was roughly within this range, but he had no idea where it was exactly. With so many ninjas, each with a jutsu, they could plow through the entire country, Jiraiya muttered to himself. He had already spotted the ninjas emerging from the Sand village. It was, unsurprisingly, Chihio. Meanwhile, a group of ninjas appeared at the edge of their field of vision. Judging by their muscular figures, they were clearly from the Kumo village. Are there fewer ninjas from the Kumo village? Jiraiya gazed thoughtfully at the Kumo village group. While a significant number of Kumo village ninjas had come this time, compared to the other ninja villages, they were even fewer, even less than the Sand village. Something was clearly amiss. Despite their curiosity, the 5 ninja village groups didn't exchange much, and a tense atmosphere permeated the air. All 5 ninja villages had arrived, but they couldn't just stand there forever. Could Takigakure just show up on its own? Therefore, a search for the Takigakure entrance was essential. However, if they did, they would have to be wary of attacks from the other villages. The mere thought of it was a headache. Shikaku, what do you think is the best way to deal with this situation? Jiraiya asked with a headache, looking at the 4 ninjas from the ninja villages before him. I think Shikaku didn't have any particularly good ideas. Takigakure was too small, and the entrance to Takigakure village could only be speculated to be nearby, based on the intelligence they had gathered. Even searching for it covertly wouldn't be easy. Shikaku thought Konoha might need to play a mantis stalking the cicada, waiting for the Oriole to catch them, and then wait until they were almost done fighting. But soon, the sound of an explosion caught the attention of all the ninjas, and the battle was instantly ignited. Chapter 398 Prelude to War. My child, when you were born. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head violently, carelessly drifting off the stage. The bitterly cold wind blew snowflakes from the snow country onto his face. With his body heat, they transformed into water droplets, slowly sliding down his cheeks. Before him stood tens of thousands of ninjas standing in the frigid wind, their gazes fixed on him with fervor. He narrowed his eyes. He had to admit that the snow country's ninjas were still too few. Only a handful could be a force capable of conquering the water country. But this was enough. It's time. Amemiya Kenichi took a deep breath. He certainly hadn't come here for nothing, posing and paying tribute to some filial son. However, this gave Amemiya Kenichi a new idea. He thought that perhaps, when attacking the water country, he could try other means to break the will of the ninjas and civilians of the hidden mist village in the water country to resist. Is the wind picking up? Minato Namikaze suddenly appeared beside Kenichi Amemiya. Kenichi Amemiya glanced at Minato Namikaze and had to admit that the flying thunder god technique was indeed quite useful, a real trick for expediting travel. Kenichi Amemiya nodded. He stretched out his hand, opened it, watched the snowflakes fall on it, then clenched it tightly, and the water droplets evaporated in Kenichi Amemiya's palm. Yes, the wind is picking up. Kenichi Amemiya took a deep breath and adjusted his mindset. Although he had planned all of this, the fact that it went so smoothly was a bit unexpected for Kenichi Amemiya, but that was also a good thing. He had previously received intelligence from Uchiha that fighting had begun near Takigakure village in Taki no Kuni. Ninjas from the 5 major ninja villages were fighting tooth and nail for the tree that produced the hero's water. Furthermore, the situation showed some signs of escalating, which was enough. Kenichi Amemiya couldn't wait for the 5 great ninja villages to actually clash. The hero's water was an inducement, but relying solely on it to provoke a violent clash, or even trigger the 4th Shinobi World War, would require far too much luck. Kenichi Amemiya didn't believe in luck, so he struck. While the 5 great ninja villages were focused on Taki no Kuni, Kenichi Amemiya planned to launch a surprise attack on the Hidden Mist Village, ultimately seizing both the Land of Water and the Hidden Mist Village. Minato Namikaze let out a long breath, easing his inattention. Although he didn't need to breathe, it was a habit, a way of making him feel alive. But Minato's attention quickly focused on the ninja army below. Over 10,000 ninjas might seem like a significant number, but they included a significant number of genin, a significant number of chunin, and only a small number of jonin. This was true of every ninja village. However, Minato Namikaze felt that these ninjas were no less powerful than those of the 5 great ninja villages. Minato Namikaze looked down at the ninja army below. Honestly, there weren't many ninjas in the snow country, but the more he got to know them, the more horrified he became. He discovered that these ninjas held an uncanny admiration for Kenichi Amemiya. This admiration transcended even life and death. Minato felt he couldn't do it. After all, it was too outrageous. Even in Konoha, not everyone liked the 3rd Hokage and him. After becoming the 4th Hokage, he'd noticed some people had a negative impression of him. To expect everyone to die for him was impossible, but Kenichi Amemiya had managed it, which was truly bizarre. Such mad ninjas, in battle, would trade their lives without hesitation at the command of Kenichi Amemiya. They wouldn't be able to defeat the 5 great ninja villages, of course, but taking on a single less powerful village like the Hidden Mist would be a real threat. This war, Minato hesitated. Kenichi Amemiya hadn't yet decided who would lead this war. Could it be Kenichi Amemiya himself? Namake's Minato didn't think it was him. He had no experience leading a large-scale war. "I'll take charge," a gentle voice said, and then Orochimaru emerged from the snowstorm. She wore her usual expression, stern and expressionless, but her eyes were filled with excitement. War. A war of epic proportions. It was completely different from previous wars, this one aimed at destroying nations. Looking at her disciple, Orochimaru licked his lips. Honestly, even now, the thought of what had happened still seemed a bit absurd. After all, she hadn't imagined her student could harbor such ambitions. When she'd heard her student confront her, Orochimaru admitted she'd been momentarily stunned. After all, she had never imagined her student could have such a mindset. Such crazy ideas weren't even her own teachers. Sarutobi Hiruzen was more focused on maintaining Konoha's position as the foremost ninja in the world. But she hadn't expected Amemiya Kenichi to actually plan to unify the entire ninja world. "Teacher, I'm leaving this up to you. You're the most experienced among us in this area." Amemiya Kenichi smiled at his teacher. He had already sought out his teacher. After all, he believed Orochimaru was the most suitable battlefield commander. Of course, there were other candidates, such as Narushikaku, but the problem was that the only one he could use on his side was his teacher. And the way to convince his teacher was relatively simple. A simple teacher, after unifying the world, "Won't you be able to learn every ninjutsu in the world?" would have been enough. Of course, Amemiya Kenichi suspected there were many other factors involved. When his teacher heard the offer, he didn't speak immediately. Instead, he looked at him with a smile for a long time, before nodding in agreement. But what exactly his teacher was thinking was unknown to Amemiya Kenichi. And from the beginning, Amemiya Kenichi had never considered choosing Namake's Minato to lead this war. While Namake's Minato was a highly skilled ninja, even a Kage, he lacked much experience in commanding large-scale wars, so his teacher was the obvious choice. Fortunately, the teacher agreed to Amemiya Kenichi's request, but as a price, he also offered something else to bolster his persuasiveness. "No problem, a ninja who can perfectly execute all requests. Hehe. This is simply the perfect cannon fodder." Orochimaru licked his lips, a flash of a main Gekio in her eyes. Amemiya Kenichi looked into her eyes and silently pinched his nose. The teacher's request was to open the main Gekio, but the thought of strapping the teacher to the operating table, performing genetic programming, and opening her eyes at the same time, made Amemiya Kenichi's expression very subtle. It was truly a strange memory. However, Orochimaru had a very high tolerance for pain, and didn't cry out in pain at all. Amemiya Kenichi didn't ask what the teacher's main Gekio was, and the teacher hadn't asked him what it was. So the goal this time is to quickly suppress the Water Kingdom? The teacher looked down at the army of ninjas ready for battle and frowned slightly. There were still a few ninjas here, but there was no other way. That was the nature of a small country like the Snow Country. "Yes, sir. Suppress it as quickly as possible. Of course, if we can block the news, that would be best." Amemiya Kenichi nodded, his eyes lost in thought as he gazed at the ninja army below. He was formulating a jutsu, or perhaps an improvement. It was something similar. After observing the wondrous scenes of ninjas performing jutsu with his main Gekio, Amemiya Kenichi had some strange ideas, and now seemed the time to put them into practice. Why not send troops to attack some of the water country's docks, block the news, and kill anyone trying to escape? Orochimaru stroked his chin, an idea forming. While the water country had a vast coastline, it only had a few established ports. Controlling them would, to a certain extent, limit the speed of news leaking out. Namake's Minato frowned slightly, but said nothing. He was not one to be soft-hearted. Finding a saint in the ninja world was not easy. "Alright, sensei. I'll leave it to you. I'll lead Minato-sama and the elite ninja team to raid the Hidden Mist village and suppress any resistance there." Amemiya Kenichi remained non-committal. At this point, let alone killing those attempting to escape, injecting them with the next generation of the parasite was perfectly acceptable. All Amemiya Kenichi needed was enough time to transform the hidden mist village ninja. Amemiya Kenichi rubbed his eyes. His mastery of wood release and the power of the manger key wasn't yet at a high level, and he couldn't pull off the feat of the Susanoo Daibatsu or the two men who conquered Shikoku. When do we depart? The teacher asked again. Amemiya Kenichi was silent for a moment, then smiled as he gazed at the snow-covered ninja army of the snow country. Now, with Amemiya Kenichi handing command to the teacher, the ninja army set out. Supplies and airships were ready. The ninjas would board the airships and quickly journey to the land of water, as the teacher had instructed. Kenichi Amemiya also boarded an airship, flanked by his teacher and Minato Namikaze. Also aboard were the elite ninjas tasked with this attack on the Hidden Mist Village. Jinkriki of the Hidden Mist Village, have you figured out how to deal with them? The teacher sat in a chair, a cup of tea in hand. He took a sip, then looked at Kenichi Amemiya and asked. Every ninja village's most formidable foes are their Jinkriki. If they can't defeat them, they'll unleash the tailed beasts. Don't even think about it. This is a key factor in the tailed beasts becoming the ninja world's nuclear weapons. Kenichi Amemiya smiled. In the past, the ninja world considered the tailed beasts incredibly powerful, but in the eyes of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, they were merely large figurines. In the later eras of the ninja world, the tailed beasts were captured and sealed, their power completely incomparable to those powerful ninjas. I have a plan. It's not a big deal. Kenichi Amemiya wasn't terribly worried. The Hidden Mist Village's tailed beast was three-tailed, and the more tails a tailed beast possessed, the stronger it was. The three-tailed beast wasn't particularly powerful. The trouble lies with the three-tails Jinchuriki, Yagura Karuta. While Yagura Karuta looked miserable, after being controlled by Obito's manger key, he was still a man capable of becoming the Mizukage. How could he be so weak? Furthermore, if he and the Three Tails had better synergy, it would be just fine. Joining forces with Minato Namikaze, Kenichi Amemiya couldn't imagine what Yagura Karuta could pull off. Kenichi Amemiya's only concern was those two scoundrels, Obito and Black Zetsu. That's why he purposely chose Taki no Kuni to stage his attack, precisely to attract their attention. Minato Namikaze didn't join in the conversation between Kenichi Amemiya and Orochimaru. He was unconsciously fingering the photo in his hand, which Kuwayuki had handed him before he left. It was a picture of the three of them. Minato Namikaze, with his cracked face and strange eyes, Kuwayuki Uzumaki, with her sweet smile, and Naruto Uzumaki, his eyes narrowed in laughter, embraced by two of them. Minato Namikaze never imagined he'd one day be able to take a photo with his son. It was truly remarkable. Namikaze Minato took a deep breath. He was still a body of the impure world reincarnation, unable to die, only returning to the pure land. Furthermore, to allow him to unleash his full potential, Amemiya Kenichi had specially gifted him the body of an elite jonin as a sacrifice. While this wouldn't fully unleash his original power, it was still significantly better than before. By the way, how did you become the fourth Hokage? Orochimaru glanced at the dazed Namikaze Minato, and couldn't help but ask. When she was refining the impure world reincarnation, she had considered trying to reincarnate the fourth Hokage, but she discovered that the fourth Hokage couldn't be reincarnated. Even after the first and second Hokages had reached the final stage before awakening, the fourth Hokage couldn't even retain his features. Namikaze-sama used the Shikigami Funjutsu before, so his soul is in the belly of the Grim Reaper, not in the Pure Land. Amemiya Kenichi didn't finish his words, but he knew his teacher understood his meaning. Orochimaru nodded. She understood why she hadn't been able to become the Yondaime. Impure world reincarnation couldn't be achieved by reincarnating a soul in another's belly. But then Orochimaru glanced at his student. How had he done it? Had he slashed open the belly of the Grim Reaper? Or something else? Orochimaru was curious. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399, The Brilliant Sparkle of a Nuclear Explosion. The Hidden Mist Village. Amemiya Kenichi looked ahead at the village. The Hidden Mist Village was already within his sight, but the airships flying in the sky were indeed a problem. Amemiya Kenichi sighed. When he had taken out the airship, he knew it would eventually be copied by those hackers in the ninja world. But he hadn't expected it to be exposed so quickly. What do we do now? Namake's Minato asked quietly. With the help of the airship, they quickly arrived at the water country, while Orochimaru had already taken other airships to other parts of the water country. Faced with the water country's not very large, but very formidable territory, Amemiya Kenichi handed the task of suppressing these areas to his teacher, while he led Namake's Minato and other elite Jonin to raid the Hidden Mist Village. Let me think. Amemiya Kenichi pinched his brow. Is the Hidden Mist Village big? It's certainly smaller than Konoha, but it's definitely not small. There are also many ninjas here, and coupled with the difficult defensive barriers, it's a bit difficult to break through the village with the ninjas at hand. Although his elite ninjas have all activated their main Juki Sharingan, this doesn't automatically grant them the ability to use Susanoo. Susanoo requires extreme control over the main Juki Sharingan. Current research, nuclear fusion, magnetic confinement technology, research progress. 3.21%. Well, Kenichi Amemiya has begun researching nuclear fusion, but it's not a simple scientific research project. Even someone like Kenichi Amemiya, with his cheating skills, can't directly acquire the technology. He tried to research nuclear fusion, but it didn't produce any results. So, he had to settle for the next best thing, focusing on more important research concepts in nuclear fusion, such as magnetic confinement technology. Should I use it? Kenichi Amemiya looked ahead at the Hidden Mist Village. They hadn't noticed their arrival yet, and his only concern now was whether to use an atomic bomb to show them the power of nuclear power. But it always feels like a loss to use it now. After all, Meditarumi of the Hidden Mist Village is still leading her team in a melee with ninjas from the other 4 ninja villages in Taki no Kuni, and the only high-level combat force left in the Hidden Mist Village is the Mizukaji Yagura Karuta. Then, in addition to these, there are also the more famous 7 ninja swordsmen, but some of them have rebelled, some have escaped, and there are still a few in the Hidden Mist Village, but their impact is not very big. But when he thought about the purpose of his visit this time, Kenichi Amemiya made up his mind. He needed to suppress the entire Hidden Mist Village as quickly as possible, and destroy the will of the Hidden Mist Village to resist him. Only in this way could the Hidden Mist Village fall into his hands as quickly as possible. As for the pollution problem after the atomic bomb explosion, the only way is to relocate the entire Hidden Mist Village. As for nuclear pollution, he currently has no particularly good method. Let's go. Get on the airship. Amemiya Kenichi rubbed his nose, then turned and boarded the airship. Minato Namikaze gave him a strange look. The airships belonging to the Hidden Mist Village were still flying in the sky. Wouldn't boarding one expose them? But Minato Namikaze didn't ask any questions. Instead, he followed Amemiya Kenichi onto the airship. Immediately, the airship soared out of the misty forest and suddenly soared into the sky, attracting the attention of the Hidden Mist Village. Are there any plans for the airships to key off? The Hidden Mist Village defense team whispered. With the rise of airships, each ninja village had developed new plans for this convenient mode of transportation, such as a takeoff and landing control system, and numbering and identifying airships as belonging to their respective villages. It didn't take long for the Hidden Mist Village defense team to realize that the airship taking off outside wasn't this. Alarms were immediately sounded, and several small airships quickly took off, heading towards the unidentified airship. Brother Minato, I'll leave these incoming airships in your care. Kenichi Amemiya piloted the airship over the Hidden Mist Village and brought it to a steady stop. Slowly, the shadows of several airships began to appear around them. There were even voices shouting, demanding to know who they were. No problem. Minato Namikaze glanced at the nearby airships. He'd recently gained a new appreciation for these unfamiliar things. They were strange, but destroying them wasn't a big deal. Then let me see if you have any protection against the fat guy. Kenichi Amemiya gazed down at the Hidden Mist Village, where a defensive barrier had been deployed. A faint enthusiastic smile crossed his face. After all, what he held was undoubtedly a culmination of past technological civilization, a top-tier weapon even in the past. What kind of sparks would ignite when it clashed with the ninja world? Kenichi Amemiya didn't know, but now he was about to find out. Master, an unidentified airship has appeared above the village. According to the intelligence team, it's most likely from the demon. A ninja from the Hidden Mist village rushed into the Mizukage's building, speaking frantically. The master coughed a few times, then frowned and looked to the side. There sat a baby-faced figure, his face pale. It was none other than the fourth Mizukage, Kirutaji Yagura. The demon. Ao's death seems to be related to the demon, right? Kirutaji Yagura's face was gloomy. He had been controlled by a mysterious figure, becoming their puppet. He had enacted a series of bloody plans, killing many of his own people, leaving him feeling deeply guilty. He had even considered abdicating the position of Mizukage, but there was no other way. The village had yet to find a more suitable three-tails Jinchuriki, so he could only drag his broken body to offer his last bit of strength to the village. Has the village's defensive barrier been deployed? I've heard that Tenma is adept at attacking from the air, the master asked, coughing twice as he held his snake-shaped staff. It's deployed, Master Sama, the ninja said respectfully. While not a Mizukage, the master held a similar position and authority. Furthermore, the fourth Mizukage, Kirutaji Yagura, was in poor health and had been out of commission for a long time. Be extremely careful. Tell the barrier and sealing squads to be extra cautious. The village's defenses are now weak. Tenma's coming this time definitely has ulterior motives, the master sighed. A portion of the village's fighting force had been taken to Taki no Kuni by Meitarumi. Even he couldn't do anything about it. After all, the hero's water's effects were too remarkable. While not permanent, it was a vital strategic resource. Therefore, the master couldn't ignore the hero's water. Fortunately, he had already instructed Meitarumi that the Hidden Mist village's priority was to destroy the tree that produced it as much as possible. The master saw clearly that the Hidden Mist village was one of the weaker factions in the ninja world. Competing with the Hidden Cloud village in Konoha for the hero's water was a formidable challenge. Therefore, it would have been better to simply destroy the tree. What the Hidden Mist village couldn't obtain, no one else could. But unexpectedly, the Heavenly Demon had come knocking on their door. Ahem. I heard the Heavenly Demon has developed some long-range attack methods. We need to be on guard against that too. Well, I'll go there, Yagura coughed, rising to his feet. Although he had dispelled the illusion that time, his loss of control had caused some disasters. To subdue him, the Hidden Mist village ninjas had no mercy, leaving Yagura in poor health. However, as the Three-Tails Jinchuriki, his defensive abilities were exceptional, and he should be quite effective against the Heavenly Demon's treacherous attacks. Then I'll leave it to you, Yondaime. If the situation becomes dire, the survival of the Kirigakure depends on you. The master nodded. He truly had no better plan. The Kirigakure was incredibly weak. The 7 ninja swordsmen had either defected or disappeared. The previous Blood Mist policy had even allowed Zabuza Momochi to wield the beheading sword, and he had also rebelled. The Kirigakure was now extremely weak. The Blood Mist policy had cost many ninja lives, prompting some ninja clans to rise up against the Yondaime Mizukage, but they were all violently suppressed and eliminated. Years of internal strife had left the village devastated. The Kirigakure was now too weak, and Meitarumi's absence only exacerbated the situation. Something seems to be falling. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Kirigakure, Kiratachi Yagura noticed something rapidly falling from the sky. Mizukage-sama, according to the intelligence, that should be a special offensive ninja tool of the Heavenly Demon, the Kirigakure ANBU whispered. The Kirigakure didn't have much information on the Heavenly Demon, but they did have a basic understanding. Meanwhile, the Kirigakure ninjas were diligently developing defensive ninjutsu, prepared for the possibility that the Heavenly Demon's attack could breach the defensive barrier. While the possibility was low, it was still a precautionary measure. Kiratachi Yagura tentatively used water-based ninjutsu to destroy the fallen weapon, but the opponent was too fast and nimbly swerved, dodging Kiratachi Yagura's water-based ninjutsu. As Kiratachi Yagura watched, the strange, seemingly large and round object suddenly bulged. An intense sense of danger washed over him, his heartbeat quickening, his breathing becoming rapid. A sense of life and death gripped his entire body. What is this? Why would I As a ninja, Yagura's strong sixth sense was giving him a frantic warning, and he listened to it. Three Tails. Now I'm counting on you. Yagura said seriously. He and Three Tails had a good relationship, and the previous incident of being controlled by the mysterious person's eye technique had only strengthened their bond. Okay. Three Tails didn't say much, but he was still willing to help someone he got along with. Yagura also began to unleash his most powerful ninjutsu. However, before Three Tails could fully reveal himself, the strange object above him became increasingly ominous. Yagura also saw the ninja sitting atop, holding the strange object, suddenly vanish into thin air. The explosives ignited simultaneously, and the explosion drove the plutonium fusion, causing the uranium-235 to reach critical mass. Neutrons collided with the uranium-235, triggering a fission reaction. Everything was moving at an extremely fast speed, and in the blink of an eye, nuclear fission generated sufficient energy. Suddenly, a dazzling light erupted from the sky above the hidden mist village. Powerful heat radiated from the center of the explosion, and the violent shockwave instantly destroyed the village's defensive barrier. The Three Tails then successfully arrived. However, the Three Tails was met with temperatures reaching 50 million degrees Celsius and intense nuclear radiation. The devastating explosion prevented the ninjas below the explosion from even uttering a single cry, as they were instantly vaporized. The intense heat also rapidly drained the air from the surrounding area, making it difficult for even those sheltering in underground shelters to survive. Roar. The Three Tails Isabu let out a mournful cry. Even a tailed beast like it, with its relatively strong defenses, was devastated by the nuclear blast. The blast and shockwave completely ripped away its carapace, and its body was annihilated in the blast. The Three Tails' greatest pain was the strange energy that seemed to emanate from the explosion, wreaking havoc on its body. The intense pain even made it feel as if it were about to regenerate. The tailed beasts cannot die. After death, they will reappear in the ninja world after a period of time, but this period of time is extremely long. The Three Tails takes approximately 9 to 10 years to resurrect, but the intense pain in its body makes it feel as if its resurrection will take even longer. The shockwave from the nuclear explosion spread at an extremely fast speed, destroying countless defensive ninjutsu and houses. Even the Mizukage building, heavily protected by the ceiling and barrier squads, could not survive such a violent explosion. What is this? The master stared at the scene in horror, but before he could finish his words, he and the ninja protecting him disappeared in the intense heat, leaving only shadowy figures etched on the shattered walls. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The already flimsy houses of the hidden mist village were flattened by the explosion, and countless lives were instantly wiped out in this once bustling village. The shockwave continued to sweep across, destroying countless trees. The entire hidden mist village was razed to the ground that day. Chapter 400 Hatred is a Cycle. What a day of nuclear war. Sitting atop his swaying airship, Kenichi Amemiya gazed at the distant mushroom cloud and licked his lips. He hadn't expected the explosion of the fat man's bomb to be so shocking. The mushroom cloud rising into the sky was visible even from this distance, and the devastating shockwave continued to spread, rocking Kenichi Amemiya's airship back and forth. If it weren't for the distance, Kenichi Amemiya might have thought it would be blown apart. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Minato Namikaze stared at the scene in astonishment. He had a keen eye. After the explosion, he saw the once thriving hidden mist village reduced to near ruins. Nothing could be seen. How many people had died? And why was it so powerful? Minato Namikaze saw a massive figure suddenly appear. It must have been the Three Tails from the hidden mist village, but he hadn't expected that even with the Three Tails' presence, it wouldn't be able to withstand the force. This isn't a ninjutsu, Amemiya Kenichi muttered. He stood up, leaning on the railing as he watched the mushroom cloud rise above the hidden mist village. Nuclear weapons, a culmination of technological advancement, far surpassed thermobaric bombs in explosive power and radiation effects, leading them to be considered a weapon of human self-destruction. This is indeed the case. It could be argued that without the deterrent effect of nuclear weapons and the strategic use of nuclear bundling, the next world war would have already broken out in previous generations. Therefore, nuclear weapons are essentially tools of human self-destruction, as well as tools for maintaining peace. but achieving similar results every time isn't easy. Amemiya Kenichi licked his lips. The hidden mist village had been caught by surprise this time. Once word of their tragedy spread, the ninja villages would likely be more cautious in their preparations. Next time, facing something like this, these people might even resort to using their jinkriki to release the tailed beasts and use the tailed beast balls to preemptively destroy them. Nuclear weapons, if destroyed prematurely, would be of little use. I wonder how many people are still alive in the hidden mist village. Amemiya Kenichi sighed. After the atomic bomb blast, he had no idea how many people in the hidden mist village could survive. But it certainly wasn't many, which was a source of hesitation. Initially, he had intended to use the hidden mist village in the land of water as a reserve force. However, considering he had nuclear weapons, conventional human wave tactics were unlikely to work. Amemiya Kenichi regained his composure. He simply needed to dispatch ninjas to investigate the land of water for sufficient uranium reserves. Then, he could produce another atomic bomb. With this success, Amemiya Kenichi thought he might try something else, like the hydrogen bomb. While producing a hydrogen bomb was no easy task, the rewards for such a difficult undertaking were staggering. The hydrogen bomb had become one of humanity's most powerful technological achievements. As for whether there were even greater powers, that was a mystery. At least Amemiya Kenichi didn't know, and he didn't want to know. He knew that if he did, it would essentially be the start of the next world war. I suddenly feel like I'm a little behind the times. Namake's Minato sighed. Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. You're too modest. Amemiya Kenichi was well aware of the strength of these hackers. They weren't as powerful as Uchiha Madara. Six Paths Madara at his peak was an unstoppable force. Technological civilization would likely need to advance even further to defeat such a transcendent being. While Minato wasn't as formidable as Uchiha Madara, he was still the fourth Hokage, and his power had skyrocketed after unlocking the tailed beast coat. He was the same formidable figure who defeated Obito and sealed the Nine Tails. His strength was certainly not to be underestimated. Brother Minato, you're being a bit too modest. Amemiya Kenichi shrugged, then glanced at the hidden mist village. Then, with a flicker of his body, a shadow clone emerged. An atomic bomb explosion releases radiation. The initial radiation can last from tens of minutes to several hours, with some long-lasting effects potentially lasting for years. Therefore, the hidden mist village is essentially uninhabitable. Furthermore, the surviving ninja within the hidden mist village need to be taken out and treated for radiation. Nuclear physics books describe some basic radiation treatments, but unfortunately, none of these are available to Kenichi Amemiya. However, those affected by the radiation would serve as excellent experimental material for Kenichi Amemiya's research on its effects on ninja. However, Kenichi Amemiya didn't have his own thoughts. This time, he simply sent his shadow clone to handle the situation. After all, he wasn't sure if he would be affected by the radiation himself. The wisdom of our ancestors dictates that a gentleman should not stand under a dangerous wall. I'll go and take a look, Minato Namikaze interjected. Kenichi Amemiya had no objection. After all, Minato was still dead, a body resurrected through the impure world reincarnation, so even if he passed away, it wouldn't matter. Damn it, cough cough cough. What kind of ninjutsu is this? The fourth Mizukage, Kirutaji Yagira, spat out a mouthful of blood, then glanced up in fear. The Three Tails was breathing heavily, looking as if it were about to die. This was the Three Tails. After all, Kirutaji Yagira and the Three Tails were quite friendly, and he was well aware of his old friend's formidable defense. But he hadn't expected the Three Tails to be nearly killed by such an attack, and a strange smell hung in the air. Kirutaji Yagira glanced around, his fists clenched in grief, his nails digging into his flesh unnoticed as blood slowly dripped onto the charred earth. Gone. Everything was gone. The hidden mist village was gone. The hidden mist village, built with the life's work of countless ancestors, was utterly annihilated by such a horrific attack. The bustling village was now hushed, with only the occasional groan of pain from the few ninja who had managed to survive. Although they survived, the intense heat burned their skin and scorched their breathing tubes, making breathing painful. Demon! Yagira Kiruta cried out in agony. He had confirmed that the only surviving ninjas in the hidden mist village were those who had been within the reach of the Three Tails' massive form. As for whether there were any surviving ninjas in the distance, Yagura Karuta didn't know. But then, he suddenly turned his head and gazed with hatred at the two ninjas standing to the side. What a heavy loss. Amemiya Kenichi sighed, his heart aching as he watched the tragic scene unfold. These were all excellent soldiers, meant to be his subordinates, helping him unify the ninja world. However, he hadn't expected that only a few of these few remained in the hidden mist village, and most of them were in poor health, with no certainty of survival. Konoha. Yellow flash Namake's Minato? Is this Konoha's doing? Karuta Yagura instantly recognized the yellow-haired man before him. After all, his identity was easily recognizable, and this intensified his inner rage, even ignoring the pain in his body. Calm down, Karuta Yagura. Amemiya Kenichi waved his hand, but it was clearly no use to Karuta Yagura, who had just experienced the pain of his village's destruction. He immediately launched a ninjutsu, only to be stopped by Namake's Minato. Amemiya Kenichi watched with interest as the hidden mist village ninjas shakily climbed to their feet, attempting to fight him, and of course, the Three Tails, now stretched to its knees and unable to move, could only crumble to the ground and return to its original size. The Three Tails were in dire condition, and Amemiya Kenichi could tell they were nearing death. Amemiya Kenichi didn't care. He didn't care about the Three Tails' life or death. Perhaps it was actually a good thing for him to have it die. After all, with the Three Tails dead, Black Zetsu's plan to create the Ten Tails Divine Tree would be impossible. At the very least, he would have to wait for the Three Tails to resurrect. How many years would it take for the Three Tails to be resurrected? Those few years were more than enough time for Kenichi Amemiya to crush Black Zetsu into a dead Zetsu. You're going to die, Kenichi Amemiya observed, its head half gone. It was miserable, but its death was also a blessing in disguise. This was why Kenichi Amemiya said that time travelers were the biggest disruptors to Naruto's plot. After all, if a time traveler possessed sufficient strength and killed a tailed beast, Black Zetsu's plans would be delayed. Such prescient intelligence was truly terrifying. I don't fear death, but it hurts so much. Can you help me? The Three Tails wearily looked at the man before it. It knew this man was responsible for its condition, but it simply didn't have the strength to resist. Resistance would only make it worse. It would be better to die early and wait for the resurrection. Of course, no problem. Kenichi Amemiya touched his nose. The Three Tails' current state meant it was only a matter of time before death. Life and death were inevitable for all living things, but fortunately, the Three Tails could be resurrected. But I'll need your chakra. Just as Amemiya Kenichi was about to pluck a piece of chakra from the three-tailed fox to take away, he felt a puff of water vapor hit him. A massive tree emerged from the soil, blocking the great waterfall jutsu. Amemiya Kenichi frowned slightly and turned to look. It was a jutsu performed by the hidden mist village ninjas. They stared at him with hatred. Feel the pain, experience the pain, accept the pain, understand the pain, ninjas of the hidden mist village. Amemiya Kenichi offered a kind smile, while the three-tailed fox gazed at the tree beside him with relief. Would release. If it would release, death at the hands of this man wouldn't be unacceptable. At the same time, Amemiya Kenichi's eyes shone with a main Gekio. Under the main Gekio illusion, the already battered ninjas were unable to resist and fell into a deep sleep. Those eyes. The three-tailed fox stared at Amemiya Kenichi in amazement, recalling the tragic experience of being treated like pets by two monsters, who could easily capture and beat them. But now, the two monsters seemed to have merged into one. Then I'll send you on your way, Three Tails. Amemiya Kenichi smiled and extended his hand. The Three Tails calmly closed its eyes. The strange energy in its body continued to erode its body. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at Yagura Kyujitsu. Yagura Kyujitsu was already at the end of his strength. Although it was unknown how he had managed to temporarily separate from the Three Tails, once the Three Tails died, Yagura Kyujitsu would inevitably die as well. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head. As the would-release ninjutsu penetrated the Three Tails' body, it began to absorb the Three Tails' chakra. The Three Tails finally stopped moving, and Yagura Kyujitsu spat out a mouthful of blood, and was pinned to the ground by Minato Namake's. He raised his head and glanced at the Three Tails. His old friend had now turned into a tree, with branches sprouting from it. Under the tree, a ninja with strange eyes was looking at him. Those eyes. Yagura Kuratachi lowered his head, his eyes still fixed on Kenichi Amemiya. Dark clouds covered the sky, and a gentle drizzle fell. Drops of rain trickled down the corners of Yagura Kuratachi's eyes, soaking the land that had given him life. What should we do with these people? Minato Namikaze touched his face. He felt a strange discomfort standing in this place. It was strange, considering his resurrected body was completely insensitive to such things. Take them away, and then find the survivors, and take them all away. Staying here will only lead to death, Kenichi Amemiya said calmly. He was a shadow clone, but even so, he felt a strange sensation. It seemed that nuclear radiation had some effect on the shadow clones, but then again, the Three Tails was affected. Minato Namikaze had no problem with this. So, with Kenichi Amemiya and Minato Namikaze searching, the few surviving ninja and civilians were rushed to Kenichi Amemiya's real body. After doing all these things, Kenichi Amemiya's shadow clone also specially collected some body tissues of the Three Tails, and took away the corpse of Yagura Kuruta. The fourth Mizukage had some other uses for it. Death, in front of Kenichi Amemiya, is never the end, but the beginning, a new beginning. But whether the other party is willing to cooperate is another matter. Then let's get started. Kenichi Amemiya looked at the corpse of Yagura Kuruta sent by the shadow clone and smiled. You try to get some information from him, which will facilitate my actions. The teacher's calm voice sounded on the phone. Kenichi Amemiya responded, and then hung up. Resurrect, Yagura Kuruta. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.